Hi everybody! You've stumbled upon my third video in my Kingdom Hearts Retrospective Analysis series. This is the third video that began with my Kingdom Hearts Final Mix and Kingdom Hearts Rechain of Memories videos, so check those out for full context going into this one. Full spoilers are in effect as I go over the gameplay and plot-relevant details largely as the game depicts them for all three games, so if you're cool with that, stick around. I also have long play videos depicting my most recent playthroughs of each game, so if you want to see someone go through the majority of plot and gameplay beats without any abridged commentary, then I have you covered there as well. This is the third of 11 videos detailing the Dark Seeker saga as the current overarching plotline has been described to us. This will largely handle Kingdom Hearts 2's Final Mix version, a director's cut if you will of the original game, updated with a ton of gameplay tweaks and additions, including a new post-game area, technically 20 additional bosses, quality of life adjustments, and more sequel teases to fully earn its Final Mix status. Kingdom Hearts 2 is essentially the third of a trilogy that began with Kingdom Hearts and continues the plot threads seeded throughout the previous entry, Chain of Memories. While the game was originally going to be set a year after Kingdom Hearts and leave the events unexplained after a time skip, Chain of Memories was thus made to transition more smoothly into the plot of its mainline sequel. As such, the game was still designed to largely address many concerns and improve upon the first game's systems, trying to be accessible to both newcomers and returning fans of the first game. The game sets up a scenario that both attempts to refresh returning players while at the same time introducing the game to someone who has no idea what a Kingdom Hearts is. With all that being said, let's dive right into this game to line the pieces up properly. Sitting on the main menu for around 90 seconds, we'll see the return of the same string of words seen in the first game, alongside a pretty great orchestration of the game's theme song, Sanctuary. It is performed once again by Hikaru Utada, also returning from the opening of the first title, and will once again be absent here because YouTube copyrights are a thing, and they are particularly crackdownish on the opening version of this song for whatever reason. Anyways, once you do or do not partake in the optional opening and its poem, selecting New Game will once again bring up the three typical difficulty levels in this series, while also introducing a fourth setting for Final Mix that has been included in almost every game since, Critical Mode. A brief overview before diving into the new mode. Beginner, Standard, and Proud are pretty self-explanatory. In Kingdom Hearts 2's case, they're actually a bit misleading. It's true that Beginner is fit for players who are unfamiliar with action games or video games as a whole, so most will likely select Standard since the game says that's the default difficulty. However, this is a ruse. Kingdom Hearts 2 has a reputation for being considerably easier than its previous games. If you want any form of challenge and are either familiar with Kingdom Hearts or want to actually get more out of the gameplay here, definitely pick Proud. This was the highest difficulty in the vanilla version of the game, but even then I found it pretty forgiving despite its nomenclature. In contrast, Critical Mode changes all of this. This will be more apparent as the video progresses, but Kingdom Hearts 2 gives you such a litany of options in combat that most players can steamroll through most plot-critical obstacles without any difficulty at all, even on Proud Mode, barring a few deliberate skill-check encounters. This isn't a dog for having such options. They are there to fit the playstyle of anyone wanting to play this game, and that's to be commended. However, being the proud gamer that I am, Critical Mode was one of the major changes made to Kingdom Hearts 2 in its Final Mix version that really solidifies the game as a more complete experience for me. This is the version that is now available in the HD Remix collections, and we're all the better for it finally leaving Japan in an official capacity. So familiar sounding advice applies here yet again. If you aren't familiar with action games, pick Beginner to just enjoy the experience. If you're a regular gamer but don't want your handheld too much, just choose Standard. If you are familiar with Kingdom Hearts and want to think through some of these fights, select Proud. If you are intimately fond of Kingdom Hearts 2 and want to fully experience all of the gameplay systems present and want an actual challenge, Critical is definitely the way to go. Besides difficulty, the selection also determines how easily unlockable the secret endings are. From being inaccessible in Beginner and being progressively easier to view the higher you push your difficulty, in terms of the percentage of the game that you need to complete in order to view them. YouTube is a thing now, so this is more for completionists and personal satisfaction purposes more than anything else. As a side note, this video is based on a critical playthrough of the game, in order to fully delve into the challenges and the appropriate strategies and maximum difficulty spikes one can expect from it. Keep that in mind as we officially begin the game here.
A scattered dream that's like a far-off memory. A far-off memory that's like a scattered dream. I want to line the pieces up. Yours and mine.
Kingdom Hearts 2 begins with a voiceover, words above a familiar scene from Chain of Memories. What follows is a Square Enix branded full-motion video set to Sanctuary, showcasing how insane their 2005 CGI still largely holds up in 2018, all things considered. Dramatized depictions of the events of Kingdom Hearts follow, from the three main characters to the dramatic events they were involved with in the third act of the title to the bittersweet ending. With a bit of a time jump reveal of one of the main character's new looks, the video then switches over to a familiar girl in white for those coming off of Chain of Memories. The abridged visuals here depicting what transpired in that game are admittedly more of an idealized Cliff Notes version of events, filled with neat visual metaphors and symbolism. If you're already lost by this point in the opening, it's only going to get a little bit better. The game does its best to fill everyone in on the big events of Kingdom Hearts leading up to Kingdom Hearts 2, but the events of Chain of Memories will largely be referenced in passing, despite two major supporting characters taking pivotal roles in the plot here that came from that game. We will address these as they occur, but for now simply enjoy the pretty CGI. After depicting events in a familiar white castle and having it fall apart as the characters drift into sleep, the opening winds down revealing a blonde-haired kid briefly showcased at the end of Chain of Memories. Appearing as confused and dazed as parts of the audience likely are, another familiar sight, a stained glass platform, is revealed in a flock of doves as the scene transitions smoothly into in-game graphics, where I truly begin to discuss the plot. Referencing the full secret ending of the first Kingdom Hearts, two black cloaked figures are seen on a dark beach, one remaining silent as the other speaks to them. Players coming off of Chain of Memories will be quite familiar with this aesthetic, even if the vague twaddle speak won't do much for a first-time viewer. The scene ends with the talkative figure asking the other if they remember their true name.
Sora?
The game then proceeds to showcase staticky flashbacks to the first Kingdom Hearts, specifically showcasing Sora, Kairi, and Riku's opening events on Destiny Islands. Dreams of visiting other worlds are violently granted as the three get sucked out of their world as it crumbles into darkness amidst the ominous condescension of a mysterious robed figure. The scene then transitions to the blonde-haired kid waking up after another dream about him, to then open up his bedroom window to a scenic morning view of Twilight Town, that mysterious location first seen by Sora and company in Chain of Memories, the first day flashing across the screen. What follows is the basic and disarming framework of the infamous opening to Kingdom Hearts 2. Say hello to the Twilight Town gang consisting of Hayner, Pence, Olette, and Roxas, the blonde-haired kid now possessing a name. The player will follow the perspective of Roxas for the next 2 to 3 hours, leading into quite the movie-length opening act. What's immediately apparent is the increase in production values when compared to the first game. While the first title had a few voice cutscenes setting up the basic gist of the game, the sequel had a budget to drastically increase the volume of voice scenes and showcase improved animations seen in Chain of Memories. Ideally, the best combination of Square Enix levels of AAA spit and polish they're known for. Love 'em or hate 'em, Kingdom Hearts is definitely a series that generally doesn't skip out on its presentation, and Kingdom Hearts 2 exemplifies the quality of them at the peak of their talents. Even here in the 2.5 HD Remix Collection version, what you're seeing is the framework of a PlayStation 2 game from 2005, technically 2007. This is what solid art direction, redone effects, and full confidence in diving into your own experience will get you. And this is a love or hate it for many players. We'll address this at the end of the opening, but for now let's return to the game. The four 15-year-olds begin discussing about a cipher framing them for kleptomania, with grade A dialogue. To be honest, while I know many find these lines pure unadulterated cringe, it doesn't really bother me that much. These are teenagers, which I suppose is an excuse for ridiculous dialogue, but this isn't even the craziest sentences that this game will have to offer, let alone the series. I'm not here right now to pass too much judgment on the writing here, as I can do that later on, and I'm sure plenty of other people can and will do it like they have continued to for the last couple years. Point being, the kids are discussing how to clear their names, as they apparently stole something, enough that they can't even say the word.
You can't say... why not?
But you do understand what I'm saying, right? Are gone.
You aren't going nuts. The thieves not only stole something, they also stole the word itself.
The word.
Kingdom Hearts, everybody.
They stole it, too.
What kind of thief is that? Cypher could never have pulled that off.
The game then proceeds to hold your hand introducing basic mechanics, such as walking, camera movement, lock-on, and the contextual reaction commands, mapped to the triangle button, and will become your best friend for the remainder of the game. Not as important cutscenes aren't voiced, which is fine in allowing the player to simply get their bearings. It's important to note that the controls are greatly improved for Kingdom Hearts 2, such as the camera being mapped to the right stick where it should always be in 3D games like this. This seems like an odd mention since Kingdom Hearts Final Mix and Rechain of Memories both had cameras on the second stick, but this is more so a quality of life improvement from the original release. In 2005, the original game's camera was mapped to the shoulder buttons for whatever reason, and the Game Boy Advance connecting game didn't need a camera being largely isometric in 2D, so having a smooth and largely functional camera was a godsend for the time. The gang eventually are led to the Sandlot, where the aforementioned Cypher is located. He is Twilight Town's self-proclaimed leader of the disciplinary committee, alongside Rai and Fu, all three a younger reimagining of their counterparts from Final Fantasy VIII, similar to how Tidus, Wakka, and Selphie were on Destiny Islands in the first game. This leads into a minor confrontation and the game segueing into a brief combat tutorial using Struggle Bats, a local pastime. After a quick selection for an immediate stat boost, the game allows the player to control Roxas in a mock battle with the basic 3-hit combo. Once letting loose a simple fight with your limited options, the game then shows Pence taking a photo of the match before a white creature snatches it away from him. Roxas in hot pursuit through a forest. He is led to the Old Mansion, quite a pivotal location last seen in memory form where 2 deaths occurred in the previous game. Approaching the creature, it speaks to its liege Roxas, leaving the youth confused as it assumes an aggressive stance after unlocking its face with a Tetsuro Nomura branded zipper, claiming it is here for him. After proving the Struggle Bat useless against the strange foe, Roxas suddenly sees his mock weapon transform into an iconic and familiar key-shaped one in a digital flash.
What is this thing?
It's super effective, and Roxas recovers the photos left behind after the large key vanishes alongside the white entity. It turns out the photos and its word were the things stolen, noticing that all of them depict Roxas, Pence joking about the thief's true goal.
Wouldn't it be weird if the thief wanted to steal the real Roxas or something?
Come on, get serious. Why would anyone want to steal a bonehead like Roxas?
Oh, thanks.
Later on, as Roxas leaves their usual spot returning home, he has a brief conversation with an unknown voice, similar to earlier on in the day, as the digital voice now claims that restoration is at 12%. We are reintroduced to the smooth voice of another familiar character. A dark-robed man in front of a computer screen, his face wrapped in bandages, and he and another mysterious figure discuss that the organization has now found them.
Why would the nobodies steal photographs?
Both are nothing but data to them. The fools could never tell the difference. They are running out of time.
Claiming they're running short on time, he name-drops Naminé as the day formally ends. The staticky flashbacks continue, mainly depicting the true beginning of Sora's first adventure, how he landed in Traverse Town to meet up with Donald Duck and Goofy and ran into the Final Fantasy characters of Leon, Yuffie, Aerith, and Sid. The first real reintroduction of the Keyblade is had, alongside the hero's first real goal of sealing up the world's keyholes to thwart the Heartless threat. Roxas wakes up on the second day with a familiar sensation, wielding a stick as a mock weapon only to throw it against another black-coated figure. Being remarkably okay with such a stranger just silently watching him, Roxas reaches the usual spot to have some ice cream with his 3 friends. Some thoughts about growing up ring within Roxas's mind, and the cautious
Get
player.
that off a fortune cookie?
Eventually, Hayner decides that they all need to go to the beach while they still can before their summer vacation ends. Despite being broke, they all head out to Market Street with eyes on working part-time jobs for money to afford the train tickets and snacks while there, a segue into minigames as well as the first real save point. The teens discuss the upcoming struggle competition in 2 more days, Hayner and Roxas both entering so they have a better chance to split the prize money. The game tells you they need 3,200 money to progress, meaning 800 per kid, but this is nowhere near the case. The game presents you with 6 minigames to play around with. Mail delivery focuses on mashing the reaction command to deliver 6 letters to various inhabitants around the stage. The skateboard is a recurring minigame that acts as both a fast travel method, as well as something to fill out Jiminy's journal when you earn it. It can grind on specific surfaces and is generally harmless to mess around with. Cargo climb consists of pushing a cart up a hill, which eventually turns into figuring out which moves will quickly hasten the time spent inserting it into its garage. Grandstander is the juggling performance of smacking a ball into the air and keeping it from landing on the ground for as long as possible. Pretty self-explanatory. The remaining 3 minigames are found in the tram common down the street. Here, Poster Duty is a game of slamming posters around this large area, which is much more satisfying later on in the game when your movement abilities are much more advanced. Next up is Brumblebuster, which is simply clearing away bees that appear before they store the trams. Last is Junk Sweep, where you attack trash in order to clear it away as quickly as possible. Each game grants you varying amounts of money depending on their speed and difficulty, so do as much of it or as little as you want. In truth, you only need to earn at least 50 money to progress. Really, ever since my first playthrough, I've done mail delivery, succeeded with 50, then ran off to progress the plot. It would be years until I figured out that sticking around and actually earning the money rewards you with something. Turns out, you apparently earn 1 AP for 800 money gained, 2 AP for 1200, and the game will stop you and automatically progress once you reach 2000 money in response to earning enough for a watermelon instead of the pretzels the kids settled on. This is all up to you, but since I play on critical mode, AP is not a concern, as I will address very soon. Once at the train station, the kids make their way inside when Roxas is bumped into by the same figure in black, dropping the money pouch after being asked a curiously inflected question.
What?
Heading inside, Roxas realizes the figure pocketed the money, though the other kids didn't spot the altercation. Treating the strange incident surprisingly calmly, the scene then statics out, returning to Diz and the figure. The hints pile on as the mysterious man is adamant on keeping things from that world out of the real one. Are the hints loud enough yet?
Salt ice cream.
The third day begins with many of Sora's exploits exploring the many Disney worlds in the first game. Being reminded fruitlessly not to interfere with other worlds, the various summons he encountered like Simba and Mushu, training to become heroes, numerous promises of returning to a few dozen Disney characters, all around defeating the various members of Maleficent's Hellfire Club. These flashbacks are more quick reminders to returning players than they are in-depth ways for a newcomer to understand exactly what went down. Regardless, the flashbacks continue the trend of curiously cutting off Kyrie's name after the first syllable, something players coming off of Chain of Memories will appreciate. Riku's appearance then reiterates their shared mission of rescuing Kyrie, as Sora had to confront his friend as he began seeping himself deeper and deeper into the darkness. Roxas then awakens after Naminé seems to stalk/watch over a protagonist. While greeting Pence and Olette, time seems to freeze and Naminé herself shows up.
Hello, Roxas.
Hi.
After the girl in white disappears as quickly as she appeared, Roxas is left confused as to what the heck is happening with his life, likely mirroring a newcomer's reaction while leaving returning players more continuity nods.
Wait.
While approaching the mysterious mansion, the creatures in white appeared to block his progress, Roxas running to the Sandlot to see the Twilight Town Disciplinary Committee being attacked by these same creatures. Picking up a struggle bat, Roxas uselessly attacks the foes before time stops once more, Naminé yelling at Roxas to save him. What follows is a familiar sight. Roxas awakens to a dive to the heart, specifically on the Station of Serenity, adorned with the protagonist of the first game. So much so, in fact, that the command menu reverts back to the first games, a detail that makes me smile no matter how small the change is. What follows is a similar selection to the first game. Selecting between a sword, shield, and staff will determine the order in which you earn abilities for the remainder of the game, which is mostly personal preference, so you do you. I'm a warrior through and through, so that will inform my ability selection as the video continues through the critical path. After another go with the mysterious enemies, the game will allow the player to mess with abilities, introduces chests, adding the item command as well as the shortcut menu. Presumably the same disembodied voice from the first game drops down from on high to warn the player that you can now die for realsies, and that game overs are now in full effect, providing a save point for good measure. On critical mode, the gloves will fully come off, which suits me just fine, but Proud would also make sure to keep you on your toes as far as HP depletion goes here. With that out of the way, it's time to discuss some game mechanics for good measure. First are the nice quality of life changes made here in Kingdom Hearts 2, and by extension its final mix as well. One of the nice changes done is how items are used up. You can put a potion into the shortcut menu for easy access as you could in the first game, though this time auto-reload is a new feature to lessen future hassle. If you have a potion ticked with auto-reload active, the game will restock them for you after you exit the battle phase. This can be toggled per item, so good news for item users. Less time spent in the menus, setting yourself up if you love immediate restoration. Abilities have gotten similar ease of use improvements, as well as a subtle overhaul to the system in general. Since Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix introduced critical mode, this allows for a few differences compared to the other three difficulties. The most important of which are how enemies now deal double damage, while your protagonist has been given a slight boost in strength. Critical also lessens your maximum stats, such as HP capping out at 60 instead of the usual 120 in the standard difficulties, which will be the most immediate change felt here, alongside earning only 3/4 of experience gained throughout the game, which sounds terrible on paper, I know. To compensate for these increases in difficulty, the game rewards the player with some pretty significant boons. First off, relating back to ability points, the player will now receive 3 AP bonuses instead of 2 at level ups, and will begin the game with 50 right off the bat, alongside access to the Reaction Boost, Finishing Plus, Draw, 2 Lucky Lucky, and an MP Hystera abilities to immediately benefit from, including the requisite Experience 0 for crazies who are better than I am with infinitely more patience. These extra abilities incentivize confident players to try out Critical Mode, and I honestly believe it's the best take on Critical Mode in the entire series. As a side note, the 50 extra AP given to Roxas counts as if you had thrown 50 AP up boosts onto him, so it will take less time to max out on AP, and to then use any extras given to anyone else you want, which is kind of refreshing. I don't know why you'd use stat boosters on anyone but your playable protagonist in this series first, but you can do what you want. I bring this all up because of how masterfully Kingdom Hearts 2 is designed. While the capability to do so was given to the 1.5 HD remix of Kingdom Hearts Final Mix, I have no idea what a level 1 playthrough of that game on Expert Mode looks like since I haven't actually done it. This isn't to say it's impossible. Further research has revealed that Square Enix did alter how a level 1 playthrough works in the first game, seeing how it scales damage and an innate once more seems to be implemented so not everything one-shots you. This theoretically makes the game more doable than it seems at first glance, though it's obvious that game wasn't originally made with a level 1 playthrough in mind. This is different in Kingdom Hearts 2, given how abilities are dished out thanks to a subtle bonus level statistic. In layman's terms, these are bonuses given to a player after completing specific events regardless of your actual level. For instance, the first of 60 tonal bonus levels is rewarded for defeating the enemies here right after you select your level up path, granting you aerial recovery. This method is independent to overall level, so there are a select group of bonuses that are obtainable even if you never gain a drop of experience. Which is great, which means everyone will have access to aerial recovery regardless of if you actually want to level up or not. Furthermore, abilities are now divided up into various groups, being action, growth, support, and weapon designations. Action abilities are exactly what they sound like. These are the available moves and limits available to the party by either the player control or tweaking the AI for the party members, each of which has more customizable options available this time. Support abilities are the passive ones, where all the combo boosts go as well as damage modifiers, scan, boosts that extend the various alternate attack patterns, and vital go-tos like Leaf Bracer, Draw, and Lucky Lucky. Pretty normal stuff now in color-coded and easy to identify lists that can be switched on and off with the tap of triangle. You can also now access Roxas' equipment and items, which depicts him in possession of the Kingdom Key and a potion by default, with a slot each for armor and accessories for future use. Another positive change is the addition of the aforementioned weapon abilities, in where equipping various weapons grants specific passive abilities as long as you have them active. In my case, since I keep the Kingdom Key my default for 99% of the game, I have constant access to damage control, an ability that cuts damage by half when in critical. This has the benefit of not only allowing me to keep Kingdom Key around for all story moments, since it fits into every cutscene perfectly fine as Sora's default Keyblade, but it has actual gameplay merits to keep around, especially on critical mode if I'm careful about not being one-shotted. Weapon abilities are a welcome addition to the franchise, giving an extra passive reason to keep any Keyblade you want with you beyond looks or stats. There are a bunch of obvious and minor adjustments to be sure, but they all add up to one of my favorite gameplay systems in this entire series. This is exactly the type of sequel that can vastly improve on so many aspects big and small from a previous installment that are almost exclusive to the medium of video games. They are able to respond to criticisms due to an increase in technology or heeding constructive criticism when given a second chance to implement such changes into something they either didn't have time to implement the first time, couldn't due to technological constraints, or simply couldn't figure out how to make something work on the previous entry. I'll dive into more specificities as I reach them, but for now just know that Critical Mode grants a bunch of immediate effects to help ease you into a super smooth combat system. Back to the gameplay. The second part of the dive takes place in the Station of Calling, consisting of 3 stations with more battles and the occasional chest. It's a good test of how much damage you're receiving with mobs, though constant use of reversals will do just fine keeping the foe stationary for most of your encounters if you catch how effective it's been. Going through the final door would eventually lead to the game's first real boss fight against a massive white creature, mirroring Sora's first encounter with Darkseid in the original game. The fight begins with a reaction command, conditioning the player to expect to push or mash triangle whenever something cinematic occurs on screen. There's honestly very little timing here once you realize what's happening, and the scenario will occur at least twice, so either mash away or play when they tell you to. This fight isn't too difficult, barring being surrounded by a bunch of the smaller creatures, or mistiming the reversal reaction command the big one sporadically unleashes. It's a big waiting game to attack his head, and waiting for key counter and lunar salt to kick in for another chance at break raid. Eventually the monster will go down, and Roxas will earn guard and be saved from drowning in darkness by Naminé, who officially reveals herself. The mysterious figure appears once again, intent on keeping Roxas in the dark.
It's best he doesn't know the truth.
The teenager eventually waking up in the Sandlot, Cypher reminding him of the struggle tournament happening tomorrow, as Roxas chases after Hayner, Pence, and Olette. They decide to forego visiting the beach without Roxas, Hayner seemingly disgruntled.
Sorry.
It turns out Naminé had hijacked the data herself and appeared before Roxas personally, leading to a very frustrated and angry Diz, showing a very callous attitude toward the blonde-haired kid.
As long as Naminé accomplishes her goal, we needn't worry about what befalls Roxas.
The fourth day begins with Roxas witnessing alongside the player the very key events that occurred at Hollow Bastion in the first game. Showcasing Sora's strong heart and conviction of the power of friendship, flashes of the numerous boss battles occur, including Hulud Riku, Unknown, then Ansem-possessed Riku. It then showcases Sora's sacrifice of his own body as he freed his own heart alongside Kairi's, which was allowed to be said uninterrupted this time, leading to Sora's brief stint as a tiny shadow, Kairi's status as a Princess of Heart restoring him within minutes of the transformation, ending when Sora's promised to never forget his friends and vowing to return back on Kairi's Wayfinder. Sora proceeds to seal up the final keyhole that leads into the final stretch of the first game as Roxas awakens once more. The struggle tournament begins in earnest, a simple game of whacking your opponent to collect their 100 controlled orbs. The winner is determined by whoever has the most orbs at the end of a minute. The match automatically ends if someone gains all 200 orbs, and a loss is given if the player runs out of HP, but unfairly enough for the opponent, who will become stunned instead of granting an automatic win. Pretty decent setup for controlled fights, and it still works as an in-universe way to get in some fighting. The first match is Roxas vs Hayner, who likes to charge in with wide sweeping moves that are easily telegraphed, but Proud and Critical mode will ensure that you don't want to get hit too many times, since Roxas is a glass cannon. Their hope now lies with Roxas as the two friends make up and watch the other semi-final match between Cypher and Final Fantasy IX fan favorite Vivi. The Black Mage pulls out an unexpected win, causing Cypher to deny that that's actually Vivi, demanding Roxas thrash him. Once prompted, Roxas will then face off against Vivi, who is able to roll pretty quickly around the field and whose desperation move is a wide-reaching combo that can easily cause a game over on higher difficulties. Remain calm and block such attacks, retaliating when he's left open and parry if you're feeling confident. Patience will be rewarded with a cutscene that once again freezes time and reveals Vivi to be one of those white-zippered freaks. After another fight, a familiar-sounding voice to Reach Chain of Memories players will congratulate Roxas on the win.
You really don't remember. It's me. You know, Axel.
Revealing himself immediately to be Axel, the wildcard antagonistic assassin of the previous title, he challenges Roxas, claiming he doesn't remember him, but he's willing to knock out Roxas in order to explain everything to him later. Roxas, beginning to be fed up with all the unexplained events surrounding him in the past 4 days, throws away the Keyblade in anger. After reappearing in his hand moments later, Axel addresses him before commencing their battle.
Number 13, Roxas. The Keyblade's chosen one.
Okay, fine. You asked for it.
Axel's a test of knowing when to block or parry an attack, and when to wait out his counterattack, a lesson that will ingrain itself into Proud and Critical Mode players very quickly. It really makes you watch your opponents carefully and outmaneuver them, especially in boss fights. That makes Kingdom Hearts 2 so rewarding, even if your options are admittedly limited this early on. After winning, Diz shows up to claim everything Axel says is a bunch of nonsense, causing Axel to then tell Roxas not to listen to the bandaged man. After blocking out the external stimuli, the world begins to right itself once more, Roxas being declared the winner and up facing the defending champion next.
Hayner! Pence! Olette!
What? What just happened?
This happens to be Setzer from Final Fantasy VI, a definite surprise to me, who didn't expect anything before Final Fantasy VII to show up in this series. He showboats often, but his counters are pretty dangerous if you take the bait without timing your parry soon after. Of course, he is left wide open after his own attacks, so try to win if you can, as you won't be punished for losing this match. The ideal ending is that Roxas indeed wins, which leads to the quartet celebrating Roxas' win atop the clock tower overlooking the sunset once again. Admiring the four-colored jewels that adorn the trophy, Roxas proves why these kids shouldn't be allowed on top of the building unsupervised as he stumbles and begins falling to his would-be death. As static begins to flash before his eyes, the scene then transitions to none other than Kairi coming home presumably from summer school on Destiny Islands alongside Selphie. After revealing to the ever-growing split on how to pronounce Tidus, it's revealed that Kairi hasn't returned to their island playground ever since she returned back when Destiny Islands reformed at the end of the first game. Not only has she not been back, they had all forgotten about the other boy alongside Riku that used to play with them, calling back to Sora's final decision in Chain of Memories. During his fall, Roxas manages to communicate with Kairi, addressing her as Naminé. Recognizing Naminé as that girl he likes, Sora butts in after Roxas introduces himself, giving her a hint. After she awakens, Kairi runs off to the beach with a letter in a bottle, sending it off assured that it will reach its intended target. It turns out she had written a letter to him the day before, and then stopped when realizing they had made a promise, and now sends it off after remembering his name.
Starts with an S. Right? Sora?
The percentage climbing ever closer to 100%, the mysterious figure pockets the blue jewel in his money bag, as Diz confirms the chain of events that put Roxas' heart into contact with Kairi's. This raises a few questions alongside some confirmations, such as Naminé being one of these so-called nobodies, as the figure asks whose she is. Before Diz answers the question, he requests the hooded man to tell him his true name, the mind never racing at the answer.
It's Ansem.
It's an honor, Ansem.
Reappearing in the round room first seen at the endings of Chain of Memories, Axel argues about getting rid of him, before being threatened by a member wielding a lance. While the redhead remains unflinching, a familiar-looking orb of energy threatens Axel in turn with being reduced to a dusk. Relenting, the camera then pans down to the recurring white emblem atop the platform of the 13 white thrones they are all facing. Waking up with a jolt, Roxas stares with staggered breath as the sun rises on the 5th day, wondering which parts he actually dreamt up, as he wouldn't be around if he actually had fallen, not quite putting the clues together the audience may have already done by day 2. Roxas' mind isn't quite with his friends as Olette tries to pressure the others into finishing their summer homework. Suggesting they could study what's been going on with Roxas, the three friends reveal they and parts of the town are teaming up to do just that, filling Roxas with some much-needed optimism. While taking the train to Sunset Terrace, Roxas' friends bring out their jewels, but his efforts are cut short when he realizes he no longer has his blue gem, sitting in solemn silence the rest of the trip. Once they arrive, the quartet plans on checking out the 7 wonders of Twilight Town, the first being steps on a staircase that count differently going up and down, only for Pence to admit it was likely Rai simply miscounting, not being the sharpest tool in the shed, you know. That leaves the player to direct Roxas in finding the remaining 4 of the 5 immediate rumors around the terrace, leading to specific events. Starting from the east headed westward from the spooky steps, Roxas can first run into the friend from beyond the wall. This challenges Roxas to touch the wall down an alley while dodging the numerous balls being thrown at him. In truth, they're all pretty simple. Here's just a quick rundown. The Moans from the Tunnel is a minigame that pits Roxas against numerous Vivis, who all disappear into data as they are defeated. The doppelganger is next found in the southwestern part of the terrace near a waterfall, which when approached triggers a Dark Link-style encounter. Last is the animated bag atop Sunset Hill, a game that requires a simple tap of the triangle button. After the 5 are completed, the 6th wonder is the Ghost Train Mystery, viewable from Sunset Hill. While waiting, Cypher shows up showcasing some of his original Final Fantasy VIII's counterpart's contrarian nature. He assures Olette about an event tomorrow, while Roxas witnesses the train branded with a familiar sorcerer's hat adorning its smokestack. While rushing to the station to meet it, Hayner holds Roxas back, as the train ends up not being there at all, a normal locomotive appearing with other inhabitants of the town. Frustrated at their friend's apparent lapse in sanity, Pence begrudgingly informs Roxas of the 7th wonder at the Haunted Mansion, the promise that Cypher's gang was also going to help comb tomorrow. The others deciding to write off the bogus-sounding rumors and work on the paper. Once in front of the mansion, Roxas seemingly warps into the room after spotting Naminé. The two begin to have as normal sounding a conversation as they could, despite all the weirdness happening. Naminé showcases her various drawings to Roxas, insinuating that not only is he best friends with Axel, he also recognizes Sora, Donald, and Goofy from the dreams, and puts all the cards on the table. She reveals that around a year ago, Naminé had been trying to put together Sora's memories after the events of the previous game, reconfirming to the audience that she is a witch that is able to specifically alter the memories of Sora and those connected to him. Roxas realizes he truly is missing a bunch of what's going on and about who he really is. Being shaken from his somber conversation, Pence brushes it off as the draft rustling some curtains. Roxas remains silent, being reminded they only have 2 more days left of summer vacation. Ansem then questions why Diz would show Roxas the train, as he confirms everyone's memories of Sora are beginning to return to them, as if he was simply gone for a year. Claiming he's out for revenge, Diz requests Ansem kill Naminé, her usefulness having ended as Sora's memories are 97% restored. The 6th day begins with the climax of Kingdom Hearts flashing before the audience. The trio's battle with Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, before the door to darkness that houses the light of Kingdom Hearts, banishing him as he closed the door with the assistance of King Mickey and leaving Riku behind the door, the last the trio saw of them. After the bittersweet parting of Kairi and Sora as their restored worlds began to reform, the ending of Kingdom Hearts showcases the trio running off after Pluto, leading them to the crossroads that eventually held the events of Chain of Memories, though that's where the memories finally fade out as per Naminé's promise a game ago. We now flash back to Roxas' actual past as an organization member, dual-wielding the Oathkeeper and Oblivion Keyblades in a dark city alongside a blindfolded Riku, referencing the secret ending of the first game. Roxas then awakens after a confrontation with Riku, Sora's visage merging over Roxas's briefly. While arriving at the usual spot, Roxas realizes that he is no longer visible to his friends, as their forms pass right through him in data form. Outside, Axel then appears, ready to destroy him if need be, while Roxas attempts to bluff his way into some answers.
I'm not getting turned into a dusk for... Wait a sec. You remember now?
Yeah.
Great! But, you know, gotta make sure and all, so, what's our boss's name? Oh, can't believe this.
The quick scuffle ends before Axel can join in, time stopping as the smooth voice of Diz beckons Roxas to the mansion. Crying out for his friends to no avail, Roxas reaches the locked mansion, before realizing that the Keyblade can undo any lock. A remnant of Sora's original model flashing on screen, which looks pretty out of place with the newer models having used in these remixes. Eventually stumbling upon Naminé's room, Roxas' memory begins to fill in as he sees one of her drawings, showcasing his departure from this so-called Organization 13 to a pleading Axel. Naminé claims that they are nobody searching for the eponymous Kingdom Hearts. Laughing it off in one of the longest sentences in the series, he only wishes to know what's about to become of him, as he's slowly realizing he's lost whatever life he supposedly had. Diz enters claiming Roxas is also a nobody, and that thus forfeits his rights to any answers. Naminé comes in claiming that he won't disappear, despite Roxas not catching the important part of her statement. She disappears as Diz and Ansem warp away.
Here. You'll be whole.
I'll disappear?
Eventually stumbling across a hidden underground laboratory of sorts, where Diz was monitoring Roxas during Sora's restoration, he remembers the other members of Organization 13, including the 6 previously seen in Castle Oblivion in Chain of Memories, himself the 13th member. He apparently betrayed the organization and then had a confrontation with Riku, before being captured by Ansem and Diz, ultimately revealing what the audience has now put together. After realizing he was sent into a digitized version of Twilight Town for almost a week, Roxas summons the Keyblade and lashes out against the machinery, finally fed up with all the subterfuge. Further in, he encounters Axel once more, fully ready to kill his supposed best friend.
You really do remember me this time. I'm so flattered! But you're too late!
A ring of fire surrounds the two as Axel fights unrestrained, resigned to their confrontation. Now wielding 2 Keyblades, the player is given control of a severely upgraded Roxas, with new abilities obvious and subtle applied to this final fight. Roxas can chain a bunch of new combos together, though this is largely left to the player to discover on their own, the newfound fighting style unique to anything the player has access to before. After After dealing enough of a combo on him, Roxas can eventually trigger Overtaker when Axel is thrown into the air, leading to a light-based reaction command in clear light that stuns Axel and leaves him open to even further combos of finishers. If you're fast enough, once Axel jumps back into the firewall, a quick lock-on and finger on the triangle button can trigger Burst Frontier, dodging Axel's counterattack and dealing major damage in the process, the move making for an ace finishing move if you allow it. Axel's fire then burns out, one organization member apparently down as Roxas does recall his friend as he makes him a promise.
Silly. Just because you have a next life.
We near the end of Roxas' journey for answers as he spots Donald and Goofy in familiar-looking white memory pods, before coming face-to-face with Diz in front of a giant one.
At last, the Keyblade's chosen one.
Claiming he's speaking to half of Sora, Diz requires someone from the realm of light and not one from the darkness. His jokes don't land well with Roxas.
Then you should consider yourself a tool at best.
Was that supposed to be a joke? 'Cause I'm not laughing!
After revealing himself to be made of data, safe from any and all of Roxas' attacks, Diz then goads Roxas in front of the giant pod, claiming he should share his anger with Sora, hinting at the slight flanderization our protagonist will somewhat exemplify going forward. In one final defiant attack, the pod then opens up to reveal the end of this elongated and infamous tutorial section, with Roxas' theme song beautifully being played as the game's logo finally appears. There's so much to this infamous prologue that I'm not quite sure where to even begin. As you can see how long I am into this video already, I've barely scratched the surface on the content of this game, and the opening to Kingdom Hearts 2 goes all in on its lore and characters in an attempt to set the mood and tone of this adventure, trying to draw all players in. It's quite admirable that another game would pull a Metal Gear Solid 2 style switch of its protagonist, though this time it's front-loaded as an obvious lead into the main game instead of the other way around. Opinions on Roxas' week have been mixed, from some enjoying the movie-length opening and how it sets up the convoluted whirlwind that is Kingdom Hearts 2, against those who absolutely see this as a 2+ hour tutorial that's filled with overly long cutscenes and characters that they don't care about. I'm not here to tell you how you should feel about this opening, but I can give my own thoughts on it. I do actually enjoy the 2 hours I tend to spend with Roxas here, how the game tries to ease in newer players with a character that's just as confused as they are, while also introducing elements that returning fans can latch onto and speculate on as the opening unfolds. If you're going to do a long-ass tutorial, at least make it interesting for me, and Kingdom Hearts 2 did just that, especially since I did come off of Chain of Memories before originally playing this game myself. It also presents a bunch of story and lore questions, which I'm obviously a fan of, which include but are not limited to: who was Roxas? Who exactly is Diz? Where did Riku go? What happened to Naminé? What is a nobody? Why did Sora's memories take a year to fix themselves? The heck was up with the simulated Twilight Town? Why did Roxas betray the organization? Why can he wield 2 Keyblades? Why is Ansem back? Why did Kyra and everyone forget about Sora? Why did the game take 2 hours to introduce Sora? What exactly is happening? Some of these questions are answered by saying check out Chain of Memories, but if you do know the previous game, then the keen-eyed and attentive player has a major leg up on the newcomer here, as expected. Chain of Memories does a lot to hint at a bunch of things that Roxas' opening week will now have given enough information to grant a few accurate, well-educated guesses, as well as the final 3 Ansem reports in Kingdom Hearts Final Mix, but I'll stay mum on the subjects until the game officially reveals them. I'll throw in my 2 cents every major plot development, but a lot of these questions do have some answers already, and I admit I do have a soft spot for a convoluted story that's tackling a bunch of plot threads at once, yet does give enough clues for some to come to a conclusive answer already, hours before the story officially reveals them. Not everything gets a clear answer in Kingdom Hearts 2, but it does add a whole bunch to the lore and a lot of speculation back when we only had these 3 games to think about. I find the story of a kid who slowly loses normalcy as his life falls apart around him charming in a very somber way, while hinting at the life of a character who apparently had it rough before remembering it did all fall apart for unknown reasons. The seeds are planted, so now let's move on from the end of Roxas' summer vacation and delve into the game properly, this time with full Chain of Memories context and the first games.
You're lucky. Looks like my summer vacation is over.
We return from a whiteout to see Mickey arrive on that ghost train, garbed in the black cloak he and Riku received from Diz at the end of Chain of Memories. Roxas calls out Sora's name, to then hear Donald and Goofy do the same. The memory pod opens up like the giant mechanical flower it is, while the trio reunite after an apparent year-long sleep. When the party can't remember why or how they ended up taking such a long nap, Jiminy cracks open his journal for a familiar message. Outside, the party stretches their legs, Jiminy to remain silent for the remainder of the game. I swear he just disappears and keeps track of the story from here on out. When approaching the now familiar usual spot, Sora has another instance of deja vu, echoing a similar scene in Chain of Memories, one of many hints the story will give the player to piece together. Inside, the gang meet up with the Twilight Town gang of Hayner, Pence, and Olette. The real Hayner seems to have a similar attitude problem, but the other two are more friendly. After a great line I'll pause to let play,
Homework.
they direct the three to the train station, saying that the king had shown up looking for them. Backtracking a bit, the three can run into the Twilight Town Disciplinary Committee, though not much can be done right now. Continuing to the station, the party is attacked by the same white creatures that harassed Roxas, Sora making note of their emblem being peppered throughout Chain of Memories and this game's prologue, which looks curiously like an upside-down Heartless emblem. This is one of those semi-scripted events. You can't actually lose this fight per se, but you also aren't meant to win this either. Typically, the conditions for these handful of hold your ground scenarios are a combination of the following: land around 100 hits, dibble at 30% of your current HP, or last 90 seconds. You're meant to feel Sora's out of practice state, since the reversal reaction command is temporarily gone after probably having gotten used to it during your playtime as Roxas. Also of note, all of Roxas' stats and equipment has transferred over to Sora, so there's no reset of abilities or equipment to occur here, thank goodness. Continuing after the fight, the trio are saved from their rustiness by the king himself, appearing to showcase his Yoda-like mastery over Sora, wielding the Kingdom Key D, inversely colored to Sora's normal Kingdom Key. He gives them a recognizable money pouch, complete with a blue crystal orb inside, and a secret Ansem report too. More on these much later on. Keeping his face covered to all that are involved, and then rushes off in a hurry, much to Donald's dismay. Relieved that seeing the king being okay must equate to Riku also being around and safe, Sora breathes a sigh of relief and mocks his Disney compatriots.
Your face. What do you say, guys? Let's stick together for one more journey.
After Sora takes out the money for the tickets on the purple train, the Twilight Town gang show up to see them off for some unknown reason, Olette noticing the money pouch but keeping it to herself for now. Triggering a lone tear while saying goodbye, the kids pull themselves together as Sora feels a melancholy leaving a town he's almost sure he's never been to, and leaving people he's only just met. Reassuring each other that they'll return later, the train goes off the track to ethereal ones, continuing on its way to destinations unknown. A quick cut to Sunset Hill showcases Axel, Naminé, and Ansem, contemplating on where to go now since they don't exist, as Axel puts it. Naminé and Axel express desires to meet someone, likely sharing the same goal, while Axel asks for Ansem to let them go, despite being sent here to eliminate them both. Ansem looks the other way on the matter, claiming he owes them both for Castle Oblivion, any returning player of Chain of Memories being telegraphed loud and clear, and a probably very accurate and true hypothesis here. The train arrives and disappears in front of the tower, adorned with familiar moons and stars to any Disney fan. Approaching the door reveals a Nomura-outfitted Pete, letting slip through expository dialogue that he's been gathering an army of Heartless from Maleficent for the better part of countless years, explaining his prior absence in the first game. Donald and Goofy express surprise as the former steamboat captain's appearance, as he was apparently banished by the king years ago to an alternate dimension. That's kinda hardcore. He's apparently here to turn the Master of the Tower into a Heartless as a personal bodyguard, while expressing that Maleficent's both extremely powerful and yet quickly recalls that she was also done in. Learning that it was due to their heroes here, or confirming it's kind of vague, Pete summons a bunch of shadows, Sora smiling at the familiar enemy. The fight ends as quickly as it begins, Sora no longer hindered by a year's worth of inactivity, as they learn that this is none other than Master Yen Sid's tower. Explaining to Sora that the sorcerer was the king's teacher, they rush inside, leaving a speechless Pete at how quickly they abandoned him as any sort of threat. What follows is a very simple climb of 3 rows of stairs, stopping at 2 rooms along the way to reintroduce mandatory event encounters and Soldier Heartless, including abusing their own move as a reaction command known as Cyclone, which is very satisfying as you can bait them into triggering it for you by attacking them directly. Worried at how many Heartless are still around despite their sealing of the door to darkness at the end of the first game, the trio arrive at the top of the tower in front of Yen Sid himself of Fantasia fame. We are now presented to a bunch of exposition to ensure newcomers know the basics and confirm a mystery or 3, so I might as well get all of this out of the way here with an early lore session. It is explained to Sora, Donald, and Goofy that while the king is on his own mission behind the scenes, it's up to Yen Sid to fill them in on the current predicament the worlds now face. While Sora wanted to find Riku and return home, he is informed by the sorcerer that Sora is needed once again, as he is the key that connects everything. Since he will help determine if they all earn a happy ending this time around, the sorcerer reiterates that he is the chosen wielder of the Keyblade that will open the door to light, echoing the words that bookmarked the first game. The Heartless were indeed limited in their attempted invasion into the Realm of Light, so Sora's previous mission of locking up the various keyholes and preventing other worlds from being consumed by darkness, and preventing their mass expulsion from the Realm of Darkness, was still a necessary action. While he did seal up the door to darkness alongside the king on the other side, the Heartless are still darkness made real, and as long as there remains darkness in even a single heart, it will be nigh impossible to fully rid themselves of the creatures. Goofy suggests that were everyone's heart filled with light, they'd have a chance to eliminate the Heartless for good. What an optimistic thought. Stay positive, Goofy. Yen Sid goes on to reiterate that Heartless are born when someone loses their heart or yields to the darkness within it, alongside the various emblem Heartless that were created from Ansem's machine, as detailed in the Ansem reports in the previous game. This time around, the game officially reveals a growing second threat, these so-called nobodies that have been name-dropped sporadically throughout the series at this point. Kingdom Hearts Final Mix's final 3 Ansem reports vaguely describe the entities as the word was thrown around throughout the organization in Chain of Memories. As a bit of a refresher, the constitution of a somebody in the Kingdom Hearts universe consists of 3 main elements: a heart, a soul, and a body. There are other factors that tie in with these elements, but as far as this universe is concerned, you need all 3 of these to be considered a person, as well as defining what life is. The first game focused on hearts, so it's natural Kingdom Hearts 2 would deal with the body. When a person with a strong-willed heart is turned into a Heartless, their body reanimates with a will of its own. Since the heart leaves the body, a person's soul will remain in that body, and thus a nobody is formed if the heart is strong enough. The stronger the heart, the more powerful the nobody created. The main type of nobodies seen during Roxas' section are known as Dusks, which comprise the majority of nobodies created. There are a weaker form in Creepers, but most will be these creepy zipper ones, with the odd exception like Marluxia's Reaper-style familiar in Chain of Memories, and the boss Roxas fought during the dive into the heart, which was known as Twilight Town. Otherwise, the major exception on nobodies are what we now know as Organization 13, which is made up of stronger nobodies that control the lesser variants. They are the previously mentioned empty shells hints from the previous games, and they have been the majority of the entities of these stylish black coats behind the scenes thus far. The organization are very human in appearance, even though they are indistinguishable from normal people otherwise. They act as the conceptual opposite of Heartless, where the bestial black creatures run on instinct to gather hearts while being made from them, while their white counterparts are sentient bodies without hearts that can think on their own volition, as seen by the very existence of forming an organization. The main conceit is that because they lack hearts, they don't really have feelings and thus no real emotions. Yen Sid claims they pretend to have emotions, as anyone paying attention to the previous game will attest to, that they very much acted like any other person. Axel has displayed a wider range of emotions from cold-blooded killer to genuine sadness and anger now. Larxene was a great asatistic witch, while Marluxia displayed duplicitous and lethal intent behind a cruel smile. So if you confuse that Vexen, Lexius, and Zexion all display genuine fear and regret when dying, don't worry, you are not alone on this. More of this will be touched upon later, but for now you'll just need to understand what the game means when they say nobodies don't truly exist. This universe simply doesn't recognize beings without hearts as truly being somebodies, which is my term for a person in case anyone is curious where I'm pulling this from. The game simply referred to this as being a person or human, but for my purposes, they're synonymous. Yensid elaborates that the king has been on a mission to discover what Organization 13 and the Nobodies are after while also dealing with the Heartless threat. Knowing the state of the Realm of Light, the party decides Sora needs new clothes, as he's woefully outgrown his old red getup. The three good fairies Flora, Fauna, and Merryweather of Sleeping Beauty give him his new black outfit, a magical set of garments better suited to fit Sora's needs as he sees fit and unlocks more of his innate powers. I'm a big fan of this look in particular, but I get the feeling that the Mora never was. Anecdotal, yes, but I'll be bringing this up in future videos because these are my videos and I can say my piece on these matters whenever I want. More on what Sora's clothing has unlocked gameplay-wise soon enough, since Final Mix also introduces an explorative minigame in the form of Puzzle, where crown-shaped emblems are dotted around the game that Sora can collect as puzzle pieces to some official artwork. Completing these will unlock freebies, and is something that will last the majority of the game, so we'll return to this briefly later on. Yensid then summons the Gummi Ship, a move that briefly made my heart skip for a moment of pure dread. If you aren't aware, I was never a big fan of the Gummi Ship sections in the original game, as I found it to be a poor man's Star Fox that, while giving the player a surprising amount of freedom and was decently fleshed out at the time, I found the addition to be mostly useless tat, as I never liked spending time on the system since it had horrendous pop-in, and genuinely felt out of place for me in the action-based JRPG I was actually here for. Luckily, the developers have completely reworked how the Gummi Ships work in this game, much to my surprise, as I actually do find them fun this time around. I will address them much later on, but know that I don't hate these sections now. They actually are kind of nice interludes between the main worlds this time around, and they don't dictate how you move forward or waste your time in this installment. The lore-based reasoning is as follows. Because of their triumph in the first game, the original paths to each world are now gone since they rebuilt each of these worlds' invisible walls, rendering Gummi Ships somewhat useless. As such, Keyblade wielders have an alternate method of travel. The king has confirmed that the worlds themselves have their own pathways accessed through what are known as gates. The Keyblade can sense when these gates are connected to another nearby world, as worlds in this universe have hearts of their own, thus everything is connected for Keyblade wielders. Lucky, as the party leaves to the one world they have access to, the three fairies are visited by Diablo, Maleficent's raven. The Dark Fairy is then resurrected once the Good Fairy trio remembers her name, something that was briefly touched upon in Chain of Memories as Ansem was regaining enough strength to return the more Riku remembered the antagonist's existence. Turns out when Maleficent died, she was more akin to being asleep in the realm of darkness, and thus could not return of her own will otherwise. This aspect is another vaguely defined element at present, so for now just accept that the main Disney villain is back. So many plot threads and we've only just begun. Once the trio land in Hollow Bastion, they run into some familiar faces and even some NPCs to give the illusion of an actual town, how about that? Huey, Dewey, and Louie are now residing in Hollow Bastion alongside their Uncle Scrooge, who had also spent the last few years traveling with the king previously to set up a traffic system between the worlds. He is now here in Hollow Bastion trying to remember a hit ice cream flavor to become even more filthy stinking rich with little success thus far. Moogles have also returned, this time via a mostly holographic vendor system. They now appear in various worlds, often near save points, which makes synthesis much less time consuming than it was before. In-universe, they've mostly switched to holograms because too many customers were petting their pom-poms. Can't blame either side on this one. As the heroes move from the marketplace to the burrow, they are ambushed by Heartless after meeting up with Yuffie. One of the differences in Hollow Bastion this time around is the implementation of claymores, the town's defense mechanism. This boost will assist players, making sure you don't have too much trouble if you're still getting your bearings here. Reuniting in Merlin's house, the party learns that everyone had forgotten them for the better part of the last year. Leon, Sid, Aerith, everyone recently remembered them just out of the blue. After a quick reunion, the Final Fantasy crew reveal they haven't seen Riku or the King lately, but they also request assistance with the massive Heartless problem they are now facing. Before checking out the issue properly at the Bailey, they are handed membership cards to officiate their induction into the Hollow Bastion Restoration Committee as honorary members. What a mouthful. It's cute they're designed like Disney theme park passes, since I live for little details like this. Merlin then shows up to help Sora relearn his magic, as a year of scrambled memories has led him to forgetting his previous spells, gaining Blizzard on his way out. Magic has been reworked, but I'll save that for its own dedicated section later on. Leon then shows the trio thousands of Heartless congregating underneath the other side of Hollow Bastion, known as Villain's Veil, where Pete has returned to see if Maleficent truly was defeated. I can't tell if this is a minor inconsistency or not, as Pete initially was hyping up the villain, to then blame them for killing her, only to then show up back here to check if she actually died. I don't know, you got me on this one. As they witness some nobodies across the perimeter of the Heartless Horde, Sora fills Leon in on the current predicament of Pete's control of various Heartless and the threat Organization 13 now poses.
Guys in charge too.
You called?
You're doing well.
Who's that?
This calls for a celebration.
A set-piece battle ensues as nobodies attempt to attack the gate leading to the civilian homes. Sora is aided by Leon here as he must prevent the gate's own gauge from depleting by eliminating all the Heartless that approach. Claymores will help you on this one, alongside Leon being a pretty decent attacker, as Donald and Goofy go on and help somewhere else. Blizzard is now a simple way to deal long-range damage and keep away from the newer samurai nobody attacks, which will severely cut down Sora if you aren't careful on Proud and Critical. Stay calm, use potions if necessary, and eventually the final cutscene to establish the game's narrative will play. Organization 13 themselves show up to taunt the Keyblade wielder, the 6 figures warping out of the scene as quickly as they appeared. As Donald prepares to give chase, one of them stays behind, a cool customer with some unique nicknames. This not-so-any-old dude is admittedly one of my favorite organization members, so color me biased on this one. He continues to speak what seems to be nonsense to Sora, though we all know better by this point.
Remind you how tough the crowd you're dealing with really is.
Remind me?
That's right! Used to give me that same exact look.
I guess you think you can psych me out by saying really random stuff.
Gee, I just don't know.
The game then reveals how gates work. An important item from each world will eventually radiate with a bright light, the Keyblade able to summon forth that world's gate, which then unlocks a new path forward to other worlds, reconnecting them for easy access. The Heartless and Nobodies use what are now called Corridors of Darkness, as Yensid speculates that they are also linking their darkness-filled portals to these gates to invade other worlds. With the plot firmly in motion and stakes being set for our heroes, they set off on the Gummi Ship to return later, adventure calling them forth. Back in the round room, the organization shares their thoughts after viewing the Keyblade wielder. The 6 essentially decide to let Sora begin his adventure and largely not interfere with him as long as he still operates within their plans. Of note is how Axel is not included in the current total, as any newcomer jumping into Kingdom Hearts 2 with no knowledge of Chain of Memories will be at a loss to explain why they're even called Organization 13 if there aren't even 13 members around anymore. As a refresher, at least 5 of the members are super dead, while 2 are currently MIA as far as the story is concerned, leaving the remaining 6 you see here. Regardless, the stage is now set for the normal Kingdom Hearts thing to occur, so let's continue on our merry way to the first Disney World. As usual, I am boring and will follow the level suggestions since you do have a choice between 2 worlds at this point in the game, but I'm boring, so let's get out of the way now. Once the heroes touch down, they run across the eponymous Mulan disguising herself as Ping, as this is one of those abridged takes on the source film type of worlds. Sora and Donald see Mushu's shadow and assume it's a Heartless, while Goofy continues the trend of being the wise sage character. They recognize each other as Mushu was a summon gem in the first Kingdom Hearts, and decide to help pay back Mushu's help by returning the favor here. And since censorship is weird, here's something I'm glad they kept in. To prove their worth alongside Ping, they are given 3 various missions to destroy Heartless around the camp, introducing a morale meter that will be very important coming up. Nothing too complicated as it's still a good warm-up, though it's severely lacking one of the best songs in the film here. Training montages live and die by their songs, and I'll Make a Man Out of You would have really made the segment fantastic, but that is my Disney bias showing here, and it's really a nitpick. This isn't a real complaint. The first 3 exercises are warm-ups for the actual clearing of the mountain trail. This is more of a challenge on higher difficulties, as the Nightwalker and especially Assault Rider Heartless can really tear into Sora. Potions are your friend in the early game without cure, so be efficient and calm. The morale meter isn't a worry if you stay out of harm's way. Later on, after reaching the village, the party will eventually go into a local cave with the intent on defeating Shan Yu, the local villain and leader of a Hun/Heartless army. Eventually trapped, Sora is left with Ping to fend off a wave of Heartless, making you appreciate how much weight you are actually pulling here, since Ping is next to useless as a party member. Incidentally, Kingdom Hearts 2 also adds a party menu option, meaning you can now switch between your maximum 3 AI party members in the field without being tied to a save point, and that is definite progress. This does mean I tend to use the Disney characters more often now, since an easy switch is just a few seconds away if you can multitask on the menu. Also improved is how you can hold L2 to lock the camera in place and move the menu selection with the right stick, which allows you to keep Sora moving and not take your thumb off the left stick to mess with the D-pad if you prefer. It's a pretty neat system. After the village burns down similar to the film, the party goes up to the summit, which leaves Sora in a solo event where he's meant to last a minute against a massive swarm of rapid thruster Heartless dotted with a few bolt towers. While this seems intimidating, the bolt towers are the only real threat here, and if you wish you can simply keep running away until time expires. Regardless of your choice, the avalanche scene transpires leading to the assumed death of Shan Yu, eventually leading to Mushu revealing that Ping is indeed a woman, with the usual third act thing of the protagonist going through their lowest low before the climax. The goal is then to head to the Imperial City to warn the Emperor of the revised Shan Yu, and the increased threat he possesses now that he's clearly not human. The biggest boost here is that Ping is replaced by Mulan, who is a much more capable party member. This is also where limits were unlocked for me, which any fan of Final Fantasy will instantly recognize. In exchange for all of Sora's magic points, he can trigger any available limit as long as the requisite party member isn't KO'd. Mulan's Limit Dragon Blaze is a pretty wide-reaching and effective attack, as Sora is invincible during limits, which he can strategically use when in a pinch here before Cure is available. Mulan otherwise has access to her Mushu Flare and Flaying Tongue abilities, all fire-based attacks that has Mulan holding her own from here on out. Funny what staying true to your heart can do in this series. When they arrive at the Imperial Plaza, the low morale of Shang's nameless army troops are then transformed into Heartless, leaving Sora and company to hold them off as Shang protects the Emperor from Shan Yu. After a brief scuffle, it's then up to the player to battle Shan Yu directly as a boss, alongside his falcon, Hayabusa. The bird will be a minor annoyance since he can dive bomb you and leave you open to attack, but focusing on Shan Yu will pretty much nullify his familiar's interference. The one catch to this fight is again protecting the main gate into the palace, as Shan Yu will constantly summon Heartless to attack the door, though your party can do a decent job of being distractions as well as careful use of Dragon Blaze. You also have a chance of triggering a duel with Shan Yu occasionally, and can push him back to open the takedown if you mash triangle. Coupled with Valor Form, and I'll deal with Drive Forms much later on, you have many options to overpower the Disney villain here and win the day. With the Emperor himself bowing to China's bravest woman, the party then wishes them well, leaving with their increased HP and unlocking the world's gate via Shan Yu's sword. Sora also gains the Hidden Dragon keychain, finally adding to your selection of equipable keychains in battle beyond the one you gained at Yen Sid's. Next up was Beast Castle for me, even though you again have a selection of 2 worlds if you wish. The party recognizes his roar, but not before running across the enchanted rose from Beauty and the Beast. They're briefly attacked by shadows, which eventually gives way to the Beast showing up, throwing his old allies aside as he takes the rose and leaves. Exploring the castle more has them reuniting with the Princess of Heart, Belle, as she fills them in on the Beast's less than sociable attitude lately. Leading them to the West Hall, the party is greeted by a magical wardrobe with an insultingly easy minigame of sorts that isn't worth my time mentioning beyond the sentence. Once inside, they enter the dungeons where the castle servants are apparently locked up. As they approach the door, it comes to life as Possessor Heartless take control of the door and keep it locked, leading to a mini-boss fight of sorts. Thresholder can hit very fast and hard when trying to attack it, so the optimal strategy is using the local Hook Bat's Batcry reaction command to get in some hits while being invulnerable, since Thresholder's reach is pretty massive for Sora's limited movement options this stage in the game. Once damaged enough, Sora can initiate Release, which reveals the Possessor's true form to wail away on at least twice to secure a win. The character discovered the gimmick of the servants being enchanted into various objects throughout the castle, with a brief recap of the Beast being a prince and being cursed as an 11-year-old for judging people on appearance. It's a good story, and they then decide to go check up on the castle and the Beast himself. A calmer set piece follows in which Sora must lead Lumiere and Mrs. Potts to various darkness-enchanted torches, required to open up a passage through the castle instead of just walking back the way they came. Sora must clear the path while also not charging too far ahead, leading Mrs. Potts to both douse the dark flames as well as backtracking a bit to restore Cogsworth. It's harmless and fills up the non-combat section of this world decently enough. Once reaching Beast, we witness organization member Zaldin mentally assaulting him. he has twisted the prince's mind enough to require Sora to knock some sense back into him. It's a quick encounter utilizing Cogsworth's Wake Up reaction command to stun Beast enough times to get a few hits on him, eventually culminating in a charge to Wake Up to finally snap him out of his anger. Goofy suggests that Beast had sent the servants into the dungeon to protect them from himself. They then decide to accompany the Beast to help him and Belle make up. Beast remains a decent party member here, his attacks fast and powerful enough to knock foes around with ease, and his Howling Mood limit can sweep a room of Heartless like nobody's business. They reach Belle's room to find her missing and calling for help in the ballroom as a boss fight ensues. Shadowstalker is the opponent this time, a massive pureblood possessor type Heartless that can take advantage of the ballroom, including using its surrounding pillars, chandelier, windows, and floor to attack the party. It telegraphs its moves pretty well, so if the fight seems simple, that's because it's not even its final form. It will unchain itself into the much more ferocious Dark Thorn and present a true fight now. It can turn invisible and thus be difficult to hit, but once you do, Sora can access Step Vault to trigger a series of reaction commands to call down the chandelier and remove its stealth. While clearly exposed and open to Valor Form and or Beast's limit, it can grab Sora and attempt to throw him across the arena. If you're quick, you can trigger the Slingshot reaction command and turn the tables on Dark Thorn, which I may add makes for a pretty ace finisher. The party then fills in the Beast, as well as reiterating to the audience on what the organization's goal was here.
When a strong-hearted person turns into a Heartless, a nobody is created too. See, the organization, they've got control of all the nobodies.
That's right. And they were gonna make you into a Heartless. That way they could get that nobody of yours and have control over it.
The rose acts as both an enchanted timer for Beauty and Beast, while also functioning as the catalyst for the world's gate, Sora hoping that they can break the curse and live happily ever after soon. He gets access to the ever-vital Cure spell here as they return to the Gummi Ship, but not before a quick interlude to reintroduce a familiar minigame world, which I will again return to later. Moving on to the easternmost world, the trio land in Olympus Coliseum, though it doesn't look like it at first glance. Landing in the underworld, the junior heroes decide to assist the local damsel in distress with asking Hades to tone down the beasties he keeps sending Hercules to fight in the Coliseum. While on their way down, they spot an organization member skulking around, yet he doesn't stick around long enough to get any information about his intentions.
Okay.
Spotting an absent silhouette, the party continues forward towards the plot. Pete is then seen discussing Hades' issues and attempting to take down Hercules, and actually inadvertently suggests sending someone who can't properly die. Summoning Auron, the coolest character from Final Fantasy X, the Lord of the Dead underestimates the Guardians' unwillingness to cooperate as Sora and company enter Hades' lair. Realizing their strength is being sapped by the underworld making Hades virtually invincible on his home turf, the protagonists decide to run off and see if Hercules has any ideas above ground. The game then proceeds to backtrack through the Valley of the Dead with Hades in pursuit and summoning Heartless. The party is blocked 3 times and can only proceed once the Heartless are defeated. Ignore Hades when possible, as he and the Heartless can easily corner Sora on Proud and Critical. The constant healing Donald and Auron can provide not always being able to keep up with the reckless damage taken in mobs this early in the game. After introducing themselves and getting a brief glimpse that this may actually be the same character from his source Final Fantasy for once, Auron officially joins as a guest, and his moves are pretty useful overall. His Divider attack is good at keeping enemies at bay while providing additional healing alongside Donald as previously mentioned. His Limit Overdrive is an alternating combo attack with Sora that serves as a decent and vulnerable crowd control measure, if you need a breather or just want to avoid a bothersome attack or 3. As the protagonists almost reach the underworld entrance, Sora stays behind to fight with Auron in holding off Cerberus, Hades' 3-headed dog he decided to sick on the heroes after running off from him. What results is a mid-boss against a familiar foe from Kingdom Hearts, albeit more action-oriented as most of Kingdom Hearts 2's battles tend to be. While Cure as a must-have makes this way more doable, there is very little room for error on Proud and especially Critical, where all your HP bonuses are halved and will become more apparent as the game progresses compared to the other modes. While you can block Cerberus' slow homing fireballs, my Sora was able to withstand maybe 2 or 3 attacks before reaching critical health. Auron can do what he can, but healing costs him virtually all his MP as it does yours, so it's not hard to assume that this boss can put you through the ringer if you aren't prepared or don't know its attack patterns. Luckily, this is where I was able to show off a new life-saving mechanic. In 10 specific boss fights in Kingdom Hearts 2, none other than the King has a chance to show up and assist Sora if he's KO'd, Cerberus being the 4th opportunity here after Shan Yu, Thresholder, and Dark Thorn prior. If you select I Won't Give Up on Defeat, this universe's equivalent of Master Yoda leaps in as you temporarily control the Disney mascot. Mickey is fast and small, with wide sweeping attacks and major airtime to his basic attack combos. You can use his MP bar to cast Pearl, a homing ball of light that can be cast at a safe distance. His drive gauge begins at 0 and it can be filled up by using his reaction command, Decharge, which increases if his MP is also recovering. If he's able to max out his drive gauge at 3, he can access Healing Light, a move which fully restores Sora's HP, MP, and drive gauge and resumes the battle. If defeated beforehand, Mickey simply throws Sora a high potion, recovering half his HP but leaving his MP and drive gauge alone. Some may be asking, why not defeat the boss as Mickey then if he's so powerful? Well, now's the time to explain how boss fights work in Kingdom Hearts 2. Boss fights can only be defeated with finishers, something not explicitly stated in-game. These are usually the powerful end of a basic combo, and abilities that trigger contextually at the end of these combos, such as finishing leap, explosion, and guard break. Other moves also act as finishers. Offensive magic is an easy way to finish a boss without winding up through a combo, so Thunder is usually my go-to if I'm down to the wire or far away. Upper Slash is another one of my go-tos, triggered by pressing square during a combo, once learned, that launches most enemies into the air to extend a combo, and string more attacks that add up to a finisher's power, which is usually more worth your time than simply spamming finishers repeatedly, since bosses now have retaliation thresholds that will punish overly aggressive players, more easily seen on Proud and Critical. As such, party members and Mickey do not possess finishing moves on their own, requiring the player to explicitly finish off these opponents in some way, be it their own finishers, magic, or limits, but this doesn't stop a player from using Mickey to whittle down a boss's HP until it only has a sliver remaining, for Sora to then easily and quickly finish off once he returns. The King tends to show up on the fights I assume the player would have the most difficulty in, plus it doubles as the King keeping an eye on Sora even though he's doing his own thing throughout the game. Eventually Cerberus will go down, nab the dog paddle reaction command for a satisfying finish to this fight. As they make their way up to Olympus, Pete confirms that the Keyblade is able to open any lock, something Hades wishes to use to unlock the Underworld's own Coliseum that Zeus previously sealed up. Reiterating that the Keyblade is almost impossible to remove from Sora's possession, Hades hatches a plan as the heroes meet back up with Hercules and Phil for some quick training for old time's sake. Nothing too complicated here. The solution the demigod comes up with is the Olympus Stone, a MacGuffin that lifts the curse of the underworld the heroes are suffering under. In practice, it simply locks up the drive gauge, preventing the use of Valor Form and summons, so there's no abusing either until it's gotten back from a thief dressed in black, meaning the organization member they ran across earlier. Hades confirms he's kidnapped Meg, orchestrating an event to keep Herc above ground against the Hydra, intending to lure Sora down there instead. Further inside, the party runs across the unhooded member later known as Demyx and Jiminy's Journal, something I believe is more of a lore-based thing, but regardless, who is a slacker who'd rather not fight, addressing Sora as Roxas to the teen's confusion. He reveals he indeed has stolen the Olympus Stone, and the party engage in a quick minigame of sorts. Instead of finding Demyx directly, he summons various water clones that are easy enough to defeat through either magic or their Wild Dance reaction command. This event is timed, but unless you're really distracted or unfocused, it shouldn't be much of an issue. Demyx then disappears from the sitar-playing distraction and leaves the party with the stone, the drive gauge freed up for usage in the underworld from here on out. Before leaving completely, Demyx returns to elaborate slightly on the absent silhouette that they ran into earlier. This is essentially a way to fight every organization member, specifically the 5 that were slain in Chain of Memories that the party no longer remembers, though they're better saved for later on when you've got way more combat options. Unlocking a stone with both Mega's visage alongside a keyhole, Sora unlocks the path to Hades, who thanks them and leaves them in the hands of Pete and his Heartless. This is a 2-stage confrontation, the first with Meg needing protection from the antagonist until Pegasus can sweep her out of the area. The second phase has Hercules joining with Sora, his demigod powers able to offer added protection in the form of Aura Guard against Pete's attacks, in particular a giant boulder that otherwise deals massive damage if hit by it, though a well-timed Batcry will do just as well at avoiding damage while attacking yourself. The party then returns to the surface to see the Hydra wreaking havoc, left alive in Herc's rushed attempt to join Sora and rescue Meg. The real boss fight now occurs against the Hydra, our normal watch the telegraph moves of a giant foe, dealing with smacking its head around while avoiding its wide-sweeping tail whips and occasional magic bolts that increase in frequency as the fight progresses. Eventually Vanquish will present itself as the Hydra lives up to its name and sprouts 3 heads instead. Phil will utter his infamous line here until you heed his command, leading to the Phil 1-2 Urninator combo. Agrabah, which stuns all 3 heads for a few free seconds of uninterrupted destruction. Once these 3 are also vanquished, the Hydra sprouts 7 heads in total that can be countered with Pegasus Run once you dodge a bit. There's no timer required here, and thus it's more akin to a cinematic finisher for dealing with the actual meat of the fight. Mash triangle to win. While Hercules is demoralized and the Coliseum is left in ruins, everyone else is optimistic at a chance for Herc to finally take a break for once, the Olympus Stone revealing itself to be this gate's catalyst. Being rewarded with the Hero's Crest keychain, one of the more useful ones overall, the party returns to the Gummi Ship to whatever the worlds have directed them towards next. Back at Thillen's Vale, Maleficent is filled in by Pete on the goings-on since she's been out of the game the last year, about the organization's increased presence and Sora's return. Meanwhile, Queen Minnie is informed by Chip and Dale at Disney Castle about dark thorns appearing inside the castle, the Monarch sending out a distress call that summons the trio to the castle in the middle of the map. Arriving at the castle via the Gummi Ship hangar, they find the courtyard swarming with Heartless, eventually leading them to the library where Queen Minnie has holed herself up in. The trio spends a bit of time introducing Minnie to Sora and the goings-on, Donald and Goofy leaving Sora to guard the Queen as they clear the rest of the castle of Heartless and warn the other inhabitants. Sora must now escort the Queen to the audience chamber by occasionally calling her over and instructing her to use Faith if you want her to summon a column of light to blast all the Heartless away from her. It's as easy or as difficult as you want this to be, made only slightly more engaging in the audience chamber itself with a large number of bolt towers. Eventually the duo reach the Hall of the Cornerstone, which houses the eponymous Cornerstone of Light. It's a magical device that kept the castle protected from evil, hence why Heartless appearing in the castle alone was such a surprise for the Disney characters. Maleficent quickly reveals herself to be behind this plot, since she is out on a property adventure, but more befitting her desire to rule over every world by simultaneously getting rid of the light-filled Disney castle.
What a hack.
Discarding Hollow Bastion, the Dark Fairy seeks a more grand castle as she plots world domination, Disney Castle a promising prospect. Seeking help from Merlin, the 3 reach out to him, warping back as Merlin deduces what Maleficent is scheming. Summoning up a special door, the trio walk into Timeless River, a fan-servicey world of black and white inspired by classic Disney cartoons, complete with a visual makeover for the trio and audio scratches and skips included, even to the point where the sound switches to monaural. It takes a little while, but the characters eventually realize that they're in the past before Disney Castle was built.
Deja vu?
Through some convenient and literal windows to the past/present, the heroes witness the current Pete inadvertently summoning a similar door to the past in an effort to relive those glory days. Once discovered, Maleficent plans on using this opportunity to steal the Cornerstone of Light and prevent Disney Castle from ever forming, hence the Back to the Future style changing of the present as Maleficent's interference is at work. I personally love this world. Its change of pace, tone, and style is very much appreciated, similar to how Atlantica and Halloween Town switches up how your characters look, that I wish this happened more often in the series, knowing full well that this type of commitment it takes to blend everything together like this, or completely changing it up, to be done for every world is a lot of work. But if any series and company can afford to pull off such changes, major and minor, it's Kingdom Hearts and Squeenix. While you can explore around the hill and surrounding river, the main meat of the world lies in its 4 windows representing 4 Disney cartoons. Building a Building, Gulliver Mickey, Mickey's Fire Brigade, and Mickey's Orphans. Each shows a young Mickey Mouse running around in his more mischievous days while being harassed by various Heartless, and a part of Maleficent and Pete's plans are revealed before and after completing one. Earlier the party dealt with the steamboat captain Pete thinking it was the current Pete, and the resulting boss fight deals with the retro Pete teaming up with the heroes to thwart the malevolent Pete as he steals the Cornerstone and plans on getting away, somehow, on his own steamboat? I don't know either. I think it was all for just nostalgic purposes, really. The first battle begins on the waterway, parrying junk Pete throws on the river that eventually causes him to be stunned with the steamboat accessible via a reaction command. Careful timing can leave Sora on the crane the entire time for a simple fight, but it's not hard to clear the first phase whatsoever. The second half of this fight is held next door at the wharf to leave through his own time-traveling doorway. The party catching up to Pete, beating up his younger self. This fight's quick and hectic, beginning on the wharf, but after reaching certain thresholds, Pete changes the arena's scene style to better reflect the 4 cartoons the windows warped the party in before. It keeps the fight lively and moving, plus the better loading times on the 2.5 HD remix version really does make this flow better in general, while the PS3 version can sometimes really chug loading between certain scenes, mid-cutscene, and especially in gameplay, like when you trigger forms, so keep that in mind if you aren't playing the PS4 version, or an incentive to upgrade to the PS4 version. Otherwise, Pete acts pretty much identically to his earlier appearances in Olympus, so enjoy the swift-moving chaos while it lasts. They celebrate with classic Pete and Silent Mickey by taking a ride on the ship Steamboat Willie style. Once returning to the present, the Queen is relieved to see that all is back to normal. The cornerstone reveals this world's gate, the party is wished good luck, and the player is rewarded with Wisdom Form and the monochrome keychain for completing half of the world map. Things are definitely looking up for this briskly paced sequel. Those familiar with Kingdom Hearts 2 will realize I'm also skipping a second episodic world for the time being, and I will save that for later to keep this video positive for now, and move on to the second half of Disney Worlds.
Daisy, we need Donald for just a little longer.
How much longer?
Well...
I'll be back soon, Daisy.
Don't you worry, Queen Minnie. We'll return.
Please tell the king that we're still looking for him.
I will. See you soon.
Think wisely.
Continuing onwards to Port Royal, one of this game's surprise worlds next to Timeless River and an upcoming location, Sora, Donald, and Goofy couldn't look more out of place here. The attempts to adapt Pirates of the Caribbean are admirable, especially for PS2 level hardware. This is a pretty decent retelling of Curse of the Black Pearl, beginning with the pillaging of the town that kicks off the arrival of Barbossa and his pirates. The main gimmick here is that they're undead skeletal murderers hoping to recover the last of the cursed Aztec treasure that left them in this limbo, and as such can only be harmed while in the moonlight. Pete warns them that they should stay away from Sora and company because they're from different worlds, and their magic doesn't quite jive with the stuff here in this alternate Caribbean setting, leading the gameplay to fall into a lure them into certain sections to defeat them sort of thing that doesn't quite gel with me and my fighting style, but it's not terrible, it's just different. It's simply time-consuming, and at least it's some attempt to vary up the mash X, sometimes triangle, to win combat you'll be experiencing in this game by this point. Along the way, they run across the protagonists of the first film, Will Turner and Elizabeth Swann, and I'm going to take the opportunity to say that while Kingdom Hearts 2 does a great job with their expanded budget, with all the official and current voices they got here for new and returning characters alike, not everyone returned from the first game. If you're just as attentive as I am with voices on rolls, then you'll have noticed by now that characters like Ansem and most of the Final Fantasy crew aren't the same as in the first game. This is mostly a side effect from hiring bigger named actors for the roles back in 2002, without thinking about how available they'd be further down the line if the game turned into a successful series. Most of the changes are fine. Leon, Aerith, and Yuffie's voice actors were fine in the first game, but their established actors they now have are perfectly acceptable and some arguably better. Some of them share their actors with the Final Fantasy VII film Advent Children, which released a year prior to this game in Japan, which is why half of the characters changed into darker outfits to better match that film. Some actors like Ansem changed because they chose Billy Zane, and he honestly did a fantastic job with the limited screen time he received in the first game. Richard Epcar is also a fine voice actor to replace him, since I've grown up on his Bato from Ghost in the Shell for years, so I admit the change wasn't too difficult to adjust to me here, but I do fall into the camp that Billy Zane actually did a really great job giving the supreme darkness, semi-cliche villain of the first game some gravitas he otherwise wouldn't have gotten. Other characters were given voices here that otherwise have been lost in subsequent releases, such as Brittany Snow's Naminé and especially Sir Christopher Lee's take on Diz, rest in peace. The replacements are fine, though I feel more for the lack of Christopher Lee here since he's a legend at this point, and there will be bigger name voice actors to fill in more key roles in the future, but this does bring me back to Port Royal here. The Pirates films, specifically the first three, have a very special place in my heart, and the lack of convincing doubles here is really glaring to me personally. It makes sense why they couldn't secure them all, since they are really big actors at the time, and when the game was released, they were actively shooting between the second and third Pirates films, with Dead Man's Chest set to release months later, at least internationally. Still, the closer we get to current films and properties, the easier it is for me to get sucked out just a little at voice changes like this, especially when the actors are still around and alive. It's a nitpick to be sure, but bless his heart, James Arnold Taylor does try his best at imitating Johnny Depp here, and I don't think it quite lands. You be the judge, but I do believe the voices for Will and Elizabeth are at least jarring to me. Barbossa's fine to be honest, but anyone who loves the first film knows how perfect Jeffrey Rush was as Barbossa. Sorry for this interlude, I'll return back to gameplay now. The Cheer help defeat the Heartless that have shown up in the town and are then set off to rescue Elizabeth, who has been taken by the pirates thanks to her having the final medallion they need to break their curse. They obviously meet up with the breakout character of the series, Jack Sparrow, who becomes the obvious guest party member of this world. With an axe to grind and a desire to get his ship back, the pirate allows the heroes to join thanks to Will's surname of Turner. No doubt the name of his father, eh? The world is divided into Port Royal, the Interceptor, and the Isla de Muerta, with many of the more important cutscenes from the film in between. Once on the island, the film's protagonists make the three interlopers wait ashore while they go off for the damsel in distress, eventually leading them to a hold-off encounter before getting boarded for another battle. Magic remains useful against the pirates, but it also causes them to behave very differently, so use this to your advantage more so than I can, since I can't depend on Donald listening to me while also luring the pirates out into the moonlight. Can anyone really depend on Donald 100% though? At least He's a Pirate plays triumphantly for the most fights here, and that really does help with immersion, since that piece makes everything more epic. Once you play Keep Away with the pirates and witness some minor censorship, another minigame battle of sorts occurs as the result of Parley being invoked, and through slippery word usage they have set burning barrels of gunpowder set to blow up on the Interceptor. The player's left with infinitely spawning Heartless until you knock all 5 off of the ship, the difficulty increasing as you summon more Heartless as you near your goal. I tend to use this to grind a little bit since I find it kind of fun, but this is as long or as short as you want it to be, really. Jack's got some okay abilities as well, many of his support abilities befitting a treasure-hungry pirate. Of particular note is his Limit Treasure Isle, which opens up a chest that sucks in the surrounding enemies, making for a fantastic crowd control measure, useful here to extend your time if you need to reach a barrel you foolishly left unattended to like I do. Fighting your way back to the treasure heap, what seems like a cut battle leads into a boss fight with Barbossa and Illuminator. This Heartless will shroud the arena in darkness, leaving Barbossa invincible while active, so make a beeline for its gleaming yellow eyes to dispel it immediately. As a side note, Jack's defeat here will end in an immediate game over, so you do need to keep track of his HP as well as your own, especially on higher difficulties, so make sure you've re-equipped his abilities earlier, as this can end quickly if you don't normally use Jack or didn't realize he was made almost helpless earlier on. Barbossa's still weak against magic, so Wisdom Form's a better option here if you can reliably use it, but otherwise a careful balance of stunning Barbossa, flinging a magic spell or two, and trapping him in Jack's limit can really do wonders here. You will sometimes have a chance to use one of 2 reaction commands for Barbossa's attacks, both of which leave him wide open to retaliation if you're quick on the draw. Eventually the party will win, no matter how improbable, and will be rewarded with the Follow the Wind keychain, as well as Jack's compass serving as the world's gate, leaving access to one of 2 following worlds. Agrabah was my next stop, the world picking off from the first game and essentially retelling the Return of Jafar's storyline with a more focused approach. Iago is attempting to turn over a new feather, while Aladdin seeks excitement out of the palace life with Jasmine. What follows is one of the better visual gags I assume is a tongue-in-cheek reference to a bad habit the series possesses: lack of NPCs. Seriously, in Olympus, Herc is entertaining empty stands, while here Agrabah is full of nothing. A whole lot of nothing. Hollow Bastion and Twilight Town actually attempt to breathe some life into the worlds, and Traverse Town in the first game also did this, but overall the worlds are pretty much barren due to enemy encounters spawning in the majority of every area. Moving on, the story revolves around Iago spotting a peddler who is totally not the genie in disguise in the Kingdom Hearts universe in possession of Jafar's lamp. The party decides to team up with Aladdin in an attempt to solve the issue without worrying Jasmine or the populace. To meet the demands of the peddler requesting a hefty fortune befitting a sultan, the Cave of Wonders is the only place with such riches near Agrabah. Aladdin remains a decent party member this time around. His sword slash is pretty good at holding enemies back, but whose limit really does shine here. Trick Fantasy is a screen-wide attack that's super effective against the more sturdy large bodies, fat bandits, and various magical Heartless floating around. Pretty standard exploration resumes until you reach the Cave of Wonders itself, the innermost rooms presenting simple challenges to progress. The Stone Guardians requires simple timing to pass the water-filled room, multitasking Abu's jumps with Sora's, while the Chasm of Challenges is a simple beat all Heartless in a descending arena within 2 minutes sort of thing. So there's so little to speak of here that's unique. Now is the best time to probably mention that Kingdom Hearts 2 also introduces mini-maps to the game. Yes, that's how dry this is. This is slightly redundant since the level design is usually distinct and straightforward enough that they're really kind of unnecessary. Depending on how you view such linear level design and direction, this is either a pro or a con. I'm somewhere in the middle, since I do miss the little interactables of the first game, and even part of Rechain of Memories. but at the same time I appreciate the brisk pacing this game offers and how clear the objectives are. I suppose that's because I love the combat system here, but I do agree that there is a middle ground between fighting enemies, exploration, and interactive bits of both set pieces and simple environmental puzzles that sit somewhere between these two main games. Once the heroes reach the treasure room, Pete, who somehow arrived behind the protagonist despite heading in first, overhears about Jafar's lamp and sicks some Heartless on the party in a restricted area, which is a nice way to showcase any close combat options you wish to partake in. Back in Agrabah, they chase down Pete and the Peddler, with the genie interfering and resulting in a dual Heartless boss fight against the Volcanic and Blizzard Lords. They aren't too difficult of boss fights, more keeping in theme with another magic-based battle, since once they've been attacked enough, ideally through their reaction commands, they each split into various smaller Heartless, which must then be defeated before they reform back into their larger forms. It's pretty straightforward stuff, as the resulting win has the heroes seal up Jafar's lamp out of common reach, to then reveal a stolen ruby from the Cave of Wonders as the key to the world's gate. Rewarded with the lamp charm relating to the summoning system, more on this when we have all of them, the party once again leaves for more adventure. If some of these worlds seem shorter than normal, there's a reason for that. Despite a story scene occurring for me here, we continue on with the Disney worlds by revisiting Halloween Town, this time around set up for Christmas more in line with the film it's based on. The game goes so far as to suggest that events of The Nightmare Before Christmas occurred before the events of the game here, as Jack, Skellington this time, not Sparrow, is seen wanting to help Santa Claus with his regular duties again. Some of the usual happens here once more. Dr. Finkelstein is working on a new experiment, Jack wants Sally to help him with being this year's Santa Claus again, and wants the Jolly Man's blessing beforehand. Sally's worried, and Sora's interested in the goings-on, especially meeting Father Christmas himself.
But first, the Heartless!
Before long, the Heartless attack once again, Jack employing Sora, Donald, and Goofy as Santa Claus's loyal bodyguards, and joins the party. Jack's his usual magic-casting self, easily holding his own against everything outside of boss fights, and his limit, applause, is solid enough as far as limits go. The local troublemakers Lock, Shock, and Barrel are traveling around in their sentient bathtub when Maleficent shows up, intent on destroying Christmas Town as well as reviving Oogie Boogie once she's aware of Sora's presence. The world doubles its real estate this time around by having Christmas Town be actually playable, Final Mix adding both a change in wardrobe and music that really helps better sell the holiday spirit better than the vanilla version of the game did. It's a small change, but it really does go a long way, plus it looks nice in HD. All the sparkles. The heroes make their way to Santa's workshop, to then hear a commotion upstairs. Following the recent footsteps leads them back into Halloween Town, ending back at the iconic Curly Hill as the heroes face Lock, Shock, and Barrel as Maleficent retreats with a revived but exhausted bag of bugs. The resulting mini-boss fight is more against the summoned emblem Heartless Prison Keeper, able to eat one of the three children to power itself up in various ways. It's not too difficult, more determining its next method of attacks, eventually swallowing all three in a desperation move of sorts. You have more than enough options in physical attacks, summons, forms, and limits that this should be a more focused battle interlude than a difficult challenge at this stage. Oogie Boogie then kidnaps Santa Claus with intent on creating a Heartless, which I would have loved to see if I'm being honest. Oogie remains forgetful, causing an annoyed Maleficent to leave as Sora and company head back to rescue Santa Claus. The resulting boss battle is just as inventive as the first games, this time revolving around three magically sealed conveyor belts filled with various traps and eventual Heartless to contend with in a cramped space. The goal is to knock back Oogie's ill-intended presence to smash his platform to deal damage to him. He will eventually transition between the three belts, a reaction command swapping Sora between them. Your party members mostly will be useless in this fight until Oogie is vulnerable. The close quarters will make the Emerald Blues a threat for the unprepared on Proud or Critical, so keep an eye out for their annoying charging moves. Otherwise, the Disney villain will split a seam as Donald commits minuscule murder. Christmas is saved, the usual wrap-ups commence as Sally gifts Jack a completed Santa suit, which ends up being this world's gate doodad. Santa gives Sora a little boost after still finding no signs of Riku, the party leaving with a new spell that thus completes this game's repertoire of magic, so we might as well take a little break here to discuss how magic now works hours after it would have been useful. Magic as a system has been overhauled since its last two appearances. It now works on a simple gauge system beginning at 100 and increasing in small increments as you progress through the game through specific milestones. This encourages more theoretical use of your magic, which definitely helps make me use more than defensive magic here, as once you use up all of your MP, the gauge turns pink and begins to count down on a phase known as MP charge. Once it empties, Sora's MP will return completely restored, so it works off of a cooldown system, with various magics costing a certain amount per cast, while Cure uses it all up in one go. MP Charge, while leaving Sora technically vulnerable, also affects certain conditions, such as triggering Berserk Charge if the ability is equipped, enabling infinite combos by eliminating finishers until charge ends, and coupled with Drive Boost can increase the restoration of the drive gauge during MP Charge. Using MP recovering items either fills up the MP gauge by a certain amount or helps deplete the MP charge bar to restore full MP more quickly. It somewhat prevents, at least on higher difficulties, the almost self-fulfilling system in the original Kingdom Hearts where charging into battle was almost always preferable, since every hit would recover more MP, which could then be used to defend and heal constantly with almost no problems barring a few magic-based enemies or specific one-hit moves towards the end of the game. This keeps in line with Kingdom Hearts 2's more streamlined and action-heavy approach, while still bringing in some element of risk-reward, as most returning magic has gone through a change here. The basic trifecta of offensive spells returns here, being Fire, Blizzard, and Thunder, alongside Cure. All three have gone through some revision. Fire is no longer a projectile attack and instead envelops in rings around Sora as an area of effect move, Blizzard now remaining the sole projectile-based magic attack. Thunder remains a distant instant attack with some minor splash damage, perfect for a quick long-range finisher on a boss if you aren't close enough with a Keyblade, while Cure has changed into healing a certain diameter around Sora, so there's no more fiddling with the command menu this time around. This means as long as your party remains close to you, there's very little issue and you can heal them all, especially once it's upgraded, but it does require you to track down a downed party member if you wish to heal them immediately with your own Cure. The two new spells Kingdom Hearts 2 introduces are Reflect and Magnet, two of my favorite go-tos if you watch any of my gameplay. Reflect summons a spherical barrier of light made up of various hexagons. Its barrier will absorb any damage taken from it and then sends out light shards flying out into any local enemies based on Sora's magic stat. This replaces Arrow from the first game as the main defensive spell, and boy is it semi-broken. You can cheese so many fights this way that it's not even funny, and I certainly am not immune to its majesty. Expect this strategy as my advice for fights I cannot be bothered to learn coming up. Otherwise, Magnet casts down a sphere that fittingly sucks in local enemies for both effective crowd control and as a way to set up some further attacks. Since the combat has been retooled to more accommodate combos and finishers, all magic save for Magnet and Cure can be seamlessly mixed into combos, even as finishers for the flashier and more powerful versions of the spells. Cure obviously stops all combos, but Magnet also acts as a finisher in and of itself, so with multiple finishing plus abilities equipped, this means you can later initiate finishers on a group of summoned enemies and easily eliminate them. Super useful once you gain Explosion in particular, which absolutely trivialized a ton of fights in Vanilla Kingdom Hearts 2, since it was originally obtained after Agrabah, way too early if they wanted mob fights to be somewhat challenging for more of the game. That's rectified in Final Mix here, where you won't earn it until you're almost finished with the game, so that's a good change in my book. Overall, I enjoyed this infinite cooldown of a magic system, if only because it means I can use magic without worrying about using any items for the most part, since I do try to avoid using items at all costs, which is a personal thing I admit. Basically, if a game forces me to use items, I consider it pushing me, so I guess it all depends on how you play and in what way you look at things. Kingdom Hearts is generally doable without touching items, even if you have to be extremely cautious or good to pull it off. I'm guilty of using a few items occasionally, particularly in the early game when Cure isn't available and I made some foolish and reckless mistakes and don't feel like restarting, but I don't judge. Items exist to be used after all, so ignore me if my hoarding ways seem ridiculous. It's a good magic system, and it'll resurface in the future in various ways, depending on the systems employed in specific upcoming titles. Back to the adventure. The westernmost world here is the Pride Lands, representing a personal favorite film of mine, The Lion King. It picks up in the second half of the film, where Simba must be convinced to return to Pride Rock to overthrow his Uncle Scar Hamlet style after some prodding from supernatural forces. The heroes take the form of animals, or different animals, you know what I mean, in this world, with Goofy remaining a super fast turtle, Donald an actually efficient flyer, and Sora as that teenage lion cub stage you see halfway during the Hakuna Matata montage in the film. Heck, even Pete shows up looking pretty hilarious, to the point where I'm convinced he's only really here because someone on the design team said Pete would look amazing as a lion, so let's do it, and it got Disney's approval. I am totally okay with this. This four-legged style of gameplay is something that the team wanted to implement in the first title in some capacity, but the engine just couldn't handle it, so it was saved for the sequel here. And Lion Sora is fun to mess around with. He's even faster than before, almost too fast, but as such he's perfect for hit and run tactics and chaining multiple combos. They let you practice a little bit in the gorge here, but the game would much rather let you learn on the job since the next area throws you immediately into a fight with 2 living bone Heartless, something that can cause a pretty quick game over on Proud and Critical since they hit like trucks if you're not ready for it. Luckily, Reflect is your friend here, as it will be for any panic situation going forward, but I do have to mention how they still wreck me replaying this game, even though I should know they're coming. Lion Sora may have different combos than usual, but that isn't as limiting as it was, say, visiting Atlantica in the first Kingdom Hearts. It's got great airtime, and it's easy enough to run around enemies waiting for a good time to strike or to wait out longer attacks. Eventually, you learn a dash ability, basically creating an awesome drifting Lion Sora, which is honestly pretty great. Besides looking amazing, it triggers even quicker attacks including running tackle and provides for fast retreats, so I usually have a blast relearning the Lion combos, especially the finishing blast move that deals pretty impressive grinding damage as a little roar. Cut back to the narrative, Sora, Donald, and Goofy begin in the Elephant Graveyard, but soon rescue Nala from Heartless as she brings Sora to Pride Rock to see if he can overthrow Scar. After failing Rafiki's assessment, they see Pete and Scar with a pack of hyenas, only to run back off. Out in the Pride Lands, Nala mentions Simba, the son of the previous king, and how they were told he died as a cub in a stampede. The party informing her that they actually fought together with Simba previously as a full-grown lion, they eventually find Rafiki informing them that Simba is alive and points them in the right direction. Heading off towards the jungle across the wasteland in search of him, the group eventually comes across Simba, Timon, and Pumbaa. Initially hostile, Simba recognizes his previous companions wondering about their change in forms, before eventually coming to terms with his place in the circle of life, as per the film. Being nudged by the ghost of his father, he eventually embraces his destiny and they all head off to challenge Scar, cause I assume most of you have seen Lion King at this point. Simba's alright as a party member, though in my experience, he still has trouble with the tougher Heartless like Living Bone. Regardless, his attacks otherwise tear through weaker Heartless, and he comes with Healing Herb, which is always welcome as an additional safety net. His limit, King's Pride, is a pretty great damage dealer and more effectively a way to abuse its iframes during boss battles, as you have very other little options otherwise. Speaking of, the mini-bosses. The 3 hyena sidekicks Shenzi, Banzai, and Ed serve as the late-stage mini-bosses as Simba leaves the party to face Scar. They run around similar to you, but they aren't hard to keep corralled away from Timon and Pumbaa, who must be protected during this fight. Though to be honest, I've never had any issues with them taking enough damage as long as you focus up on one of the hyenas at a time. They get comboed easily, and though they do jump out of your reach after a certain threshold, you can time your combos so that they can get caught up in your finishing blast roar as they try to jump away. It's actually really satisfying. Regardless, they'll be defeated and you will join Simba against Scar, his hatred ending up a shadowy, Heartless-like presence, exactly how Pete intended. The fight here is pretty good, matching up against a similarly sized opponent, albeit powered up elementally by magic every so often. It's not hard to chain a combo together against Scar, then running off or using Reflect when he charges up an element to retaliate with. Eventually you can trigger a reaction command when he pounces onto you in a lion scuffle, but otherwise you can just as easily bring out Sora's limit to either avoid damage or deal a bunch of your own. Eventually Scar will fall again, Peace will return to the Pride Lands, and Mufasa's spirit will summon the gate, and Sora will upgrade his fire spell. A hint that there's more to this game if you've gotten the feeling that it's been flying pretty quickly and at such a low level. Earlier on in the adventure, Twilight Town blipped off of Chip and Dale's scanners, mainly as an excuse to not return immediately when you first set off as Sora. It eventually pops back up during Sora's exploration of the second half of Disney Worlds, but not before Pluto wanders around an unknown world — seriously, where has he been? — and hears a whistle calling him into a corridor of darkness. Without thinking, because apparently pets have the best instincts in stories like this, he jumps in without hesitation. We then cut to Axel showing up on Destiny Islands to convince Kairi to join him, read kidnap her. Pluto shows up and Kairi does the sensible thing and decides to jump into darkness after a yellow dog instead of sticking around with the stranger, attempting to lure her with promises of Sora. When Sora, Donald, and Goofy finally do arrive, they see Vivi seeking help at the Sandlot, where nobodies are attacking Cypher and crew. Once the threat is dealt with, XIII reveals himself, warning Sora that Axel is willing to do anything to turn Sora into a Heartless. After a bit of a back and forth about nobodies having no hearts, XIII vaguely expresses about knowing Riku's ultimate fate and vanishes into his corridor of darkness. This inspires Sora to want to jump in after the organization from here on out, wondering if he'll have more luck finding out about Riku if they travel to the organization's homeworld. Soon after, Pence arrives with mention that Kairi was in town, exciting Sora to no end. But before that can occur, I decided to test my abilities and challenge my first absent silhouette, which are the aforementioned shadowy presences, giving players a chance to finally face every Organization 13 member in Kingdom Hearts 2. Found in the Sandlot, it leads to a non-card-based battle against Lexius, who was slain by a possessed Riku during the events of Chain of Memories. This is an intense battle for this point in the game, but I was able to pull it off, breaking my own self-imposed rule of using items. I know, I'm the worst, but if you don't challenge him now, you'll have to wait a very long time for a rematch later, so we're gonna do that here. Lexius' gimmick is similar to that of Recom, where he works on an over 9,000 power level gauge, growing more powerful each time he powers up. At this point in a critical mode playthrough down to the sword path, my Sora will absolutely be one-shotted during the later half of this fight, so precise counters to his moves is unnecessary this early on. The trick here is to trigger the Mega Impact reaction command by blocking or parrying Lexius, granting Sora the same amount of power the Silent Hero possesses atop Sora's base 100, stunning Lexius and giving you a chance to deal major damage. Since Lexius' attribute is Earth, careful timing of Reflect got me through the increasingly lethal Stalagmites, but doing so required a top-off of Ethers for me to keep up with Lexius' desperation moves and insane power levels. See, this is why I like critical mode. The most difficult bosses in the game require you to understand their moves, since you can't cheese everything with Reflect or Drive forms and limits. Winning will give you a Lost Illusion synthesis material and a recipe that grants you his axe sword for Donald, and it unlocks something for later on. So let's consider one organization member down. 12 more to go. Back to the plot, Sora meets up with Hainer and Olette as they learn that Axel just sort of showed up and dragged Kairi away with very little resistance. I don't know, he just uses the woman hold thing on the shoulder and she's powerless to defend herself. Not really a complaint, it's just kind of amusing how easy it was for him to take her. These kids don't fight after all. After a slightly contrived sequence, the crystal orbs fall out of the real trophy Cypher gave the gang as proof of their strength as the kids hold them up, similar to Roxas in his simulated Twilight Town earlier on. Olette keeps quiet on this still, but it's just as well because it triggers the orb unlocking Twilight Town's gate, so the heroes head back to the Gummi Ship. This encounter also grants Sora access to Limit Form, the low-key best drive form in the entire game. I'll get back to drives once they're all obtained, but most players will have likely toyed around with Valor and Wisdom by now at least once, Limit Form being a Final Mix addition some players may not have experienced before this. In the Round Room, XIII returns to report to the organization's superior about his actions spurring Sora on. The members then comment on how futile Axel's attempts are at chasing a friendship that they believe no longer exists, or may never have in the first place. The gang returns to Hollow Bastion after Chip and Dale see it's shrouded in darkness, a big plot event surely awaiting them. Once they touch down, the trio see more Heartless and nobodies invading the town, deciding to check up on them at Merlin's. Along the way, you can see Scrooge trying his best to recreate that ice cream flavor as well as a brooding Cloud 2.0. I do have a lot to say about the opinions on Cloud, but I'd best save that for whenever I cover Final Fantasy. So for now, just note that the heroes are then reintroduced to the soldier here, now clad in black, warning them about Sephiroth's strong affinity with the darkness, here representing Cloud's inner demons in the Kingdom Hearts universe. Apparently, the optional match with Sephiroth was only semi-canon, since the game acts as if Sora didn't fight him at all, despite showing that the fight with Unknown in Final Mix was definitely canon, even though they don't reference that either being a super boss and all. Minor nitpick, but the series can kind of technically claim any inconsistencies pre-Kingdom Hearts 2 that was caused by the main three losing their memories. I don't know, I'm giving the game some credit here. In all honesty, it's likely because the original Japanese version of Kingdom Hearts didn't feature Sephiroth, so a real canon cutscene reintroduction was almost necessary here, adding to one of the many plot threads Kingdom Hearts 2 is currently juggling. Although that kind of goes out the wayside when you realize that Unknown was a Final Mix edition and he's considered canon, but whatever. Aerith shows up as she and Sora agree that Cloud will be fine. Moving on to the castle postern, after being informed that Leon has some new information as well as finally gaining an audience with the king, the trio run into a tinier trio of tricksters. This is played off just as randomly as it appears, as the three fairies in question are the Gullwings, the three heroines of Final Fantasy X-2, inexplicably portrayed as petite pixies here who love treasure and are serving Maleficent for whatever reason. I don't know guys, I just find it one of those crazy things Kingdom Hearts 2 likes to throw at everyone here. They'll show up again later, but just treat it as innocent fan service for now. After going further through the corridors of Ansem's castle, bypassing a blue alien along the way, the protagonists reach Ansem's study, complete with a portrait of him looking way more professional than before. After Tifa from Final Fantasy VII shows up to punch a few walls, you go girl, Leon reveals himself from a hidden wall, showing the trio Ansem's computer they hope to glean information from, but no sign of the king is present. After a few tech-illiterate kid visual gags involving Stitch, keyboard shenanigans involving Donald leads to the final surprise world in Kingdom Hearts 2. The three heroes being digitized much to a confused Leon. Sora, Donald, and Goofy awaken in a digital pit cell, a fantastic reference to space paranoids, the operating system inside Ansem's computer that helped run Hollow Bastion. They meet Tron himself, who fills them in on being imprisoned by the MCP, the villainous master control program. Using Sora's Keyblade to break out, the quick initial visit has the player completing a simple minigame before progressing the story further, Tron revealing that his user was none other than Ansem the Wise, greatly confusing the party. He requests them to ask Ansem for the password to access the DTD, a data space that consists of classified and original documents that may reveal more information about what's going on, as well as Tron's original functions, so he can help restore the goings-on and delete the MCP. Returning back to Ansem's study, the trio fill Leon in as Tifa returns to explore more of the room, removing Ansem's portrait to reveal some scribbles behind it. Realizing the DTD is an acronym for Door to Darkness, King Mickey finally shows back up to the happy relief of Donald and Goofy. Sora happy that his two friends have finally reunited with the person they've been searching for. Mickey correctly guesses that the password for the DTD must be the names of the 7 Princesses of Heart to access Ansem's research data. Mickey realizing he has a lot of explaining to do when he suggests that they can find out where he is. Ensuring them he won't run off this time, Mickey gives Sora Master Form, as well as grabbing a ukulele charm from a treasure chest for the game's third summon, Stitch. More on summons once we reach the fourth and final character.
I'll see you when you get back.
Returning to Space Paranoids, the party gets summoned into the pit to partake in some games, resulting in a quick battle and a take on the infamous light cycles from the film. It's a simple minigame of rock, paper, scissors quality, utilizing the shoulder buttons to make mostly predetermined 90-degree turns while defending the various color-coded Heartless that are best defeated in a rock, paper, scissors manner. It's not too difficult, but it is easy to garner a game over on Proud and Critical if you're reckless and take too much damage, like I did, requiring a quick restart more annoying than anything else. Once out, Tron joins the party, chastising them as to why they didn't just transmit the data, as they head for the data space. He's a pretty weak party member when he first joins, as per the story informing of his appropriated abilities, but don't let that fool you. Tron's pretty awesome once he gains his abilities back, so don't write him off just yet. Once they arrive, they take part in another game as an infinite number of Strafer Heartless invade to derez the party. The player needs to defeat them in order to gather clusters to freeze 3 monitors, though I usually take the full 2 minutes and grind similar to what I did in Port Royal during the Gunpowder event. No matter how long it takes, Tron will re-download his functions, meaning he becomes a fantastic party member now, while also unlocking the data space for the MCP. Tron then changes the password to buy them some time, as they are later confronted by a hostile program outside of the I.O. tower Tron uses to send the relevant data back to the town. This fight can vary in ease depending on how many growth abilities you've earned up to this point from the drive forms, but you now have a fully powered Tron at your disposal. His basic attacks are fine, but his best asset is his limit setup. Not only does it render Sora invulnerable as he could run around triggering Pulse Burst on a potentially frozen hostile program, the limit also summons cluster code nodes that home in and deal grinding damage to anything around you. The final move of the limit is Reprogram, which sicks a swarm of clusters, completely derezing almost anything in your way. The hostile program isn't so hot with Tron around, and the party leaves Tron to take the system back for the users. Despite Ansem being Tron's original user, he expresses confusion and a little bit of anger as to why Ansem would both quarantine the MCP and yet later bring it back, setting up a plot point the game will soon answer. They return to the real world to witness a cute 8-bit Final Fantasy homage from Tron.
Tron, hang in there.
So, where do we start?
After smashing some more keys after unearthing some corrupt data, the party unwittingly brings up Ansem the Wise's photograph, leading to some much-needed clarifications by Mickey. This is historically where newcomers start to get confused, so I'll let the game explain it in its own words what's going on.
Oh, that's right. I never finished explaining.
What?
Well, the man in the picture is definitely the one who tried to take over Kingdom Hearts. The one you fellas defeated. But what you actually fought was his Heartless. You see, he wasn't really Ansem. He just went around telling everybody that he was.
You mean... We went through all that trouble to defeat an imposter?
Yup, a fake. But he still had to be stopped.
I can't believe it.
Oh, I'm kinda confused. If he's a fake, then what happened to the real Ansem?
Well, that's just what I'm trying to figure out. Ansem the Wise should know all about Organization 13's plans and what's been happening to the worlds. I'm pretty sure he'll give us some help. You know, I came close to finding him once.
Don't tell me there's more. I'm lost enough as it is.
Well, let's see. Some feller named Ansem, who wasn't really Ansem, became a Heartless. Does that mean a nobody got created when that happened too?
Yup. And that nobody is the leader of the organization.
What?
I know I've met this fake Ansem before, and I've seen the leader of Organization 13 too. Kinda felt like being around the same fella.
If you're confused, I will definitely dive more into this as we go along, don't worry. Despite all of these bombshells, Mickey remains mum on the subject of Riku's whereabouts, much to the confusion of Sora. After adding that Kairi might have been kidnapped by Organization 13, Mickey realizes he should have been helping them all along before asking for help himself. An explosion rocks the room and the party heads outside to see what the commotion is all about. The scene pans to show a massive breach in the outer walls, allowing hundreds of Heartless access to the inner areas of Hollow Bastion. Maleficent and Pete seem to be having difficulties eliminating the accompanying nobodies, directing our Heartless to attack the protagonists instead. With a combination of Heartless and nobodies attacking, Sora and company quickly defeat the initial batch as they head outside to assist in defending the town, but not before the Gullwings show up again, the party convincing them to switch to Leon's side with promises of treasure because Donald. Again, I don't know, they're apparently nothing worth mentioning. Outside in the postern, Sephiroth makes his official, unambiguously canon reveal, setting up a seed for the future Super Boss battle against the vanilla game's most difficult fight. While a hole in the castle is shown, the party is best to ignore it until later, since that is a post-game area. After fighting through some more nobodies and heading over to the Bailey to assist the king, they witness a montage of the characters fighting off thousands of Heartless, a scene that's greatly enhanced in this PS4 version, as the loading times here are almost instantaneous compared to the long pauses seen in the PS3 version. Before the party is able to jump in and help, Mickey flips in to stop them, requesting they leave the situation to them and continue searching for Sora's friends. The Keep of the Wielder doesn't feel it's right to leave everyone here fighting without help, and it turns out Donald and Goofy agree.
Your Majesty!
We understand. We'll go search for Riku and Kairi.
Right. Watch for danger.
You be careful too!
Wait, you guys.
Sora, do as you're told.
You're coming with us whether you want to or not.
Come on, Sora. You gotta be good.
Gotcha.
Well then, skedaddle.
We break from the commotion briefly to transition back to Ansem's computer room, a member of the organization inserting a disk before typing in another and 6 passwords before making their way down below. Stepping atop a glowing panel unlocks a hidden pathway underground, a long stairwell leading further down into the depths of the castle. An audio flashback occurs that will suddenly shed a ton of light on a few characters and identities for the attentive, all soon to be laid bare. Passing what seems to be cells, the figure approaches a door ordained with chains, the inside room covered in these same chains connected to a throne, radiating out into nobody emblems. Once atop his throne, the chains light up and the voice reveals himself to be none other than the organization's superior, addressing a worn-out set of discarded blue armor aside a Keyblade as a friend. We then switch over to Vexen yelling at Zexion for an audience with Lord Xemnas, claiming if Vexen's so eager to meet with him he can simply just visit him in his usual spot, the Chamber of Repose. The scientist storms off, leaving Zexion to be addressed by an eavesdropper back from recruiting Mars something or other as number 11, further cementing this scene to be a flashback. The Hooded Mystery Man drops some exposition about how Xemnas, I guess Xehanort, was found after a battle involving Keyblade wielders. They had previously used this Chamber of Repose to study the darkness of the heart, a bunch of this relating to the secret Ansem reports, so forgive me if I'm being a bit quick and vague here before fully diving into the context of these scenes later on. Their conversation ends with a bit of intrigue for those who already know about Kingdom Hearts 2, so we'll return to this scene towards the end of the video when all the lore and backstory is up on the table, since it doesn't immediately relate to anything here in the plot. For now, we return to the present with Sora, Donald, and Goofy running to help their friends, but being blocked by the organization's number 9, Demyx. Mocking his cowardice and lack of hearts, the melodious Nocturne turns serious, addressing Sora as traitor and initiating a serious boss fight this time around.
Silence, traitor.
Demyx uses water cleanse that aren't difficult to remove like before if you abuse the Wild Dance reaction command, but this time he will fight himself after they're cleared, serving as a mid-game skill check of sorts. He fights with various forms of water, including darting around summoning spouts, creating a wall, and firing long-range globs of water at Sora. It's not too difficult of a fight if you've learned Patience and or learn Reflect semi-broken effects, but on Proud and Critical you will need some semblance of strategy, as Donald isn't going to be much help unless you use a limit if he gets caught up in too many attacks. Add to that any growth abilities you may or may not have, all but one in their level 2 forms on the off chance you're crazy like me and have grinded them before this. Demyx shouldn't prove too difficult if you stay aware of his timed clones and wait out his attacks. After fading away and upgrading our Blizzard spells, 2 out of 13 members down, this scene occurs.
Look out!
Goofy!
No.
Hey, you're the king's captain. You gotta get up.
That's right, folks, they baited Goofy's death. Fueled with a rage uncommonly seen in most modern Disney characters, Sora follows Donald and the King alone, fighting through 4 waves of Heartless as he makes his way down the ravine trail, each accompanied by a Final Fantasy character, Yuffie, Leon, Tifa, and Cloud respectively. It adds to a slight feeling of urgency in the story as well as choice of music, and I'd love for this type of feature to be present in Kingdom Hearts 3, so more on my wishes here at the end of this one. The 3 reach the Crystal Fissure only to find Goofy has returned. In his own words,
Your Majesty, I get bumped on the head all the time.
this is just one of the many little crazy things that happens in Kingdom Hearts 2. Goofy needs to be re-equipped here, alongside some bigger goodies and a save point. The Great Maw is the next area, and it leads to this event's climax. Surrounded by hundreds of Heartless just waiting around, the organization's superior is spotted looking over the carnage. The full cutscene alluded to earlier in the flashback is laid bare here. Since I'll dive back into this stuff later, and those who are sharp with voices really do have a lot of things answered right now, long story short, Mickey remembers that Ansem's apprentice, Xehanort, is basically the one responsible for the past 3 games' events, his Heartless causing trouble in the first Kingdom Hearts, while his nobody, Xemnas, is the opponent before them now. The Battle of 1,000 Heartless now takes place here, with Sora alone and up against 10 groups of 100. A counter showcasing how close you are to completion will count down here, and while 1,000 Heartless seems like a daunting task, you're surrounded by armored knight and surveillance robots, all with reaction commands that you can abuse if you're boring or need an easy out. In Final Mix, however, now's the best time to burst out Limit Form, so you can very easily max out the form here if you're lucky, or at the very least you can reach level 5 very easily, plus it keeps things more interesting. After a few minutes, our three main protagonists reach the end of Hollow Bastion and arrive at the Dark Depths to catch up with the king, who's now speaking with Xemnas, though the party still hasn't quite caught up on events yet and are still referring to him as Xehanort. While Xemnas and the king share some tense words of recognition, the moment Sora demands to know where his friends are, the organization's superior replies that while he doesn't know where Kairi is, he suggests he ask Mickey about Riku. Before any answers can be given, the king shirks sharing what he knows and disappears giving chase after the nobody, leaving the party to gaze upon the thousands of Heartless that no longer flood the base of Villain's Vale. Axel shows up to help clarify events. The organization sent thousands of Heartless to invade Hollow Bastion with the goal of Sora trying to slay them, as each Heartless defeated by his Keyblade frees a captive heart, and this is ultimately what the Nobodies are after. Right as Axel seems to apologize for Kairi's situation, Saïx shows up and the red-headed schemer runs off. After assuring Sora that Axel would be dealt with, the teenager instead pleads with the organization's second-in-command to let him into the Realm of Darkness after Saïx reveals that they have Kairi captive, going so far as to get on his hands and knees begging. Saïx denies the heartfelt request, intent on stoking Sora's anger, insisting he direct it on the Heartless to give them more hearts, referring once again to Kingdom Hearts as their end goal to truly, finally exist. This summons Maleficent, though she loses control of her Heartless here and escapes with a few nobodies, demanding Sora discover a way to be rid of the white creatures and the 13th Order that commands them. Saïx confirms the Heartless follow the strongest, throwing Sora's head into confusion and despair, since he doesn't want to further the organization's schemes if his very actions further their plot. Saïx returns to the Round Room and informs the rest of the organization, now down to 5 members, that Sora knows the truth, as Xemnas ensures that it will only push Sora to continue helping people despite knowing he's feeding into their machinations. Going back a few minutes, it's revealed that Maleficent herself warped them into the Realm of Darkness, where a hooded figure leaves them a box. Its contents are a photograph of Hayner, Pence, Olette, and Roxas, whom Sora somehow recognizes. Hint hint. Donald that bites into the salty yet sweet ice cream bar included in the box, triggering the Realm of Darkness's gate. While Sora wishes to remain there and continue his search for Kairi and Riku, they are then swept back into the Gummi Ship, Sora feeling in his heart that it might have been Riku. Despite being conflicted about using the Keyblade, Goofy informs him that he has to continue using it, otherwise there'd be one less hero out there preventing the Heartless from continued attacks across the worlds. I will go more in depth on all these plot points and lore dumps towards the end of the video, since there is quite a bit of information here that's revealed during this return to Hollow Bastion that it will just be easier to unpack all at once at the end when we have all the background information to help make sense of it all. In the meantime, this roughly marks 2/3 of the critical path, as the game now enters its third act of sorts by revisiting most of the worlds and checking up on any changes since their first visits, Sora hoping to find another way into the Realm of Darkness and find the organization's base of operations. If it feels like some Disney worlds were very brief or left unfinished the first time around, this is why. Some of those locked areas you may have noticed on the first paths will finally open up on the second sweep of the worlds, and seemingly shafted narrative threads will now be pulled on a return visit. So let's dive back into some adventuring after all of these plot developments. Retracing their steps, the trio return to the Land of Dragons, immediately spotting a man in black as they touch down, Mulan also in hot pursuit. Following the black figure up to the mountain's summit, the four fill each other in on why they're searching for members in black, Mulan searching for a spy and Sora searching for Riku and Kairi. As a horde of Heartless descends upon them, the figure in black appears before Sora, the mysterious man brandishing the familiar-looking Soul Eater. Sora actually remains on point this time around, agreeing with most returning fans that he just ran into Riku. As the team regroups, they witness a giant dragon-like Heartless erupt from the summit and make a beeline for the Imperial City. As they arrive, reenacting a moment from the source film, the party confronts a man in black, only for Sora to be shot down as it isn't Riku, but Xigbar, the organization's actual number 2. After checking back in with the Emperor, the party returns outside the palace to confront Stormbrighter. The fight begins with a hold-on reaction command as the party starts on the dragon's back, rewarding the attentive for some early focused hits if you also let go. This Heartless is thunder-based, befitting its name, and is to be attacked on its pauldron spikes to then bring it down temporarily and wail on its head horns. Tornadoes can help Sora fly up and bring down the boss if you're knocked off, as well as a vertical toss reaction command to deal major damage. As long as you dodge the various thunder attacks, you'll make quick work of this boss. Not a bad first one to kinda kick off the second sweep of the worlds. All's well that ends well, with Mulan and Shang officially becoming the couple the film's happy ending implies, since I have avoided Mulan 2 after hearing how absolutely insulting that one is. So this is my headcanon sequel. When given any request to ask from the Emperor, Sora simply asks what the figure in black who warned him was prior to their arrival said. Sora is convinced by the Emperor's retelling that it was Riku who warned of Xigbar transforming one of their dragons into a Heartless, since the figure then reassured them that Sora and company would soon arrive to take care of things. While Donald and Goofy express their confusion as to why Riku is supposedly with the organization, Sora is content knowing he's safe out there, even if he's remaining in the shadows for now. Moving on to Beast's castle, the trio arrive just in time for the film's infamous ballroom scene, Beauty and Beast both in their best dress blues and golden dress. Before the festivities get going, Xaldin drops in to torment the Beast even more, summoning more nobodies as he announces that he has come to take what Beast holds most dear. After a few fights, Beast returns to his room to find out that the enchanted rose has indeed been stolen, lashing out at Belle and his guests as he calms down and realizing he's lashing out at the wrong people. Sadly asking them all to leave, Sora, Donald, and Goofy instead return later to give the cursed prince the pep talk he needs to take back his castle and secure his own happiness. But before that, Marluxia's absent silhouette can be challenged in a corner of the Beast's room in order to win a lost illusion. A really good recipe, bragging rights at Sora having a non-card based rematch against the Lord of Castle Oblivion, and most importantly, for an extension of the drive gauge. Right from the get-go, the organization's number 11 will warp behind Sora, whispering something to trigger a doom counter that maxes out at Sora's current level, making this battle easier the longer you wait to initiate it outside of a level 1 run. Sora won't take damage from Marluxia's scythe strikes, but each hit will instead shave off a number from the counter, death awaiting if it reaches 0. After one of Marluxia's long wind-up attacks, Sora can trigger one of 2 reaction commands by either triggering one on the blade of Sora's Graceful Dahlia scythe or on Marluxia himself. Selecting the scythe will trigger Restore Count, a move referencing the game's FMV opening, Sora hijacking Graceful Dahlia and throwing it back at Marluxia, restoring 13 points to the Doom counter, not exceeding Sora's level, while the second, Aerial Strike, will deal massive damage to Marluxia's hefty HP bar. This means on average, a player has a more than fair chance of being able to defeat the Graceful Assassin, though there are a few attacks in particular to worry about that will damage Sora, potentially lethal hits on Proud and especially critical. Eventually, Marluxia will summon 3 pools of pink-tinged darkness, of which the player must be careful to not get knocked into them from a follow-up attack from Marluxia, as Donald and Goofy will be pretty much useless at this point. Even deadlier is after summoning the pools, he can trigger a set of flowery thorns around Sora that will always hit him after a few seconds, Reflect being the only reliable method to prevent instant death on higher difficulties. The trick I found here is to have Master Form's Aerial Dodge, the game's double jump, to not only dodge any of Marluxia's approaching attacks, but to more use the extra momentum Reflect gives you as you jump onto one of the other 2 safe zones, timing it just so that your light shield absorbs the damage to then resume the fight. You can also interrupt his death pools if you're quick enough, but I tend to enjoy the airtime my Aerial Dodge Reflect strategy gives me, so it's your call here. His other desperation move is largely harmless as long as you keep moving from the darkness columns and are ready to reflect the pink-haired Reaper when he readies his scythe. This fight is my favorite of the absent silhouette battles, so stick it out and you'll emerge victorious. 3 out of 13 organization members now redefeated. Once the party returns to the entrance hall, Xaldin once again reveals to the heroes that Organization 13 is after Kingdom Hearts, to fully exist once more. After a small battle with some nobodies, they chase the villain outside, where Belle and the Rose are promptly captured by Xaldin, who demands Beast choose which one means more to him. Ultimately deciding on Belle, the Disney princess decides to elbow Xaldin in the gut and run off with the Rose, leaving Sora and company to do with the organization's number 3. By my reckoning, Xaldin is one of the game's more infamous skill checks, testing if the player either knows how to either block attacks or has the movement abilities to dodge his wide-reaching ones. Since Xaldin has control over wind, he has a constant arrow shield that severely reduces the damage he takes, nudging the player into triggering the Learn reaction command, to then jump up to 9 times, dealing massive damage throughout the relentless maximum combo. This is one of the fights where the king can show up, since many of the fights could have been fought through with sheer determination on lower difficulties, but Xaldin does require a bit more thought, like many of the organization fights do. He fights with 6 Lindworm Lances and can warp around to later skewer Sora, going so far as to link them together to summon a dragon form that attacks with a massive blast of wind. Otherwise, this fight isn't too difficult if you either know how to block and or reflect damage, though my preferred method is aerial dodging past Xaldin to mash attack as I do such, since maximum jump combos can pretty much wreck Xaldin if you took the time to level up aerial dodge. Eventually, the Whirlwind Lancer will fade away like a leaf on the wind, relinquishing another secret Ansem report and leaving the Beauty and the Beast with a happy ending, even triggering their famous love song as the ending card wraps up the world. 2 organization members in 1 world, 4 down, 9 more to confront. Moving back to the most eastern world, the party drops back down into Olympus to see that Hercules is still in his rut. In the meantime, Hades opens up the Underdrome and orders everyone to participate for the Hades Cup in threat of Mega's well-being. So the party engages in 2 rounds, Herc not too useful in his non-aura filled slump, before spotting Auron, who's clearly possessed and doesn't seem to recognize the party. As the heroes investigate, they see that Auron's free will is being held captive in a mini-statue of the Guardian. To buy them time, Herc agrees to fight Auron one-on-one, while Sora must defeat whoever wins. Along the way to Hades' chamber, Sora can finally challenge Zexion's absent silhouette for another lost illusion and recipe. Zexion behaves very similar to how he did in Breach of Memories, minus the cards of course. Fully utilizing his attribute of illusion, the Cloaked Schemer will attempt to trap the party into his Book of Retribution, which can then be attacked to set them free. If Sora's captured, he must deal with multiple copies of the Book of Retribution, Zexion possessing one of them, and free himself from the book that way. Zexion mostly comes down to a waiting game, as he can eventually trigger another attack that throws Sora into a pitch-black dimension with 3 spotlights. After 13 switches, Sora must dash to the safe blue spotlight for protection, or he'll be bombarded with meteors. Quick One does have its usefulness, you know. Otherwise, Zexion shouldn't be too difficult to defeat as long as you're prepared to wait his attacks out a bit, for I managed to trigger that meteor attack 7 times in a row. I don't know if I was unlucky or just really offensive. Either way, it's a decent boss fight. 5 members down. Once they reach Hades' chamber, they have a very quick Cliff Notes version of Auron's past, further implying that this is indeed the real Auron from his main game. A small scuffle ensues with nobodies before Heartless jump into the mosh pit, giving the trio the time to return and help out with the match between Herc and Auron. Freeing his spirit, they all team up against Hades as Hercules reenacts his film and dives after Meg. I should mention that it's around this time that the game where Critical Mode's extra AP is finally being maxed out for me, leaving to minor abilities being foregone for a little bit, mainly an elemental boost, but it's not a major hindrance in the grand scheme. The party won't be able to dodge Hades without Herc's help, and so he pops back in the real phase with his aura abilities. Hades is similar to the first game that he has an invulnerable Rage of the Gods mode while he's red, dispellable with Herc's Aura Sphere reaction command. Hades can be damaged while in his normal blue phase, and the fight is otherwise pretty standard fare, Hades prolonging the fight by being able to teleport out of combos with the snap of his fingers. The Lord of the Dead will fall and reward Sora with Magnet Burst, a particular favorite of mine. Sora will be gifted with the Guardian Soul keychain for his assistance/meddling with Auron's affairs, while up on the surface the trio are recognized by the Greek gods as true heroes by having their constellation show up in the night sky. All's well that ends well, since we'll return back here for the requisite optional tournaments in the future, but for now I'll address the most dreaded section of Kingdom Hearts 2 after putting it off for an hour. We skip over Disney Castle and by extension Timeless River because the plot-critical moments in the first half of the game are the only mandatory segments that those worlds contend with. Oh, Atlantica. You weren't everyone's favorite world in the first Kingdom Hearts, but you certainly haven't improved your standing much for this numbered sequel. While I don't find the world too offensive in the first game, despite being severely slower than the other worlds and being less interesting outside of the vertical freedom that the world gave you, the developer seems to have taken the complaints to heart a little bit too seriously and decided to make Atlantica a minigame world this time around that largely follows the plot of The Little Mermaid pretty closely. First off, I'll get some of the good out of the way. Since there's no traditional combat anywhere in this world, one can use this as a breather from the main game. It's also entirely optional, so if you aren't in this for the completion's sake and just want to have fun hitting things and just beat the game, you don't actually have to ever set foot down where it's wetter. It also follows the film alright, so if you're a Little Mermaid fan, you may like this. And I've run out of nice things to say now, so I will now discuss what I don't care about in this world. First off, it's another episodic world a la 100 Acre Wood, which I believe is the much superior minigame-based level. Also, because of how episodic the worlds act in Kingdom Hearts 2, even if you wait until later in the game to complete this world in one go, you will always be kicked out every time you finish an episode and need to re-enter the world, which is a minor nitpick, yes, but it adds up if you just want to get it over with. It's meant to be played throughout your journey, as each of the 5 segments is locked behind specific requirements, but I've now gotten into this habit of playing them whenever I have the next episode unlocked, since I truly despise this world and would rather spread across my dread. And now for my biggest bugbear, the actual gameplay. While it's inspired and sounds good on paper that a musical-based world dedicated to one of the more famous musical films in Disney's animated film canon is, I absolutely hate the actual rhythm-based gameplay here. Don't get me wrong, I usually love rhythm games because I am semi-musically inclined, having actually been a band kid, and think I have decent sense of rhythm, but there's something off about how this minigame operates. To me, it comes down to the input lag. If you actually know the songs from the film, and honestly who doesn't at this point, it shouldn't be that hard for anyone with some basic rhythm talent who even knows the songs to ace them without actually paying attention. But because the game is catered to everyone, I feel you can press the prompts earlier than intended to not only make it easier on everyone else, but also to properly trigger the animations that are tied to the button presses. In my opinion, this is terrible. It's frustrating to know Under the Sea and Part of Her World by heart, yet you constantly get bad scores on the timing because you pressed it on time, but not early enough for the animations to actually occur, which is what I believe is my issue with this entire world. I don't know, this would be a nitpick if it weren't for my other pet peeve, which is the songs themselves. Now, I love the aforementioned 2 songs that appear as the second and third challenges. Those make sense. Those are from the movie. But for the other 3, they are all original songs, and a section based on The Little Mermaid. You know, one of Disney's most popular Broadway musical films. Why on earth did you just not use all the songs from the film? You had Ariel and Ursula's voice actresses back, and they do fine, because let me tell you, I don't find this finny, fun, enjoyable whatsoever when they not only feature more original songs than the world-famous ones, but that the songs here are so dang cheesy, and there's just like lag input and I can't even speak properly. And that's not even getting into the story. The actual plot's fine, since it's a retelling of the film, and you'd think I wouldn't be complaining about this, but you know that's not true. My issues stem more from how it's utilized here in the overall meta-narrative of Kingdom Hearts. First of all, how the hell is Ursula back? The game goes through much effort to showcase that Maleficent came back from memory magic, based on how the Realm of Darkness works, as vague as it seems at first glance, but we will return to that, and this extends to almost every returning villain. In fact, it does. Maleficent explicitly resurrects Oogie Boogie since he's just a bag of bad bugs. Hades is the Lord of the Dead, and thus you can't really kill him, so that's obviously a pass. Heck, Jafar was sealed in his lamp, so he's got the same excuse that the movie has while still being around for a sequel. But Ursula? She was defeated in the last game, implied to have died, simply because there's no other resolution to it, and you didn't see her afterwards, and it was close enough to the movie that I just figured that she was toast. But nope, she's just back here for no explained reason. Aside from a few lines as the trio return into their underwater forms, the game almost acts as if their first time in Atlantica didn't even happen. And that funnels into the other main issue I have with this world. It's completely pointless in the grand scheme. Hear me out. In the first game, the Disney villains formed the Hellfire Club that were causing most of the ruckus in the game outside of the invading Heartless hordes searching for keyholes as per Maleficent's instructions. Here, there's no such reason beyond a reunion. And normally this would be fine with me, but all these cons really do outweigh the pros here significantly as far as I'm concerned. Not only is this world untouched by the Heartless or Organization 13, it remains untouched for the rest of the game. Ursula's just back as they reenact the film's plot, and I would again be fine with this if the stupid gameplay actually worked. I don't know how whiny nitpicky I'm coming across here, probably quite a bit, but I really dislike this world more than I do the Gummi Ship sections in the first game, and anyone who has seen my video on that knows I absolutely loathed those sections, and that was almost as nitpicky as I can get as a valid gameplay critique without devolving into this. Because of this, Atlantica feels more disconnected from the meta-narrative more so than any other world, and that includes 100 Acre Wood, as I find that world charming enough that I don't mind that it's a break from all the fighting. The unfortunate side effect is that it feels completely pointless in the grand scheme. Sure, it's necessary for Jiminy's journal if you're into that and any related trophies that it's linked to, including an important drop for the ultimate keychain, but it's a chore to get through if you aren't enjoying the gameplay surrounding it. Ursula's just back because no mention of any bit of continuity, and what irks me the most, all the underused potential the world had to explain stuff and link back to the series' mythos from the first game. In Kingdom Hearts, King Trident very clearly knows something about Keyblades. He's aware of its legacy as a tool for both prosperity and destruction, and yet here they do absolutely nothing with it? This is by far one of my most irked pet peeves in the entirety of Kingdom Hearts. While I typically love how insane and convoluted the story starts becoming around this point in time, and I'm usually all on board with whatever happens because typically I don't find many of the story beats offensively bad, this is one thing that really does bug me to high heaven. How did Triton know about the Keyblade and the Keyhole? That was one of the threads I was most looking forward to when I first caught up with the series back in 2008 on PS2 after playing the first game, and boy was I disappointed in how they essentially pretend that none of that happened. Otherwise, I don't have much to say on actual gameplay beyond my input lag complaint. It's super easy, like insultingly easy. The 3 original songs are really, really cheesy, and that's within the context of Kingdom Hearts, which can be gloriously stuffed full of cheese and the power of friendship and hearts. So what does that tell you? Anyone with half a brain can finish these stages, and it's only a bad thing because there's nothing more difficult about the world if you remove the lag issue. You have to return after certain accomplishments to progress in episodes 2 through 5, learning Magnet, getting the drive cages to 5, learning Magnera, and then Thundaga. The reward is worth the annoying trouble if you really want the Orichalcum Plus for Ultima Weapon, but the only enjoyment I get from Atlantica and Kingdom Hearts 2 is making fun of it as I die a little inside. Okay, it's not terrible, but it's also by far the worst part of Kingdom Hearts 2 in an otherwise polished game as far as gameplay goes, and since this is my video on Kingdom Hearts 2, I just had to vent about this one. Wasted story potential, even more boring and simplistic gameplay than it was beforehand, and I enjoyed its slower pace in the previous game, and add to that, it's a 2-room world. It's not very stimulating, so now that this downer's out of the way, let's move on to the other Disney worlds in the second sweep to brighten up my mood. Oh, and one final nitpick while I'm on a roll, the gate of this world, it's summoned by a bubble. It's nothing special, it's just a big bubble that happens after they sing the last song. And yes, I will subject you to all the final...
Which means...
And yes, I will subject you all to the final ditty as we head into the remaining worlds with less annoying gameplay. I'd apologize, but venting actually kind of feels good. Sorry. Returning to the more realistic world of Port Royal, Sora, Donald, and Goofy discover that cursed pirates are still running around, and that Will Turner has gone missing after investigating the Isla de Muerta, assuming that it was the medallion's curse at work again. On behalf of Elizabeth, Jack recruits the help of our main trio as they find Will unconscious aboard the Interceptor at sea. Wanting nothing to do with curses, Jack attempts to steer them back to shore when they're confronted by Luxord from Organization 13, a massive Heartless in tow. After defeating the Grim Reaper, Luxord claims Parlay, throwing 4 of the medallions to a quartet of gambler nobodies, the Grim Reaper returning all ghost-like as the Interceptor is blown to smithereens. The party then awakens in what remains of the Interceptor's hold, finding that they have drifted into a ship graveyard and that Jack is once again cursed. Discovering that the 3 main protagonists are curse-free, they assume it's because they're not from this world, their magical protection providing a boon in a realistic world with different laws. They discover a gambler nobody with one of the 4 medallions, and the goal is to then search both islands and recover the 3 remaining golden trinkets and return them to the chest to lift this curse. Along the way, you can fight against Larxine's absent silhouette. She's even faster and nastier than she was in Chain of Memories, and she's so quick and charged with electricity that I've never learned how to face her fairly, as it were. Essentially, she begins the fight with a clone of herself, alternating between it and her real self as she goes to town on you. You can't just spam Reflect either without thinking, since some of these harder enemies will wait until you finish casting it, and will then harm you anyway, wasting both time and magic, which is a good thing. You want to catch one of the Larxines in a combo finisher, as this will eventually trigger the Merge reaction command, allowing Sora to throw one into the air and slam both Larxines into each other. This will leave her open for a combo string or 2 before she returns to firing electricity all over the place. My advice, hunker down and fire off Reflects until you can activate a drive if you're in a pinch, Limit being particularly useful at all times as long as you have 4 drives at the ready. Once you wrap up with Larxine, marking down 5 of the 13 now, or not if you've been skipping them, you'll return to Port Royal after gathering all 4 medallions, since the organization would likely be targeting populated areas to turn the inhabitants into both Heartless and then nobodies. Once they return the gold, Goofy, ever the sage, realizes that the curse was from the Grim Reaper Heartless and not from the gold itself. A real fight with the Heartless then commences. The gimmick here is that the Heartless constantly sucks a certain amount of medallions out of the chest, rendering it cursed and invulnerable. Magic attacks will cause it to drop said coins, and Sora must then return them to the chest, rendering it mortal and able to be harmed. You can also pull off the Heartless version of throwing a scythe back at the foe by utilizing the Hinder reaction command, resulting in a loot launch that drops a good chunk of change. It's one of those decent back and forth battles requiring both magic alongside physical attacks, and eventually you will be rewarded with warm fuzzies as they leave the unique world for now. we will return. I'll now take a few minutes to briefly discuss part of that yellow meter down there that I've largely ignored until now. One of its uses is for the summoning system here in Kingdom Hearts 2, meaning the change allows you to use your MP without sacrificing any amount for a Disney Assist character. While the number is whittled down to only 4 this time around, they're generally more useful than they were in the first Kingdom Hearts. Chicken Little is the initially curious choice to break the new system in, particularly screaming transparent marketing move on account that it was both one of the newest Disney films released at the time worldwide, and especially when Kingdom Hearts 2 released in Japan, Chicken Little wasn't even actually out yet. So that's a fun bit of trivia that you'll probably forget in a few days. The titular character acts like an early magnet spell, as he can stun enemies and draw them together when he whistles. The small fry can also decently heal Sora, as his manual limit sorts of acts as an FPS mode, an appropriately first-person mode where he fires off baseballs at enemies alongside things like firecrackers. He is alright as a first summon, but I definitely don't use him once I get the better defense summon in the game. Up next as a returning character is the Genie, who now changes into one of Sora's drive forms, marking his gimmick pretty unique and fun. He has access to Valor, Wisdom, Master, and the not yet obtained as of this moment Final Form, each with its own limit. He's a fun attack summon, even brandishing his own makeshift Keyblade, though I also don't use Genie much over the best summon in the game. Another returning character is Tinkerbell, though she now returns with Peter Pan in tow, taking over top billing this time around. He's able to attack alongside Sora, coupled with Tink causing regen and auto-raise like last time. Peter Pan's a pretty great summon, and his limit Neverland is this rapid fire attack with a bunch of nostalgic flashbacks splashing across the screen. All 3 of these pale though in comparison to the best summon in the game. Stitch is to Kingdom Hearts 2 what Tink was to Kingdom Hearts. He's the ultimate defense summon here and is my go-to whenever I need to raise the summon levels. Each character costs 3 drives to summon, and the duration lasts until the drive gauge empties. Using limits burns through the drive, so it's actually wiser to leave a summon alone after you call them in place of your party. A point of experience is gained for every drive gauge used, and as long as you're attacking, summons can stick around virtually indefinitely. Stitch is my favorite for this very reason. His gimmick is running around on the screen behind the HUD, occasionally blocking projectiles for Sora and whipping out his ukulele to stun all enemies and drop HP orbs. This triggers the lowest Sora's HP is, so you can slide through most mob fights without any issue once he's gained in the middle of Space Bernard section of Hollow Bastion. His best feature is by far being able to lick Sora's MP meter and restore it completely, so you can fire off magic like a madman without much fear, including reflex spamming and healing whenever necessary. Stitch is the best ally in this game. He's pretty great. So you'll see him pop up often in incidental footage from here on out. Next time I'll address the main purpose of the drive gauge, but for now let's return to the adventure as we sweep the remaining worlds. The trio touch back down in Agrabah, landing in the peddler's shop, which has definitely been spruced up since they were last here, Aladdin promptly arriving to announce that the peddler has unleashed Jafar from his lamp prison. When pressed, Iago spills that Jafar is likely in the desert ruins, plotting his revenge for being imprisoned the last time. But before we address the plot, we have Vexen's absent silhouette to deal with. The Organization's number 4 returns this time fully embracing his role, his gimmick involving gathering data as he did throughout his screen time in Shade of Memories. A digital platform will constantly home in on Sora and will fill up a data meter as long as it catches up to the Keyblade wielder, summoning a version of Anti-Sora, something I've neglected to mention just far, but just think of it as Shadow Sora. Basically, you need to keep tabs on damaging Vexen while at the same time either avoiding the data scan or risk it and have to deal with both Vexen's ice attacks and Anti-Sora's wide-reaching and dangerous attacks. Vexen's Frozen Pride Shield also must be removed before any damage can befall him, so it turns into a game of deciding to play on the defensive or be skilled enough in an all-out offensive that it doesn't overwhelm you. The Sora clone gets progressively stronger the higher the gauge gets, with a maximum of 5. It's highly advised to not let this happen unless you're going for an all-out offensive, but for the absent silhouette I tend to remain defensive, maneuvering carefully in order to both damage Vexen and avoid the data stream as much as possible. Fire spells will be super effective here as expected, so pick your strategy and strike down the chilly academic for a second time. Not that our heroes remember fighting him in the first place. After striking down our 7th organization member in total, alongside our 5th and final absent silhouette, it's time to head out into the desert and continue Agrabah's storyline. Genie will show up and clear the sandstorm that originally prevented passage the first time around, triggering a freeform area in the sandstorm ruins. The magic carpet will be your transversal method here, giving you some glimpse into how much they've actually improved this area and how they could have improved Atlantica. I know I already vented about that and beat that like a dead horse, but this proves that they could have made it work somehow. Anyways, it's up to Sora to hound Jafar's shadow across the stage, who doesn't put up much of a fight, eventually leading into a monument that triggers a minigame of sorts to activate 3 magic-based switches and make their way inside the ruined chamber. The monument will show 3 screenshots as hints, 2 in the ruined city you arrived from, and 1 right underneath the tower itself. Each forms a specific pattern and glows a particular color, heavily hinting at what magic is necessary if you aren't a heavy sorcerer, though the constant in-game hint system does a good enough job that nobody's gonna get stuck here. Once all 3 are unlocked, Sora has 45 seconds to rush to the tower before it closes, so saving the one underneath the tower might be expedient if you like fighting things like I do. The party rushes in ready to face the fallen Vizier, only to find out that Iago has been lying to them, threatened by Jafar to keep them outside of Agrabah as he begins to attack/revenge on the Princess Jasmine, I guess. A much more improved minigame atop carpet ensues, similar to a combat-based Gummi Ships section, kind of a railgun-ish sort of thing, of which I'll address very soon as well. It works based on Sora's basic combos, so have fun in this one. Once back in the city, the heroes confront Jafar for real this time, transforming himself once again into his giant red genie form to battle it out in the skies above the city. This fight is more of an epic-looking spectacle to tie up Agrabah's story in a neat little bow. It's not terribly difficult, since it mainly stems from how stationary Jafar Genie tends to be, and how easy it is to stun him long enough to sneak in a good 2 to 4 combos depending on your abilities. Jafar can stun you himself and teleport you into this tornado other plane, where all you must do is simply fly around dodging debris from the city being thrown at you. It's easy enough to cast Reflect back at any magic Jafar throws at you, and before you know it you'll have beaten enough Genie abdominals and see him defeated once again, this time causing his lamp to vanish as well. The ending of Agrabah has the Genie sending up Agrabah back pre-Genie destruction, Iago turning over a new feather, and Aladdin giving his best wishes on Sora's journey to find Riku as they move on. Returning to Halloween Town sees Jack Skellington collecting random presents to return to Sandy Claus, finding out that various Christmas presents were recently stolen from Santa's workshop. Suspecting Jack of being too into the Christmas spirit again, the party hears a crash and find Lock, Shock, and Barrel rummaging through presents in the workshop above. A unique encounter ensues, requiring the player to knock all 3 kids out and then trap all 3 in presents before they break out. It's a fun little diversion overall. They return to Halloween Town to find various Heartless stealing presents as well, learning that Dr. Finkelstein's experiment has been stolen from him. Jack then comes up with a plan. In order to catch the present thief, they are to set up presents as bait. To do this, a quick and cathartic minigame in the workshop involves the player firing goodies out of a cannon and into empty boxes, reloading occasionally. Lock, Shock, and Barrel will occasionally dive in to cause problems, but you honestly can rapid fire this and just have a blast with it. It's not hard, but I don't think it's meant to be. I really dig the break here before the inevitable boss fight. Once the presents are made, the player unlocks the last area of Halloween Town / Christmas Town, the Christmas Tree Plaza. Disguising themselves as presents, they pop out and discover that the experiment itself was the culprit, and the fight ensues. The experiment is quite the busy fight, one of the more aggressive story-critical fights in the game. It can split itself up into 3 various segments that can act independently from one another, similar to the guard armor in the first game. Ground pouts, spinning attacks, and lasers, its visual mayhem when it's combined can deal some really annoying stunlock damage and can lead to a Karos game over if you aren't prepared for it, but it is an otherwise decent late game fight. Eventually the day will be saved, Sandy realizing all the experiment wanted was a heart, tying in nicely to the whole nobody plight. Sora is rewarded with one of my favorite keychains, Decisive Pumpkin, and Jack relearns the true meaning behind gift giving. Sora then has this adorable little moment of wanting to reunite with Kairi, shedding a tear and reminding the audience that he still hasn't seen Kairi or Riku yet, still seeing his sweetheart in her pre-time skip look. On to the final world of this westward journey. One of the last stops is back at the Pride Lands. The heroes learn from the still alive in this continuity Shenzi, Banzai, and Ed that Simba's turned out to be a pretty wishy-washy king. Upon visiting Pride Rock to see Simba themselves, an apparition with Scar's shape shows up before the party, the common occurrence seen as a bad omen for the Pride. They come in to perk their old ally up and are determined to get to the bottom of why Scar's ghost is haunting the Pride Lands. Upon seeking wisdom from Rafiki, finding the mandrill will help, they are directed towards the elephant graveyard to question the hyenas. The trio laugh and are then chased down for information. Getting in some practice on the new running tackle ability Sora was granted for this return visit. Implying that the ghost is only appearing because Simba is scared and uncertain due to the pressure of living up to his father Mufasa, he runs back off into the jungle. Meeting back up with him, the party eventually goads Simba into becoming his own self and standing his ground, attacking the ghost and helping the new king realizing he's surrounded by supportive subjects and friends. Returning to the Pride Lands after an infestation of Scars ghosts run rampant, they fuse into Ground Shaker, a massive version of the Living Bone and Shaman Heartless combination. The fight begins with a QTE, requiring the player to mash triangle to leap over the shockwaves and then fend off the emblem Heartless, stunning it for some uninterrupted attacks for a few seconds. While on the ground, only its head is weak, specifically its eyes, all while dodging the fire-based attacks that would be thrown at Sora and Simba, the only two combatants allowed this time around. If you're used to Sora's line combos, you alongside Simba can knock off half of Ground Shaker's HP within the first minute without even using his limit. In fact, I was dealing so much damage to this thing that I had to hold off on killing the Emblem Heartless in order to get footage of the giant shaman atop this thing. Big bosses tend to be visually impressive but easy to read, and this one's no exception. Limits can help you ignore the fire-based attacks thrown at you, since you're meant to activate another reaction command to leap above and attack the giant monkey yourself as it rolls around casting magic at you and occasionally turning invisible. Reflect can easily cheese all magics leveled against you, but you may not even have that much trouble if you rock as Lion Sora. Peace will be restored and another happy ending ties itself up, as the heroes have ideally restored most of the Disney worlds at this point, pretty standard chosen wielder of the Keyblade stuff. Since I like giving out this sort of trivia since not everyone's a completionist like I am, the Pride Lands is similar to Atlantica in that it's entirely optional, including the 100 Acre Wood after its first mandatory visit. You don't have to visit Ariel or Simba to complete the game, as the plot can progress as long as you do with Halloween Town and Agrabah's events, likely to check back in on returning worlds from the first game, with the same connection to Organization 13 and or Maleficent. Similarly, the second trip to Olympus isn't required as well, alongside wrapping up Space Paranoids, which is where we're headed to next. This is most useful information for those on speedruns who are just curious, even though I don't blame you for skipping Atlantica. As Rafiki states, our fight continues closer to home as we wrap up a few loose ends before diving into the endgame. Upon landing in Hollow Bastion, Sora, Donald, and Goofy return to find the town in relative disarray. Not only have more Heartless begun attacking the town again, the town's claymores have turned on the party, and the digital Heartless from Space Paranoids are running around outside of Ansem's computer by the MCP. They rush over to Merlin's and learn all this from Sid, who has informed them that Leon has been busy combating an ending threat in the meantime. Sid hopes to create a program to delete the MCP once and for all alongside the help of Merlin, so they task Sora and company to contact Tron and help stop the MCP from the inside. Along the way, the party will once again run into the Gullwings, complaining about Donald's lie about Leon having no treasure. After teasing them about taking all their items, the fairies admit to hearing about their journey and were convinced to officially side with the Hollow Bastion Restoration Committee. They gift Sora with a keychain, ending this particular little aside, the latest thread to be tied in a neat little bow, no matter how random it seems, as we approach the endgame of Kingdom Hearts 2. And now is the best time to finally discuss the proper cooldown world, the 100 Acre Wood, which returns in the Find 5 Scattered Pieces episodic quest like in the first game, though this time they're much easier to find, being in giant chests instead of sometimes being hidden in interactive bookshelves and other interactables that you didn't always see unless you explored. But I'm getting ahead of myself. After you complete either Beast Castle or Olympus Coliseum for the first time, Merlin summons the Gummi Ship to Hollow Bastion in order to show that they found Winnie the Pooh's storybook. He is initially unavailable and Sora decides to jump in real quick. In doing so, Heartless attack and he is knocked out of the tome. Fighting off some Heartless, they damage the book and take 5 pages from it, causing Pooh to forget all about Sora and his own friends in the 100 Acre Wood. The setup is good enough to get things going and have Sora and friends help the bear of your little brain remember them via various minigames, and these minigames are much improved over the first game, similar to how polished the minigames were in Recom. First up is a Blustery Rescue, a simple minigame that utilizes a basic spin attack while hitting various objects and avoiding damage and letting go of Pooh, since all that's required is getting to the end and rescuing Piglet. The second game is Honey Slider, a fast-paced forward-scrolling event where all you need to do is gather tons of honey while avoiding getting hit 10 times. Gopher occasionally pops up as a meat shield protecting your counter once a section, though unless you're super uncoordinated you likely won't get a game over here, as all the honey naturally telegraphs your intended path to avoid obstacles Mario Coin style, even when you're rushing towards the screen, so it never feels too unfair. Balloon Bounce is the middle minigame, where you bounce alongside Tigger in an attempt to pop 10 balloons within a minute, an exceedingly simple task I've never seen anyone mess up as long as they're trying. The fourth event is the Expedition, a more involved scenario that has Sora leading Piglet, Tigger, Eeyore, and Roo through a cave stylized after Pooh's grand adventure, low-key one of the best Winnie the Pooh films, may I add, in their search for Winnie the Pooh himself. A courage meter shows how brave the explorers are, and it lowers as you search the cave and encounter bees. Depleting completely will disband them in fear. They're simple enough to round back up, and it's still relaxing when you're not slipping on ice or being crushed by falling rocks. Treasure chests are strewn about the cave, and the 5-minute time limit is super generous even if you take your time. The final minigame is the Honey Pot, which is more of a formality at this point. You honestly don't need to try whatsoever to progress on this one. As is the case, the real challenge here is if you're trying to complete the objectives in Jiminy's journal, which does require more precise skills and timing and actually caring. But as long as you're here periodically to take a break during the adventure, it's a great cooldown world with minigames that have solid controls. I have a soft spot for Winnie the Pooh related things to begin with, and the polish scene here is always nice. All the voice actors for these characters I grew up with during the 90s and 2000s are all here, the budget allowing every character to speak at some point. It really helps with immersion, and honestly it's harmless enough that I enjoyed every time, and if you aren't missing out on anything vital if you skip it, though repairing the book again and restoring Pooh's memory does reward you with an Orichalcum Plus as well as Curaga, so it's worth the time overall. Another feel-good time in the 100 Acre Wood. We now continue with our return trip to Space Paranoids. Sora, Donald, and Goofy find Tron stuck in a game and help him out, with Leon traveling back to Ansem's computer with the new magically infused disc in hand thanks to the combined efforts of Sid and Merlin. Leon returns with Aerith as she gets this really interesting moment of shoving the disc into the computer by force, the magic presumably forcing itself onto the terminal? I love that sciencey magic. Tron assumes his iconic stance in the I.O. tower as he loads the program into his data disk. Thanks to Merlin's magic, Tron now has access to both a power boost as well as allowances for the Solar Sailor. As they travel, the Sailor is attacked by Heartless to trigger an event. It's up to the player to destroy the excess Heartless here before they weigh down the Sailor, yet another situation where spamming Magnet alongside Stitch proves more than a match for such simple mobs. This is where Sora will be rewarded with Explosion afterwards, an OP move that is much better suited here in Final Mix than it was in the vanilla game, since it can be triggered so easily after Magnet that most of the challenge of basic mobs flies right out the window. Think of it as the reward that it should be here for completing most Disney worlds at this stage in the game, as its attack power is based on Sora's magic staff, so it's a double whammy without using up any MP. Once they arrive at the central computer core, the party must face Sark, who shouldn't prove too much of a problem, especially with his reaction command Disc Strike being exceedingly useful to stun the commander. Afterwards, the MCP will challenge Tron and his friends, the real fight beginning as the malevolent program resurrects Sark, albeit in damaged and giant form. This seems intimidating once again, though there is a very easy out if you explore enough. It's easy enough to go up to Sark's legs just to cripple him and deal damage to his face afterwards to stun him, though the MCP will continuously restore Sark. The easiest way to handle this is when Sark is active. Run away from him, dodging any wall lasers if you must. Eventually Sark will materialize a wall in which you can high climb and needle dive through Sark's head, instantly rendering him unconscious while also being quite satisfyingly violent. During these brief respites, it's up to Sora and Tron to use the reaction command Delete, mashing triangle as you deplete the MCP's health bar in a semi-satisfying way as the giant face seems to doo-wah his way to a slow death. Eventually he will resummon the shield you need to break down, and then use lasers to knock you back if you attempt to maximize your damage. The barriers will occasionally spin and fire lasers as you break them down for a chance to use Delete on the MCP, but overall this isn't too difficult if you aren't reckless. Both digital dummies will eventually fall, and Tron himself will dive into the core after saying his goodbyes, shocking the party as to his newfound humanity. Back in the town, they learn that Tron is not only ticklish, but has restored all the town's original functions, including its original aesthetic. As rays of light shoot up and cause shards of light to fall like illuminated snow, Aerith reveals to the party the town's original true name, Radiant Garden. After restoring their home base of sorts and eliminating the majority of the Heartless threat, Sora and company have been informed that a giant object has been materializing on Chip and Dale's radars for a while during the second sweep, growing larger and larger as the trio were helping the various Disney inhabitants with their troubles. Eventually a gate to Twilight Town returns, but not before the two chipmunks reveal that they're seeing two copies of the town before a giant shadowy world beyond the veil on the world map. Next stop is the endgame.
I don't know what's going on, fellas, but it sure looks like there's some big trouble brewing around Twilight Town.
Speaking of gates, this is now the time where I dive into the Gummi Ships in Kingdom Hearts 2, one of the best improvements hands down as far as I'm concerned. When it comes to gameplay, controls, and overall polish, this version of the traversal system is leagues ahead of its first implementation. If the original game was likened to retarded Star Fox, this numbered sequel's take on Gummi Ships is more akin to Panzer Dragoon, embracing a rail shooter type of gameplay that better applies to a scoring system that makes way more sense, as well as showcasing a massive increase in quality. No more random pop-ups in this one. Progression this time is streamlined like most aspects of the game, though in this case I feel it's an overall improvement. While you can once again customize your ship, it's much more expedient and boring of me to simply stick with the Highwind model for each gate. You're rewarded with blueprints for completing various objectives, as Gummi missions return as well, though you no longer will find any gummies in chests, making my crestfallen response at finding one in the first title a thing of the past. It's as simple to control as ever, since multiple mini-games and scenarios throughout the game have been peppered with rail shooter-like controls, almost as if the game is building towards something. In all honesty, I don't have much to say about the Gummi Ship sections in Kingdom Hearts 2, but not because I hate it. It's an actual fully fleshed out minigame this time around, and it controls just fine. Its growth systems are easy to stick with a model and use its improved designs on another mission, meaning you don't actually have to think about it while still improving. Especially if you're like me and tend to only play each gate once to move the story along, they're inoffensive enough to play, and I actually find myself quite enjoying these sections before hitting a new world. The spectacle is nice, there's some decent music on some of these, especially those Sonic Adventure style ditties during that one chase event with the Reaper's Wheel Gummi Heartless scenario on the highways, and it's overall an improvement. Well, that was quick. Moving on. The trio touched down in Twilight Town in regards to the photograph that they received at the end of the Battle of 1000 Heartless in their brief stint in the Realm of Darkness. Making their way to the mansion, they find Hayner, Pence, and Olette on the ground after being attacked by nobodies while searching for Kairi. When asked why they're here, Olette finally breaks her silence on how the party had a custom-made pouch she made herself, and the blue crystal orb is identical to the trophy Cypher had gifted them earlier. Thus, the kids are sure that there's another Twilight Town out there if there are exact duplicates of various one-of-a-kind objects, hypothesizing that there's a portal around here that leads to this parallel Twilight Town, supposedly where things have gone missing. They are then attacked by a group of nobodies, the king leaping in Yoda style as they fight off the white creatures. After the scuffle, Mickey says he knows Ansem the Wise has infiltrated the organization's stronghold, while Sora fills the king in on their hunch that Kairi is also close by, given all the clues he believes that Riku gave them. Sora remains determined to get some answers as to Riku's whereabouts, Mickey remaining coy while revealing he's been in contact with Riku in the form of a promise. They essentially confirm that the duplicate items are from the earlier simulated Twilight Town, heading inside and eventually discovering a computer requiring a password, the solution being sea salt ice cream, as Ansem the Wise was a big fan of it. Fun fact, so was the creator Tetsuro Nomura after a trip to one of the Disney theme parks. Sora, Donald, Goofy, and the King touch the beam of light that transfers them into the simulated Twilight Town, leaving behind Hayner, Pence, and Olette to hold down the fort. Sora has memories of Roxas' last week that opened the game, and they run across a mysterious portal that was last seen during his confrontation with Axel so many hours ago. Upon stepping through, the party reaches an area known as Betwixt and Between, a colorful place of non-existence with floating nobody emblems all over the place, the same location Kairi briefly found herself in earlier. As the nobodies keep flooding in, Axel eventually shows up in assistance, revealing that he had briefly lost track of Kairi and who was then captured by Saïx of Organization 13, its second in command. After Sora fights alongside the organization's X-8, Axel shows off a kamikaze move, obliterating the army of Dusks at the cost of his own existence. Or is that non-existence? After a bit of gallows humor, Axel apologizes to Sora for kidnapping Kairi, Sora questioning what the nobodies' actions were for.
That yourself.
Think I'll pass. My heart just wouldn't be in it, you know? Haven't got one.
Axel, what were you trying to do?
I wanted to see Roxas. He was the only one I liked. He made me feel like I had a heart. It's kind of funny. You make me feel the same. Kairi's in the castle dungeon. Now go!
Axel.
The scene ends being gifted the Bond of Flame keychain as the party then walks through the portal, the 8th organization member's fire flickering out alongside the Keyblade wielder instead of against him, with 5 more members unaccounted for. Back at the round room, the remaining 4 nobodies comment on Axel's sacrifice, noting that while some see it as futile, especially Saïx, Xemnas wonders if it will no doubt awaken him. As the trio step out from the portal, they reunite with the king in the world that never was, finding themselves in a darkened city looking up at a faraway castle structure, illuminated by a giant heart-shaped moon. As they make their way underneath the stormy skies, eventually it starts raining, samurai nobodies holding Donald and Goofy at bay while a hooded figure brandishes the Oblivion Keyblade and clashes with Sora, triggering a fight in his Station of Awakening. Another fun fact, this encounter was added for Final Mix, as the resulting cutscene was the only event in the original game. This is an obvious improvement, as the fight against the assailant, who is obviously Roxas at this point, come on, let's not fool anybody, is a fun, if quick, battle at this stage in the game. The circular arena is a fun backdrop to the resulting sword fight. Roxas will be dual-wielding the Oathkeeper and Oblivion Keyblades, as he did in previous flashbacks and during his fight with Axel, being able to glide across the field and cause after effects and lens flares, while harnessing controllable beams of light as you push his revenge threshold and as his HP dwindles, becoming a force to be reckoned with if you aren't prepared with your growth abilities for his relentless assaults. But if you're patient and bait him out a bit earlier in the fight, eventually a showdown will trigger. A successful selection of the end from the command menu will allow Sora to hijack Roxas' Keyblades, allowing Sora to use 3 against the cloaked team for insane amounts of damage. Roxas will attempt to close in on Sora to steal back his weapons, but the extra Keyblades will fly around Sora during attacks and aid in your combos by extending them with additional attacks. Furthermore, going into limit form will amplify this state, and triple-wielding Keyblades during a limit will absolutely knock off entire bars at a time if you're relentless and never give Roxas a chance to recover. There is more to this fight, but I will return to this one later, so defeating the Nobody will eventually reward Sora with the Combo Master ability, allowing you to continue through combos even if you don't hit anything, and the scene will continue. Sora, not being the brightest bulb in the chandelier, will remain oblivious as to who he's been fighting, though to be fair, Sora doesn't have too much to go off in terms of figuring out Roxas is the same figure standing before him. After a brief cutscene-enabled battle, Sora is whittled down by Roxas' rage, eventually being disarmed and asked why he picked you, and this is more of a translation error, it's supposed to be why it picked you in regards to the Keyblade. Sora summons his Keyblade from out of reach, giving him the winning strike as we're treated to some parting scenes, the 9th organization member defeated as he looks back on his non-existence. Roxas recalls the first day he was created, Xemnas showing up and giving the Nobody a name and a purpose. The scene reveals the naming ceremony as the common bond the organization members share, more on this in the upcoming lore section. Roxas then jolts awake alongside Axel, though he wonders if maybe it's time to sleep instead. The two friends have a heart-to-heart as they wonder if Roxas actually has a heart, if all nobodies actually do, and if they conclude that while they may not have the answer here, Sora likely will find it. They share one last memory together, reflecting on how they met, gazing upon Twilight Town on the clock tower, eating sea salt ice cream and watching the sunset. Roxas wishes his friend the best, returning to Sora as Axel sheds a tear. He walks past Sora, unhooded, remarking how Sora makes a good other. Confused, Donald and Goofy rush to Sora as they claim he vanished for a bit. Sora worriedly repeats that the black-coated figure said he defeated Riku, Donald and Goofy assuring Sora that Riku can't be beaten, attempting to raise Sora's spirits as they continue towards the organization's castle. Sora ponders on the mental battle that just took place, the player rewarded with the 2 Become 1 keychain, a very useful Keyblade I will discuss very soon. The 3 meet up with the king on the edge of the city, witnessing the floating castle with no obvious way inside. In the meantime, Kairi and Pluto are locked in a cell, Saïx visiting them claiming that they have her captured to solely draw out Sora's anger. A corridor of darkness shows up with Naminé inside as she tells Kairi to believe in herself, giving them a way out and leading the sharper members of the audience to connect the dots. As they touch hands, a blinding flash of light is seen outside the castle, summoning Sora's Keyblade as he unlocks a path of light into the castle.
We're almost there.
While we're this close to entering the final world, now's the time where Sora has access to all his Dry's forms, so allow me to finally discuss this mechanic over 40 pages later in the script. While any who have played Kingdom Hearts 2 were likely wondering why I was skipping over this vital aspect in the gameplay options, I was doing this largely for two reasons. First off, I've been trying to give more casual advice for the bigger fights without relying upon drive forms, because of a potential downside, and secondly because I felt it was better discussed when it became more vital, and this largely pertains to late game fights as well as most post-game content. But we're here now, so let's dive into this. When Sora was gifted with his second outfit by the three good fairies so long ago at Yensid's tower, they came with magical properties to better utilize his inner strength. Part of these powers are for some easy narrative shortcuts, such as using them to help him transform into various forms, such as his Lion and Halloween / Christmas Town outfits, instead of relying solely on Donald's magic as it was in the first game. But mechanically, they're meant to showcase the drive system. You begin the game with 3, this number growing over time as you accomplish certain scenarios both in and out of the critical path, for a maximum of 9. This is how summons are called upon as stated earlier, meaning you can immediately ask for assistance 3 times in a row before depleting your gauge in a best case scenario. Drive forms are slightly similar, if more direct. Each of the 6 forms are based around different aspects of the combat and Sora's abilities, coupled with representing certain characters and themed by colors and their focus. Each alters Sora's commands and abilities, fundamentally changing how you control the protagonist and granting you an overwhelming focus in one aspect of the combat system. Triggering a form also fully replenishes Sora's HP and MP, making for a great safety net if you pull the trigger fast enough in a dire situation, especially on private critical modes. As a side note, you can also set certain things like summoning and triggering limits or these forms with a reaction command, even though I tend not to like it because I like to press triangle knowing what I'm going to do, and seeing the green arrow over there just kind of freaks me out. The amount of drive available per form depends on their separate levels. Each of the 5 has their own distinct method of gaining experience for them, and all grant an improved mobility maneuver in the form of growth abilities, and each comes with their own unlockable abilities to further add to Sora's base form. The first form gained by the time you explore Hollow Bastion is Valor form, a red-based getup that allows you to use dual sync, granting the use of 2 keyblades as pointed out earlier in the game. 3 forms allow you to dual wield, and each functions the same. Your main Keyblade is whatever Sora is basically equipped with, while a secondary can be selected for each form, adding its effects as long as the form is active. Valor focuses rightfully on raw strength and requires a non-KO'd Goofy in the active party to use. As such, it's a very good ground-based form, Sora dealing quick hits with wide-reaching finishers, and the ability to throw opponents in the air via a finisher that can be triggered at any time with the press of square, super useful for certain guarded foes. Because of this focus on strength, Sora will lose all access to magic, so you will need to rely on another party member or items to heal if you need it, though you can revert back to Sora's base form at any time if you simply want to top off your HP and MP. Also of note is that pressing square triggers the ability Over the Horizon, which initiates a leaping attack, since Sora cannot block attacks and instead must parry them, something a player can easily discover on their own, but it is worth mentioning. Leveling up Valor is simple, as it gains 1 experience point for each hit you land, so most will level up Valor without much thinking if you're a fan of drive forms, especially early on in the game. Doing so unlocks 2 more combo plus abilities, and its growth ability is High Jump. A growth ability is the aforementioned movement boons provided by each form and can be transferred to base Sora, making it worth your time to level up each form even if you don't want to touch them otherwise for whatever reason. They also work well for a level 1 playthrough, as it doesn't require a lick of normal experience to level up, so it's also very neat having all these different but integrated systems. Overall, it's a decent introduction to the system, and will likely be an early favorite for many beginning players. Next up is Wisdom form, which naturally reflects the other side of the coin Valor and Goofy represent, requiring Donald to utilize the blue outfit and, like Valor, costs 3 drive gauges to activate. It's gained after completing Timeless River in Disney Castle, just in time for the game to begin to introduce more magic-focused enemies. It utilizes only 1 Keyblade, but compensates by granting Sora more powerful and quick magical attacks, changing his normal attack command into Shoot that allows him to fire off magical bullets. The growth ability is Quick Run, another way to say dash move, that grants Sora quick movement in one direction, able to be increased the higher you level it up. I've always seen this as an inferior dodge roll, but I'm also biased towards rolling in games in general, so ignore me. This quick dash also extends to Sora's movement in the form. While Wisdom is active, Sora glides around the field, enabling him to move while attacking, which can be super useful to keep certain enemies at bay. It gives Sora MP Rage and MP Haste, useful abilities in most situations, as Sora will be dependent on items or another guest character to heal himself, as it's up to the player to use Cure as they have absorbed Donald. Wisdom was easily the most written off form during most newcomers' playthroughs, as its benefits in battle aren't quite as evident as the more physical-based strategies, and this one doesn't come with 2 Keyblades. Adding to its more hands-free nature, leveling up Wisdom form is done for every Heartless defeated. This is where those mobs of weak Heartless like shadows make themselves most useful, alongside a magnet spell for more convenience, if not instant experience if your magic stat is high enough. If you're a heavy magic user, then that's another thing, but I'm also not an item user in general, so Wisdom admittedly doesn't see me use it much in normal gameplay. Its strengths lie in more out-of-the-box scenarios, but I'll address those when we get there. Added in Final Mix, Limit Form is the 3rd clothing set unlocked after you visit Twilight Town again to unlock its gate after hearing that Kairi was kidnapped. Limit doesn't require any party members to activate, making it the one form you will always have access to going into the latter half of Kingdom Hearts 2. The vaguely purple-based form transforms Sora into an outfit reminiscent of his original Mickey-colored outfit, and I'm a big fan of this one as well. You're once again limited to your main Keyblade, but Sora's entire moveset is based around his fighting style in Kingdom Hearts Final Mix and Reissued of Memories, going so far as to change his animations entirely while also stripping him of his basic magic. Dodge roll returns here with some glorious iframes to abuse, and is also triggered by pressing square. Tapping it will trigger dodge roll, while holding it will continue quick run if you have both equipped, so there's some minor utility here. As its name implies, this form's strength lies in its limits, which can be activated by holding down L1 for your shortcut menu, each of the 4 face buttons triggering a different limit, and bear with the translation differences here. Last Arcanum, Strike Raid, Infinity, and Sonic Grave. Last Arcanum, typically translated as Ars Arcanum, is the same strong physical combo that deals 7 initial hits of which Sora will be invincible during, then requires the reaction command to be timed to continue with the remaining 5 strikes. Strike Raid returns plain and simple, a long-range throw of the Keyblade that can be thrown again with calm timing up to 3 more times, my go-to long-range finisher while in this form. Infinity is the curiously renamed Ragnarok, a leaping combo that fires off homing beacons of light from the tip of the Keyblade. The strength of the finisher depends on when it's pressed, flying from the weakest shoot to impact and then Giga Impact in rapid succession, before defaulting to shoot if you don't press anything. My favorite, Sonic Grave, otherwise known as Sonic Blade, allows Sora to initiate up to 7 charged thrust attacks and requires no timing whatsoever, so mash away if you want. Each limit costs Sora a certain amount of MP, and 2 used immediately after one another will trigger MP charge. Of note, a nice quality of life improvement is that here, any ability or move that will otherwise empty Sora's MP will be marked as yellow instead of white, so a quick glance can determine what will save you MP. This is important for a few reasons. To level up Limit Form, it requires the full use of one of the 4 limit commands. As Sonic Grave is the one that doesn't require any specific timing, that is the go-to move I suggest you spam, as I will elaborate on how best to abuse this low-key best form later in the game. Otherwise, leveling up Limit grants Sora an extra draw and Lucky Lucky ability. Since this form is more useful than Valor and Wisdom on their own, it costs 4 drives to activate, but it's well worth it whenever you're in a pinch, and it can be used at virtually any time from here on out. In addition, every successful attack with a limit will restore some of Sora's HP, meaning you can play normally and or abuse Sonic Grave to restore HP when needed, which is pretty fantastic as a powerful safety net. Heck, you can simply activate Limit alongside your regular party and just have a field day dealing major destruction to all who oppose you. I'm not here to judge. The 4th form is given to you by the King after he meets up with you between your first visit to Space Paranoids in Ansem's study. The appropriately named Master form specializes in aerial combat with a balanced take on both melee and magical attacks, mimicking the agile Yoda-like Keyblade Master. The yellow form is leveled up by gathering Drive Orbs, 1 for each small orb and 3 for the large ones, making it one of the more cumbersome forms to level up efficiently. Regardless, the growth ability gained is Aerial Dodge, a spinning double jump that can easily give Sora the momentum to approach or retreat from attacks if you're airborne. Master is great at crowd control. Its finisher is also able to trigger slide effects like Magnet and can stun crowds, alongside powerful magical finishers, Thunder being a particular standout. Since Master is equally balanced, it requires both party members you're with and 4 gauges. Being an innately aerial form, it gives 2 more air combo plus abilities for Sora, so this form does have its uses, especially against mobs or enemies who dislike remaining on the ground. Since it also allows Sora to dual wield, you have some more options to consider in terms of support abilities. This would seem like the most powerful drive form, but there are 2 more quote hidden forms that aren't quite hidden that we will now discuss. Seeing how powerful Valor, Wisdom, Limit, and Master forms can be, why didn't I mention them during most of my advice in the earlier boss battles? Well, the developers knew full well how powerful an option the drive forms are, and thus they built in a counter system that both serves as a neat narrative aspect to go alongside the theming of forms, as well as act as a punishment gameplay-wise. You see, every time you activate Valor, Wisdom, Limit, and Master form, an invisible anti-point is added to an unseen counter. You're fine if you have 0 to 4 of these anti-points, but once you hit 5, there's a 10% chance to trigger anti-form, the 2nd to 5th drive form in a sense, depending on when you earn it. What exactly is anti-form? Well, it's a pitch black form that consumes all of your drive gauges and both party members, locking away your magic and rendering Sora incapable of using the Keyblade. While you're more feral and sporting glowing yellow eyes, representing the darkness remaining in Sora's heart, and referencing the time he turned into a Shadow Heartless in the first game, able to initiate insanely long combos, you do not have access to any finishers and cannot heal yourself in any way, anti-form ignoring all HP orbs dropped by enemies. You also have access to an anti-glide by pressing square, which will then cause Sora to fly forward, attempting to home in on an enemy and end up behind them for a backstab. Sora's a glass cannon to begin with, but anti-form takes this to the extreme. It can be super useful if you are ready for it and if you're good with it, but more often than not it's a definite punishment for trying to abuse drive forms. Not only can you not heal, but anti-form also takes 50% more damage, and Sora gains no experience for any enemies defeated while in this form. So, the goal is to normally revert back, something you cannot do manually from the menu while anti-form is active. Attacks will slowly drain the drive gauge, and picking up drive orbs will actually deplete it quicker, meaning it's one of the few ways to revert back more quickly if you don't simply keep dodging and refrain from attacking. You can revert back if you can leave a room, but in boss fights you're essentially stuck with your consequence. Speaking of, anti-points are affected by various circumstances as well. If you have 5 to 9 anti-points, you're running on a 10% chance of triggering your inner darkness, and anything 10 and above sits at 25%. This sounds like it may be worth the risk, but there are hidden multipliers at work here. If you're in any of the scripted battles that I like to focus on in these videos, that percentage is then multiplied by 2, and against any organization member, that is further multiplied by a staggering 5, meaning the game really discourages you from abusing forms against the arguably most important boss fights in Kingdom Hearts 2. In fact, during a specific armored form of a final boss coming up later in the game, that multiplier is at 10, meaning you're almost guaranteed to trigger anti-form if you're not careful. As a side note, anti-form will not activate if any of your party members are KO'd, and you will not transform while during a Pete, Hades, and Captain Barbossa fight, alongside the Battle of 1000 Heartless. So how do you get rid of anti-points? Well, every time you trigger anti-form, your count is subtracted by 5, and your points are reset entirely when gaining Wisdom, Limit, and Master forms. You also can lower your anti-points by a whopping 10 if you trigger the 6th and final form in the game, accessible after you fight with Roxas. Remember that new Keyblade 2 Become 1? Well, the game is terribly vague about describing what its hidden ability is, but since you're online watching this, and you have access to it, I'll just save you the time. 2 Become 1 obviously represents Sora and Roxas becoming one entity, and this Keyblade is useful specifically for triggering the final form. During any battle with this Keyblade equipped, it begins at a 75% chance of activating anti-form, then steadily lowering until you won't, instead triggering the last form. Final form is the, well, final form in the game. Its dazzling white outfit a culmination of the other 5 forms combined. It represents the ultimate and true power of the Keyblade, since Sora has reunited with his nobody, spoilers for those who didn't catch all the hints and the straight-up reveal earlier, hence the white coloring. He constantly floats above the ground here, and every action triggers his 2 equipped Keyblades via telekinetic powers, meaning everything you do, from jumping to even healing, can damage enemies if they're in range of your Keyblades. It has the power of Valor, the magical capabilities of Wisdom, the usefulness of Limit, the balance of Master, and the long combos of Anti. It's got it all. Powerful finishers, altered abilities, and magic. This form is typically the go-to for many a boss fight if you equipped it with the right Keyblades. The abilities gained through leveling up are the 2 form boosts, extending your time in every form if you need to level them up further. Speaking of, Final Form levels up for every nobody defeated in contrast to Wisdom gaining from Heartless defeats, meaning both Twilight Town and The World That Never Was are the best ways to go here. Heck, even defeating an organization member coming up ahead counts towards this goal. That's a crazy attention to detail, as insignificant as it seems really. Anyways, the growth ability is the personal favorite glide, so it's definitely worth your time to level up. You can also use it after aerial dodge to gain an instant momentum on your glide, so it's win-win when you have a fully maxed out Sora. And that covers all of the drive forms, and pretty much every major system available to you. Even on Critical, the further you get into the game, the more options you are given that can completely turn the tables on your enemies. While drives are a valid gameplay option in the previous boss battles, I made sure to not focus on them entirely, since those that do overly rely on Valor early on will likely have run into Antiform on their own between their first visits to Hollow Bastion and Timeless River. It's a fun system that changes up how you physically fight, so I'm all down for various combat options in an action RPG like this. It's a system I enjoyed as a desperate I need to heal without touching my item strategy, since I don't get access to the vital once more or second chance abilities typically before this part of the game, so I'm constantly watching my health before this. It's also just fun to bust out a drive form when you have a boss on the ropes and want to finish them off in style, as 99% of all cutscenes in the game will keep whatever form you finished a fight in, so that's saying something about the variety of in-game engines for cutscenes. I'll detail how I typically level these forms up in an upcoming section, but for now let's return to the plot before the point of no return.
Be careful, I think we got company.
We return to Sora, Donald, Goofy, and the King walking into the base of Organization 13's castle, Mickey rushing off as he always does because of course. As the main trio make their way through the lower floors of the castle, Saïx confronts Kairi and Naminé as they attempt to escape. A hooded figure Naminé addresses as Riku shows up to hold off Saïx, who disappears further into the castle. Kairi reaches out to uncover Riku's hood, prompted by how friendly Pluto is towards him, only to be presented with Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, now known as Xehanort's Heartless. A lot begins to go down from this point onwards, so bear with me if I skimp out on every lore detail for the time being. When the main antagonists reach the Hall of Empty Melodies, Saïx confronts them after taunting Sora about Kairi's whereabouts before claiming that they no longer need Sora as their Kingdom Hearts is nearly complete, and thus 6 more Heartless on them, curiously ending in a bunch of shadows. Kairi then shows up alongside Ansem Riku before he gives her a flowery Keyblade, before then brandishing his own Keyblade now instead of Soul Eater. Maleficent and Pete then show up with plans on taking the castle that never was for their own, Pete worried about how the Heartless likely won't obey them in this realm. Outside, the king rescues Diz from a group of Dusks, removing his bandages to reveal himself as Ansem the Wise. The two rulers catch up, summarizing a lot of details hinted at during the secret Ansem reports if you have been reading them up to this point. To briefly summarize, Ansem the Wise was indeed betrayed by his 6 apprentices after they had banished him into the realm of darkness, so he sought revenge after all of these years. At a certain point after the events of Chain of Memories, Riku left to deal with his own inner struggle with the darkness against the fake Ansem, eventually coming back to help Ansem the Wise, going by Diz at the time, in order to help Sora by seeking out Roxas from Organization 13. There was a fight between the two that eventually led to Riku succumbing to his inner darkness in order to capture Roxas for Diz. Later on, Riku made Mickey a promise not to tell his friends about his changed appearance, and with all that said, the two continue their trek further into the castle. Eventually, Xigbar shows up to break up the mosh pit the trio were delayed in, addressing Sora as Roxas once again, much to the growing confusion and frustration of the Keyblade wielder. Xigbar muses a bit at how the Keyblade seems to have chosen a hero that doesn't quite stack up to the others this time around.
Rambling, as if. All I'm trying to tell you, traitor, is that your time is up.
Here he comes!
The next of many more boss fights ensues against the organization's numerical number 2, who specializes in utilizing space to his advantage by warping around the arena and defying gravity. He likes to warp to the high ground in an attempt to snipe at Sora, which can easily be deflected with a reaction command. If you have leveled up your growth ability, Xigbar isn't too bad, since you can aerial dodge to deflect a few of the sharpshooter arrow gun's bolts while simultaneously closing in on Xigbar. If left alone, he can switch up the arenas as you have to either reach him or dodge his desperation move, which can either be dodged or reflected away. All in all, Xigbar shouldn't be too tough if you've leveled up your drive forms, especially if you've already unlocked Final Form, in which case this shouldn't even be a challenge. No matter how you slice it, eventually the free shooter will go down like a BAMF, not spilling any of his many secrets as he fades away, the 10th organization member finally dealt with.
Why did you call me Roxas?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Hey, hold on!
At the top of the castle, Ceyx approaches Xemnas as their Kingdom Hearts is nearly complete, asking if he can drop the act and go after Sora without restraint. In the aftermath, Sora finally gets to reunite with Kairi and Riku, showing a much greater reaction at seeing Riku once Sora is able to see him. While Kairi is overjoyed to finally see Sora again, Riku Ansem attempts to leave as Sora begrudgingly thanks who he believes to be his old nemesis. Kairi prevents him from leaving, convincing Sora to close his eyes and reach out to truly feel out that despite his outward appearance, this truly is Sora's old rival and best friend. Now speaking with Riku's voice, he reveals that he had to embrace his inner darkness in order to keep his friends safe, and is willing to stay in the form of Xehanort's Heartless if it means he can use this darkness to defend the light. Further up, Ansem the Wise uses his so-called Kingdom Hearts encoder in an attempt to encode this Kingdom Hearts' data. Neither Ansem the Wise nor Mickey are sure how this will end up, but they watch as it begins to do its thing regardless. The heroes come across the room known as Proof of Existence, acting as a portal to the organization's room, now kinda doubling as a graveyard, each displaying their title and weapon of choice. Most of the doors are broken, reflecting how many no longer exist, as 2 more are left behind before they can move on to the main threat. Roxas is active but blocked, so they must go through the 10th and 7th doors to progress. Stepping into the 10th, they'll see that the resulting beam from Ansem the Wise's Kingdom Hearts encoder is in full effect. Turning to leave, Luxord appears and traps all but Sora, leaving him to face the organization's number 10 alone.
I'd rather we just skip the formalities.
Luxord begins by turning Sora into a die, so simply run around avoiding confrontation until the drive gauge depletes and you can begin fighting the nobody for real. Since Luxord's attribute is time, this battle runs on the time meter gimmick. As the Gambler of Fate states, the first to run out of time is the loser, so you have to keep track of both that meter as well as your own HP. This honestly isn't terribly difficult at the start, since Luxord won't pull off anything too surprising until you begin to whittle down his meter to about 2/3 of his health. He begins to shuffle himself into cards at that point, in which you can manipulate the camera to reveal him, before weaponizing 52 pickup and finally initiating what is to be his final attack. If you can select all 4 zeros on the command menu, Sora will then throw all of Luxord's fair game cards back at him, depleting nearly all of the nobody's time gauge in the process, requiring a simple finisher to win. If not, Sora then turns back into a die and must wait it out as his own time gauge depletes into Luxord's. Either way, eventually Luxord will fall, addressing Sora as Roxas once more and fading away, the 11th member making way for the 12th. The party moves on to Ceyx's room, who is watching the heart-shaped moon with great interest. Sora is sick and tired of being referred to as Roxas by this point, and Ceyx basically doesn't care who he is.
Different name, same fate.
His power boost blows back Riku and Kairi out of the arena, while Donald and Goofy remain with Sora for this fight. The organization's number 7 lives up to his title of the Luna Diviner, using the moon's power to fill up a berserk meter werewolf style, where he becomes far more aggressive with his appropriately named lunatic claymores, creating massive shockwaves and dealing heavy damage with each connected hit. Sora can utilize the thrown claymore similar to the berserk nobodies, which can be used to completely deplete Ceyx's berserk state, the nobody becoming more docile as he gains more moonlight to power himself up once again. This fight basically turns into waiting out Ceyx's more powerful moves until he drops a claymore that you can use to then go berserk on him yourself, so there's not much strategy I can give here beyond learn his easy to read pattern and then strike when he's vulnerable. Use Reflect if you need to. Ceyx then fades away as he glances up at Kingdom Hearts, pleading with the moon as to where his heart is. Sora then finally asks why everyone keeps addressing him as Roxas, and Riku spells it out for anyone who hasn't caught on that Roxas is Sora's nobody.
Roxas is your nobody. My... nobody? But that's crazy. I never turned into a heart... Oh... right.
A flashback occurs that showcases the rest of that pivotal moment shown so much earlier in the game. Riku couldn't quite take down Roxas with his own strength, eventually goading Roxas into channeling a bit of Sora. Enraged, the nobody pushes Riku to the brink as he finally unleashes his inner darkness, transforming physically into Ansem and using his dark familiar to squeeze the Keyblade wielder unconscious. Diz soon shows up to take Roxas away, to then send him to a simulated Twilight Town to help Sora awaken, Riku telling Sora in the present that Roxas had probably left the organization to meet Sora. These events will be explored later on, but the heroes are now able to finally challenge the 13th and final member of Organization 13. The party finally catches up to the king and Ansem the Wise, who is laughing over how foolish he has been throughout the game. Ansem claims that his attempts at trying to calculate and control the heart was a naive notion, despite how wise he thought he was. No matter how many plans he had for revenge, they were completely thrown out the window the moment Sora awoke and began acting of his own free will, even going so far as to apologize to Roxas for using him. Doubtful his apology was heard. Xemnas then appears to confront his old master, mocking his frail and defeated demeanor, claiming his research is ultimately what was responsible for the Heartless invading the worlds. They then have a back and forth for a while, basically coming down to Xemnas willing to go down the road Ansem the Wise began, because Xemnas has no heart, and is thus willing to go as far as it takes to change the world. Though nobody accuses Ansem of being limited by his own heart, the fallen sage professing that he indeed was foolish to try and control and think he could fully understand the unpredictable nature of hearts. He apologizes to King Mickey as his Kingdom Hearts encoder begins to self-destruct, creating a massive explosion of light that envelops the party, Ansem the Wise nowhere to be seen afterwards. The wound caused by the encoder causes countless hearts to rain down around the castle that never was, prompting nobodies to attempt to gather them as the remaining hearts summon an army of Heartless that begin to climb up the castle en masse. Riku awakens in his regular body, much to the wonder of the rest of the cast, and given how much the kid's gone through the last 3 games at this point, I will give this Deus Ex Machina a slight pass due to the quote, unpredictable nature of hearts, as anything could happen. Riku finally removes his blindfold, Mickey claiming that his eyes couldn't lie. The answer for this is something so symbolic and confusing and flowery to many that I will just pin in this for the rest of this video, because this is worth discussing into the next game, so just bear with me on this one. Point is, Riku is back as the World That Never Was guest party member, and he can definitely hold his own against most anything but Xemnas coming up. He's strong, he can heal, his limit is fantastic and versatile, and it just feels good to finally fight alongside Riku after all this time, doesn't it? Further up at Ruin and Creation's Passage, the hordes of Heartless finally catch up to the party, who've decided their priority is defeating the organization's superior to end this conflict. Before the protagonist can face the Heartless, Maleficent and Pete show up to fend them off personally, hoping to retake control and have them attack Xemnas. Maleficent vows to take control of the castle once Xemnas is vanquished. So the heroes leave the antagonists to deal with the Heartless, Mickey hilariously washing his hands of them as they march up to the Altar of Naught, the uppermost area of the castle, and the final room where Xemnas awaits. Lamenting his broken Kingdom Hearts, the nobody plays a game of words and philosophy with the 3 main Keyblade wielders on matters of light, darkness, and those in between. Cutting this conversation to the quick, it comes down to the fact that, while the Warriors of Light accept that light and dark are 2 halves of the same coin, they will stop Xemnas not solely because they reject him as a non-existent being between both extremes, but because he chose to act and cause more havoc among the worlds. Xemnas then challenges Sora to a one-on-one combat scenario, a rematch over a year in the making, and a facsimile of the building seen in Dark City where Sora mentally fought Roxas. Invoking chains of the first game's secret endings, Xemnas will attempt to curse Sora before flying up the building behind him. Allow this to happen, as the reaction command face down will initiate when next to the skyscraper, causing Sora to run up the building while Xemnas equips his ethereal blades and flies down. As they begin to meet halfway, the player is given a reaction command, but because many have been conditioned to just mash it when they see it, some may not realize that the best option requires you to wait a bit. The first will cause them to simply pass each other, making a hasty player wonder what the point of that was beyond the rule of cool. Initiating the second will have Sora attack Xemnas once, while the third will deal a significant amount of damage to the nobody, as I was able to instantly knock off over 3 bars, Xemnas otherwise harming Sora if the player doesn't press triangle at all. Otherwise, the fight is the Kingdom Hearts 2 remake on the fight Sora and company faced when he was known as Unknown at the Hollow Bastion in the first game without as many laser beams. Xemnas will attempt to warp around the field and attack Sora with one of his lightsaber combos, occasionally bringing up that light shield, though it should be noted his attribute is technically nothingness, but that really just means he can burst out Sith powers, so I'm okay with this. Abusing Reflect is certainly possible here if you don't want to face him with combos or magic, but Xemnas should be a pushover if you haven't had any trouble with the previous 3 Aridization fights. Triggering face-off for a second time will likely end the match if you activate the finish command, any finisher enough to end the battle and return Sora to his friends. Because this is a Squeenix game, this wasn't even Xemnas' final form, as he will call upon his incomplete Kingdom Hearts as he vanishes inside it. The worlds grant the protagonist a door to reach the superior of the in-between, marking this point of no return the series graciously likes to give players. As such, this is where I'm going to jump ahead to the post-game contents and pretend I've beaten the game. This is mainly because all of the post-game events technically occur before this final fight with Xemnas, and as such I will pause here and return to the finale after we've covered everything else the game has to offer. So let's take a step back and talk about mostly what Final Mix added to make Kingdom Hearts 2 a vastly improved experience.
They want us to be the guardians of their destiny.
Once we go through, there's no turning back. It's victory or oblivion. So, Sora, are you ready?
Fair warning, this will be the longest section of the video. As we're now discussing end and post-game events, one of the common thoughts players have is how do I quickly max out Sora, and that's where we begin for this final section. If you're looking to simply level up, then my preferred method is now available once you've beaten Xemnas. The Glowing Keyblade comes with the Experience Boost ability, alongside the Equipable ability, which allows experience gain to be doubled when Sora's is under 50% HP, and this stacks. I suggest running up or down the castle that never was, as the nobodies there spawn in at regular intervals, which can easily cause a player to go from around level 50 to 99 in about 2 hours. There are other recommended spots, such as the mansion and even the super dungeon added in Final Mix here, but on Critical at least, it's more of a hassle than it's worth, as one of my videos demonstrating this will show. While I'm not saying it's not possible, just that the tried and true method of running through the world that never was is generally more expedient. You'll earn a decent amount of experience with both experience boost abilities active, and you aren't as prone to running into mistakes, since it's easy enough to get yourself down to under half HP to trigger without running into a game over that the more difficult enemies provide in other areas. Now for summons, I highly suggest just picking one as you're completing other objectives. Stitch is obviously my companion of choice, as I've explained earlier. Valiform is the simplest to level up, requiring you to just hit anything, holding off on finishers if you really want to maximize your time. Wisdom requires defeating Heartless, so any place with abundant shadows, like the Dark City portion of the world that never was, is ideal. Master Form requires Drive Orbs, so you can honestly go anywhere where bulkier Heartless drop them. Limit Form just requires pulling off a limit successfully, ideally Sonic Grave, so this doesn't really require any strategy, just find a fight. Final Form is best leveled up either in the mansion or running through the castle that never was, as they have the fastest and most abundant amount of nobodies to take down. Now, this all applies to those who have beaten the game and were fine not possessing the growth abilities in the critical path. As you progress through the title, you're limited in how much you can actually power up your forms, the first limit at level 3 when you have Valor, increasing by 1 for every form gained until you max out at level 7, once you unlock Final Form. If you're like me, however, you like to inflict pain on yourself during, so I level up pretty much after I received every form, if only because it makes me feel like I'm getting ahead of the game and giving me a slight boost in terms of playing on critical mode. I typically don't begin grinding the forms until I unlock Wisdom, as you'll then have access to Timeless River, which is where I abuse how the mechanics work. Whenever you're using something that requires drive, your gauge will be restored if you enter an area where your party is walking around for story sections, or if you leave a world and then return to the Gummi Ship via a save point. How I abuse this are the windows to the past in Timeless River. Going through the door in Disney Castle while in a form will reset your drive gauge every time, and the reduced load times in the PS4 version makes this even more easy to recommend. Valor and Wisdom can both be leveled up here by running through the rooms. Heartless are weak and plentiful despite the annoying Hot Rod Heartless, which you can either take on or simply ignore if they're too much for you. Before you run out of drive around your final gauge, simply use any of the doors to leave and return to Disney Castle. Within seconds, you can run right back in and have a full gauge restored. Especially early on, that can save you a few minutes each time. That really compounds the hours it takes to level up these things. I did the same thing when I received Master, returning to Timeless River and finally putting those silly hot rods to good use with increased magic. It takes much longer, but aerial dodge is nice to have that early on in the game, roughly 2/3 of the way through, especially as a giant one-up against Zaldin and approaching enemies that aren't quite expecting you to be that agile early on. Limit Form can be leveled up virtually anywhere, and I tend to do the bulk of it during the Battle of 1000 Heartless, as you're guaranteed to never change into anti-form during, and it's easy enough to burst out a Sonic Grave, allowing yourself to get hit to build up your gauge with damage drive if you have it. If you keep an eye on whenever Sonic Grave is white, you can easily abuse this system to go ham with it, getting more damaged until your drive is low, and then activate it at yellow anyways to abuse your drive. Rinse and repeat, and you can easily reach level 4 through 6 without much thought at all. By the time you defeat Roxas and earn the capability of unlocking Final Form, I changed this up a little bit. Before you set foot into the castle, Donald, Goofy, and Mickey are roaming around, meaning you'll automatically be deformed and given your drive gauge back if you were anything but anti-form, as it's easy enough to trigger final form by equipping 2 Become 1 and activating a drive during combat. As a side note, it only works if you're in a combat, as you'll safely transform into whatever form you select otherwise. Anyways, this section of spawning hundreds of Heartless is a pretty neat way to level up Valor, Wisdom, and Master forms without much thought, either running through Dark City and leaving via the save point at the beginning, or simply running back to the Disney characters and saving up and respawning the Heartless. Final form is easy enough to abuse in the mansion if you simply go back far enough, powered up Thunder Magic being an easy boon alongside Magnet in Final Form's crazy combo abilities. It'll take a while, but you can be fully maxed out with a fully mobile Sora before you even set foot into the castle that never was. But I know this does sound super tedious, and that's because it is. And I'm not crazy enough to recommend everyone do as such. I'm simply stating the process that I go through every time I play Final Mix. And cause Limit can be upgraded by abusing Sonic Rave in virtually 95% of all circumstances, that pretty much wraps up all the grinding talk for those who are curious. Also, that section in the Pride Lands atop of Pride Rock no longer works. Since those who are returning to this game after being used to the vanilla version, it's not there. There will only be one Heartless this time around. Now time for an abridged take on the Coliseum in Kingdom Hearts 2, in this case focusing on the Underdrome and its accompanying Paradox Cups. Once you complete all of the normal cups, you can talk to Hades directly and challenge the Paradox Cups, amped up versions of most of the normal cups, each with their own rules, and the normal cups unlock as you progress through the game, the Paradox Cups unlocking once you've defeated Xemnas, completing all of the previous cups, and have maxed out all drives and summons, so a definite post-game section, so let's blaze through this. The Pain and Panic Cup is the easiest of both normal and Paradox Cups, limiting your use of drives, but they reduce the cost of limits, so go nuts. The only remarkable fight is the 10th round against Leon and Yuffie. Leon's powerful and Yuffie warps around like a ninja, so simply focus on one at a time and ignore the other. Limits are very useful here. The Cerberus Cup reverses the rules, removing his party but granting Sora the use of any drive form alone, so you can boost Final Form for all it's worth here. Once again, the only worthwhile fight is the final fight against Cerberus itself, and it's virtually no different this time around beyond fighting it in some darkness. Considering the beast's size, this isn't going to be much of an issue, as you can cheese Final Form, or any form really, since you have the options available at this point, and send this dog away with its tail between its legs. Next up is the Titan Cup, which once again has Sora fighting alone but able to summon by himself. So select Stitch and have a cakewalk here. Only notice that you have to summon him for every round that you want him in. Hercules is the only noteworthy fight here, and his powerful windups are easy enough to read and dodge, parry, reflect, whatever. Especially with Stitch providing free stuns and constant HP recovery options and infinite magic, you really shouldn't lose this one, since you can go hog wild, healing when necessary, or simply turtle up and reflect everything. The choice is yours. The final cup in the Underdrome is the Goddess of Fate, the final match being against Hades, who isn't any different than he was before, so that makes this section very easy. Now, the Goddess of Fate doesn't have a corresponding Paradox Cup, but it does unlock the Hades Paradox Cup, and is the real endurance test in the original game. This is a 50-round tournament that switches up the rules every 10 rounds. You'll run into all of the interesting fights against opponents that I previously just mentioned, alongside Pete and Tifa being thrown into the mix. While I don't like beating up on my brawler wife, her punches are crazy strong, and one of the matches has you fighting against herself, Cloud, Leon, and Yuffie all together. If there is a proper way to do this fight, I will commend you, since I simply spam Reflaga like it's going on sale, since the chaos is way too much for me to combat otherwise, kinda like Larxene. It's a fun tournament though. Fighting against a wide assortment of the game's enemies and some bosses as well is always kinda fun. It's just kinda funny that this was the original game's only post-game content. Speaking of, let's talk about that one lingering aspect of vanilla Kingdom Hearts 2. Here, you'll want to return to Radiant Garden to the Crystal Fissure and pass through the Great Maw, spotting a dozen suspicious group of cosplaying mushrooms, which we'll ignore for now. Making your way past them to the Dark Depths, Sora, Donald, and Goofy will find Sephiroth just chilling out, viewing the dilapidated ruins of Villain's Vale. Approaching him will have the one-winged angel ask what Cloud is doing, before then turning his eyes towards Sora's Keyblade. Finding it interesting, Sephiroth initiates their rematch, or first unambiguously canon fight. Anyways, let's get to it. This is once again a solo match. No idea how they explain away the lack of Donald and Goofy here, so that means no summons and Limit being the sole drive form. Sephiroth will immediately begin with Flash, a move that will darken the screen and see Sephiroth quickly close the gap between the two, which can be blocked by simply dodging, reflecting, and blocking manually, or with the sole reaction command of the battle. Sephiroth will then begin to alternate his attacks, from simple combos to his long-reaching Masamune to summoning dark orbs, increasing in number as he takes more damage, and teleporting around the arena in order to catch Sora off guard. Compared to most other fights, Sephiroth will keep a player on their toes, as I do tend to approach him before I max out my level, this most recent run at level 62 to keep some of the intended challenge intact. I feel now's a good time to explain to any newcomers who aren't quite familiar with some of the Kingdom Hearts footage being shown here, especially in Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, where it's very easy to get caught up in these massive attacks and seemingly not die. As I've detailed, the combat system got shaken up in this game, with combos, finishers, and whatnot. In battle, usually any attack that would kill you grants an immediate game over. However, any Kingdom Hearts vet will tell you of two vital abilities, Once More and Second Chance, which are key to keeping your sanity in these tougher fights. Once More will be the first ability learned no matter which path you chose, though the Dream Shield and Rod progression paths will typically earn them by the time you're at the Battle of 1000 Heartless, while sword users like myself have to wait until we're level 47, meaning I don't acquire this vital ability until I'm near the world that never was, right in time to survive some major hits. Once More specifically keeps Sora at 1 HP during a combo, meaning any attack that hits you for more than once. So this is how I'm surviving Sephiroth's attacks here, because the initial hit doesn't kill me, but any singular attack that would otherwise kill me afterwards still can. The companion ability is Second Chance, which allows you to survive any hit that would otherwise grant a game over. And this one is available as early as 49 for shield, 65 for rod, and freaking 85 for sword, so I'm constantly topping off my HP for most of the game, which isn't really a complaint. It gets me on my toes, but that's why Sword teaches you to be cautious if you're on Proud, and especially critical. Returning to the fight, Sephiroth isn't hard to pin down once you learn his basic patterns, but he can switch them up on the fly, meaning you can still pretty easily fall if you aren't paying attention. He's easy to combo when he's not attacking, and it's easy enough to counter with the basic block if you're good enough. The further you push him, however, the more hectic the battle becomes, since he can begin chaining various attacks together in an attempt to counteract my lack of Second Chance. Pro tip, if you're caught in a combo and flung into the air, you will largely remain invincible at 1 HP as long as you don't recover mid-air or touch down safely, so use this to your advantage if you're being caught in a deadly attack, but not before a separate one would otherwise kill you. Eventually Sephiroth will power himself up, attacking more relentlessly and warping around more often, summoning constant dark orbs in an attempt to trap you, easily countered with a Reflect or a Vicinity Break if you wish to transition into an attack. Sephiroth is once again able to call upon Heartless Angel, which will drain Sora of all his MP and leave him with 1 HP, requiring quick item usage or an interrupt before it can be pulled off. This is where Aerial Dodge and Glide really shine. As long as you're locked on and attentive, he won't be able to catch you off guard. His main desperation move is calling upon Meteor, an attack that you can simply aerial dodge back and forth if you realize how slow moving the move actually is. If you find yourself in a jam, Limit Form is also a great failsafe, Sonic Rave able to restore HP while also attacking the fallen soldier. Eventually he will be bested, noting that Cloud is apparently the only one who can defeat him for good. Sora must then fetch Cloud, a small battle ensuing similar to Advent Children with Tifa showing up to lend her angelic light to her childhood friend. The two disappear to fight a great battle, hopefully getting a proper resolution in Kingdom Hearts 3, and that is one of my official predictions, even though at the time of publishing we have virtually no information on any Final Fantasy characters returning for that sequel, so let's see how much my prediction holds. One of the many few remaining plot threads kinda being wrapped up, Tifa will give Sora the Fenrir keychain as she walks off. This is where the original game's challenge tended to dry up, as chests were the only other collectible in the game to go for, alongside minigame things for Jiminy's Journal, if you like that, aside from trophies. Okay. They're still here in Final Mix, but Puzzle drastically helps with exploration, the most out of reach requiring maxed out growth abilities to gather and collect your prizes alongside neat official art. Luckily, Final Mix adds more than floating crowns to fully maximize your movement abilities that you've spent the time leveling up. Remember that hole that got blasted on the side of Ansem Castle during the Battle of 1000 Heartless? Well, it's now time to explore inside those walls into a new section added for Final Mix. The first obstacle is a high cliff next to a bobbling red orb that dispenses drive orbs when hit, heavily hinting that Valor Form's high jump is required here. You ideally should have maxed out your forms before you tackle this place, though you can technically make it through on level 2 as long as you transform into the form it requires to utilize this level 3 growth ability. With the simple obstacle out of the way, Sora, Donald, and Goofy are presented with the heart of the Cavern of Remembrance. This area is designed to test out your platforming skills amongst the most powerful Heartless and Nobodies in the game. If you thought the main game was terribly linear and lacking in platforming and interactables, then this section is a welcome breath of fresh air that finally begins to utilize all of those glorious movement options. The first area is a large open cavern, complete with glowing crystals and the toughest palette swaps of the game's Heartless. This is an excellent place to level up Stitch if you haven't yet already, or simply help you survive their powerful hits, since they do like to hit you like trucks. Have fun exploring, as the end of the area will present you with a white door that is only accessible once you defeat a group of Heartless. Quick run is also required here, as the next room will present the player with giant drills that must be lowered by attacking valves underneath it, activating various pistons and whirlwinds to help fully explore the vertical shaft. Aerial dodge is then required to get through another encounter and another room, this time the engine chamber. Conveyor belts will introduce themselves first before pipes leaking with stunning steam will attempt to stall you, boiled water having seemingly indeed formed sentient allegiances against the player. Pretty straightforward stuffs. It eventually leads again into the mine shaft, where glide is required to reach the transport to Remembrance. If you ever make it far and realize you don't have a certain level 3 ability, the mine shaft here allows you to drop to the bottom for a faster way out, though you will have to travel through the previous areas once more. The transport is a long hallway curiously designed on one side to match Castle Oblivion's aesthetic, while the other showcases the fantastical and characteristic inverted waterfalls Hollow Bastion/Radiant Garden has depicted. This is a hallway filled with 3 mandatory groups of nobodies, the roughest mobs in the entire game by far. My advice is to go in with Stitch and never look back. The Heartless don't mess around here, but mixing up nobodies in every combination that you can think of truly gets hectic without intense crowd control options, and Stitch allows for theoretically infinite Magniga, plenty of Repligas, and a pretty big save should you need HP orbs, or instantly exiting your MP charge. Whenever you pass the 3 tense fights, you are rewarded with the end of the cavern, the Garden of Assemblage. Turning on the monitor will summon 13 tubes from beyond the surrounding waterfall basin, and lead to replica data of all of Organization 13, this time souped up and with slightly modified tactics, all at level 99, so if you ever want to prove your worth and have a rematch with the 13th Order, Final Mix has you covered. Beyond the computer, a shortcut to the restoration site will materialize, leading to a much shorter route to the postern save point for return visits, as we will come back to this point later. For now, we deal with another group of fungi impersonating the iconic antagonists. Recalling the dozen black-colored mushrooms in the Great Maw, these are most of the members of Mushroom 13, this game's answer to the running theme of unique mushroom Heartless first seen in the first Kingdom Hearts, this time expanded beyond a simple game of charades. Each of them are also numbered 1 through 13, and share various traits with their organization counterparts. Their challenges are presented as minigames, and you'll likely have run into at least one of them if you sweep the worlds a 3rd time for chests and puzzle pieces before this, so let's run down their challenges in order because I'm boring. Number 1 is massive and is fought in the Dark City portion of the world that never was, similar to how Xemnas' first fight was fought. It utilizes reversals, something that makes more sense if you've beaten Xemnas during the finale before this. The goal is to hit it at least 70 times within 30 seconds, and activating the quick slide reaction command that flashes briefly after the initial reversal command shows up, catching it off guard and presenting you your chance to rack up the hits. The strategy against number 1 is a common one throughout Mushroom 13, and it finally gives Wisdom Form a chance to shine, showcasing its unique properties alongside that negative combo ability many first-time players may not see the value in, alongside Fenrir's shared ability. If you unequip all of your combo pluses and then equip both negative combo and Fenrir, every attack Sora initiates will be a finisher, and Wisdom's is that rapid-fire barrage of magical bullets. That's the key here. Find the proper rhythm and you'll satisfy number 1's conditions, dropping tranquil drops and a few wands for Donald, something all the odd-numbered mushroom will drop, which will give a player one of every synthesis drop by this point. More on that briefly very soon. Number 2 is found in the Christmas Tree Plaza of Christmas Town, who fires off magical spells similar to Xigbar's energy bullets. You must either dodge, block, or reflect the spells in some way, reaching at least 80. Various methods work here, though the one that works best for me is my old pal Stitch, granting infinite MP and all the reflex I can need. Though be warned, you can't spam them as number 2 will wait until your light bubble drops before resuming the attack. In conjunction with their odd counterparts, the even-numbered mushrooms will drop shields for Goofy. Number 3 is found on the bridge in Beast Castle where you defeated Zaldin. It drops various orbs that must be gathered up, 450 required to satisfy the fungi. It increases its speed the longer the minigame goes on, so a maxed out quick run or glide is recommended here, as you can also equip as many draw abilities as possible to help lessen the stress on this one. Number 4's challenge is in the Land of Dragons outside of the palace where Shan Yu was initially defeated. It will imitate Vexen's obsession with data in a way by multiplying itself, playing tag with Sora. My strategy involved Wisdom Form once again, equipping all of the negative combos and firing off the rapid fire finisher for a bit, but once the clones came in fast and started diving dangerously close to me, I put on the Berserk Charge ability, which allows Sora to attack continuously without triggering a finisher during MP charge, removing the brief lapse of attacks after you wrap up a finisher. Wisdom's ability to glide around while also attacking is vital here, and eventually you'll nail all 99 clones, though you only need to hit 85 of them. Number 5 is resting in the deepest room in the Cave of Wonders, a handy save point saving you much of the time to reach it. The goal here is simple, defeat it within 10 seconds, though the catch is that it regenerates its health pretty quickly, requiring you to maximize your damage output. Limit Form is the easiest here, the finisher only setup triggering its insane attacks, particularly Zantetsuken, as it can chop off at least one entire HP bar at a time, my 4th and final finisher chopping off a bar and a half. The massive Heartless, sharing its stature with Lexius, will be one of the easiest challenges if you're aware of how Limit's finishers work. Number 6 is located where Demyx was first encountered, though it mimics Zexion's penchant for illusions and multiple copies of itself. You must simply defeat all of the copies within 45 seconds, and the formations it takes never change, so you can eventually learn them and come up with a strategy. My advice is utilizing the 3 basic magics in and out of Wisdom Form: Fire for ground mobs, Blizzard for straight shots, and Thunder for floating groups that are too far away to hit yourself, occasionally firing off at singular spaced out targets in Wisdom. This just requires patience and learning, and then it's off to the next mushroom, since you're halfway done. Number 7 is hiding out in the Tunnelway in Twilight Town, mimicking Cyax's Berserker Rage. You must defeat it within 10 seconds, but the mushroom will send you flying if it touches you, wasting precious seconds. This is as simple as spamming Replica, so there's not much to the strategy here. Okay, number 8 is the worst one of the bunch by far. It's found outside of Yensid's tower in a darkness puddle in the ground. You must throw it up and juggle it in the air, hitting it at least 85 times. Now, this wouldn't be so bad if it didn't cheat, and it cheats something fierce. The normal strategy, if it played fair, would be to equip Berserk Charge and then simply horizontal slash it across the corners of the field, but no. This one has to cheat and start randomly flying off beyond the reach of even your longest Keyblade. You can get lucky if you keep at it, but this last time was one of my worst experiences I've ever had with it. It took over 45 minutes to nail this sucker, and I know because I have video evidence of it, as I always forget how to beat this one. Eventually I settled with triggering Berserk Charge, waiting for a little bit, and then juggling it, timing it to a certain point before I began wailing on this thing, since once it began running out of reach horizontally, I quickly summoned Donald's Comet Limit, which held it in place long enough for me to continue attacking it and keep it relatively within my reach. I don't know if this is considered cheap, since I had to time it specifically to make it work, and I hate this thing, easily the worse than Atlantica from a pure gameplay perspective, so meh. I know it's supposed to be that whole juggling thing that Roxas did in Twilight Town, but this thing just... Flying vertically up is one thing, but flying out of your reach like that is stupid. Also, it's somewhat like Axel is doing his boss fight, like when you can throw him up and hit the light, but whatever, I hate this thing, let's move on. Number 9 is fought where Demyx first played his last, and as such is a dancer. The goal is to keep it spinning, hitting it at least 75 times, though each time it gets hit, it gets faster and harder to keep spinning. The trick here is to equip the Fatal Crest Keyblade, activating Berserk Charge and spamming horizontal slash. No thought necessary, as you can mash square all the way to 99 hits as you circle the field. Number 10 is fought in the Moonlight Nook of the Isla de Muerta, where you must fight her within 55 seconds. She plays by Black Ballad rules from Kingdom Hearts Final Mix, meaning she plays a sort of shell game where you must keep your eyes on her, ideally using Final Form to grind as much damage before she shuffles herself again. Each successive correct guess extends the time you have to hit her, so just go for it on this one. It also shares Luxord's penchant for games. Number 11 is posing on the shoreline of the waterway in Timeless River, sharing Marluxia's quirk of a Doom counter without the Doom. Sora must hit it 99 times in 19 seconds. The tried and true finisher only set up on Wisdom wins the day yet again. Number 12 is situated outside of the mansion in Twilight Town, and is the last Mushroom 13 challenge if you're going in order. It shares Larxine's talent of quick appearances and being slightly annoying, as they appear one at a time, so back to the Wisdom Form Berserk Charge strategy if you want consistency. Hit at least 40 of them within a minute and you're golden. Returning to the Great Maw, you can check which mushrooms you've satisfied. Once all are content, number 13 will descend from on high to mingle with the Keyblade wielder, bestowing upon him both the Winner's Proof keychain as well as the Proof of Peace, gifting Sora a neat little bronze crown if this was the first challenge you've completed. It shares Roxas' oddball status as being non-violent, as well as sharing Sora's affinity for light. With Mushroom 13 out of the way, it's now time to revisit the true Organization 13, albeit in data form. The Replica Data for Organization 13 in the Garden of Assemblage is a glorified boss rush if you want to treat it as such. Each is locked at level 99 and has remixed tactics, are generally stronger, and are one of the easiest ways to grind for stat boosts and other rare drops for the best synthesis items. As such, this will be an abridged take on all 13 fights, as well as sharing a bit of obvious and background trivia on the organization, because why not get a leg up on the lore section? Going in order again because I'm boring, Xemnas is unique in that he's fought in 2 phases, the first of which is in the illusory Dark City fight with the skyscraper, while the second one is the final fight in the game, of which I'll address when we get to that. The first phase is just how you think, he's just way more powerful. The difference being that if you trigger the finish reaction command on the building, you will instantly deplete Xemnas' health to 1 HP, so that's really neat. I'll cover the second phase towards the end, but it's basically a more intense version of that. The reward here is a power boost, and you're given a chance to change your equipment and abilities alongside Riku joining you for the final phase of the fight. Xemnas isn't actually given a proper title in Kingdom Hearts 2, since his room doesn't come with it on the floor, I guess showcasing his attribute of nothingness? Xigbar is pretty much the same as his first boss fight, only much quicker and meaner. His animations were originally censored when he connected his sharpshooter arrow guns together, but this was reinstated for Final Mix. Otherwise, his crosshairs were made more cartoony to better fit the Kingdom Hearts aesthetic, more so than implying that Disney is promoting, hey, we're sniping at this kid in this crosshairs. He's also one of my favorite organization members, so there's that anecdote. Sultan's fight is also pretty identical, just that his arrow shield now makes him virtually invincible if you don't abuse jump. Replica in final form balance out his increased strength. I also like his accent, and I don't have much else to say on this one. Vexen still utilizes his Data Antiform trick, and whose shield must still be broken before damaging him properly. He fires off more powerful ice attacks, and the Data Sword can be frustrating, but honestly you can go complete ham on both and just reflect back their damage for a super easy win as long as you hit fast and hard. I also appreciate Vexen's inclusion in Chain of Memories, hinting at him being one of Ansem the Wise's 6 apprentices, being a scientist, alongside Replica Research was interesting, hint hint. Lexi is still a man of very few words. He still goes over 9,000 and is still beaten by reflecting his attacks. He's definitely gotten the shortest end of the stick in this series, rivaled only by a few newcomers here, but at least in Final Mix the surviving members got more cutscenes to flesh them out more. His axe sword also reminds me of the Master Sword hilt. Sixian is also not too different. More aggressive, sure, and the meteor attack is quicker, but honestly he's otherwise not that much more difficult with all the options you now have at your disposal, even if you do get caught up in a book bashing. Zexion is also implied to know more than we've been led to believe, as depicted in his flashback conversation with Xigbar earlier in the game, so that's something worth noting. Syx is also one of the easier fights, since he's basically just more aggressive and stronger, and there's way more time avoiding his desperation moves this time around, waiting it out before he gives you a claymore again, though this time you're invincible once you do grab them, even though they disappear almost instantly after they appear. Trade-offs. The implied animosity between him and Axel always did pique my interest. Speaking of, Axel can now be fought by Sora, so no dual wielding like Roxas did during his fight. Since you fight alone here, you at least have limit form. And that's not nothing. This time around, the burning floor will slowly eat away at Sora's health, so you need to trigger Burst Frontier to attack the nobody and then put out the flames. He's otherwise the same, the wall being a particular nuisance as I brave him, but that's more of a nitpick due to how I cheese it with limit form, and that's not really a dock against the fight because that's totally me. Axel's obviously the fan favorite though, but I don't think I need to explain why. Demyx is by far the hardest fight for me, simply because I don't like using items. If you replenish your MP, this fight's not difficult at all, and it's very close to his regular fight, just more of it. The deal breaker for my method here is that Demyx's water clones are super tough compared to his mandatory fights, as attacking them will have them retaliate against you this time, and the notes will not appear unless you cast Blizzard on them, something that the game won't tell you on this one. However, fire still works wonders, so if you cast Faraga near Demyx and then transform into Wisdom or Final Form for the boosted magics and more MP, you can easily take down one of a few sets of randomized encounters, the toughest of which is dealing with 99 water clones within 30 seconds. Which can be a problem if I mistime my forms or run out of drive because I don't have any magic. Again, if you use items, this is not a concern, but I like being prideful on being stubborn. Demyx is also woefully underexplored as a character alongside the organization's number 10. Luxord's fight is virtually the same, just powered up. The only difference is that the Do You Know the Rules card game is much more difficult. Otherwise, you don't start as a die this time around, and I have very little to say on this one. I also didn't know this until I looked up some trivia, but apparently Luxord is the only organization member whose name is never spoken out loud. It's kind of crazy, because he's also criminally underused, despite apparently at some point being Nomura's favorite organization member. It must be the beard. Marluxia's fight is also the same, though this time you'll likely have a 99 dupe counter thanks to a maxed out Sora, and Marluxia's normal strikes now deal HP damage as well as stealing from your counter. Also, the restore count reaction command now begins at 13 and reduces in efficiency after every use, though you likely won't rely on that too much if you're reflecting things and gliding around avoiding damage like you should be. Marluxia's also one of my favorites, as I always wondered what his deal was in trying to stage a coup in the organization with Larxene. Speaking of which, Larxene is still fast and she's still terrible. Replica is your best friend again here, as I honestly cheese these rapid hit-and-run fights, because why give us Reflect if you don't want us to use it? If there's a way to beat her on level 1 without using Reflect, I have no idea what that is, so don't feel bad about using it. Defeat her once again, since she honestly deserves it more than 2 times over. What a witch. It's great that we have such a despicable female antagonist in this series, though. Ending the challenge in numerical order is the rematch with Roxas, who fights way more aggressively as everyone else does. Though this time I can't beat him super easily, so I can showcase this fight a bit more. His desperation move, Keyblade Release, has him casting 13 beams of light in the center of the station, then firing it off during a beautiful Twilight backdrop. Glide is your friend on this one, as he'll begin incorporating those light columns as his HP depletes. If you can snatch his Keyblades again, go for it. It looks epic and feels just as satisfying. His story has yet to be fully told, so if you like him, you're in for a possible treat. After defeating all 13 data replicas, you're rewarded with a chest in the garden granting a proof of a non-existence and a silver crown atop Sora's head if this is your second one. Note that you can complete these 3 main challenges in any order you wish. The crowns awarded will always be given bronze first, gold last. And now I head to the arguably toughest fight in the entire game. It truly wouldn't be an important mainline Kingdom Hearts title without some sort of sequel tease boss. Just like how Kingdom Hearts Final Mix showcased the first fight against the organization in the unknown boss fight, now known to be Xemnas testing Sora's strength among other things, Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix introduces a special event if you heed the distress call from Disney Castle. In the Hall of the Cornerstone, visible when you return for Timeless River, you'll see a massive portal that the game gives a great deal of warnings towards, and for good reason. If you're ready to take on the most difficult fight in the game, step forward with confidence. You can unlock this battle after you've unlocked the first secret ending by beating the game, and this battle means way more once you do. A soft reminder that this is also considered canon, although it only makes sense to have taken place before the finale dealing with Xemnas and all that. Presumably, this and the fight with Sephiroth take place before the party makes it to Twilight Town and initiates the endgame. I only say this because the first game was kind of wiggy on how it treated Sephiroth, despite treating the Xemnas fight as canon, going so far as to reference it in both Rechain of Memories' intro movie, as well as the memory flashbacks during Roxas' prologue section. These secret fights are generally considered to have happened, is my basic point, so we're moving on. The 3 find themselves in a vast barren landscape at dusk, the desert emanating an extremely lonely and forgotten vibe. After a while, a caped figure appears from a dust storm, clad in rusted golden armor. Kneeling and brandishing a Keyblade, the entity's opening words are Aqua, then. Sora summons his Keyblade in turn, Donald and Goofy in defense positions as well, as the armored figure asks who Sora is after noticing his Keyblade. While the figure claims to have met Sora before way back when, it quickly retracts the statement, claiming Sora wasn't the one he chose. The armored entity then begins to initiate aggressive negotiations, uttering Xehanort's name, getting riled up enough to draw his Keyblade, the fight commencing. This fight is truly a spectacular one, since the entity, known as the Lingering Will in Jiminy's journal, is able to change up its AI script, meaning it's even less predictable in its patterns than Sephiroth is. Lingering will constantly show off his mastery over the Keyblade, something far above Sora's current capabilities. You'll learn very quickly that Lingering Will can transform his Keyblade into various forms, making him extremely dangerous and versatile. In my experience, his opening attack is random and somewhat determines how he behaves throughout the rest of the fight. For instance, my most recent footage here had him transforming his Keyblade into a cannon gun that can hurt when he brings it out, casting a giant ball of light that can then explode on contact and constantly homes in on Sora. Thankfully, this orb can be blocked and sent back at the armor, though it will eventually come back to Sora if you aren't close enough, and if that's the case, you can simply abuse the iframes on the dodge roll and cancel it out. He can otherwise initiate a rush attack, diving 3 times at Sora while in the air, and he can effortlessly transition between attacks, so you need to be observant and on your guard at all times. You can time an aerial recover or retaliating slash to break out of the third attack if you time it correctly, though if he's going crazy with the attacks, you may just want to wait it out with once more and second chance equipped. Remember, you don't die until you either recover with one of those two moves, heal, and or land and have control return back to you. Lingering Will can also transmute his Keyblade into a bow, able to fire 3 bolts at Sora, which can scramble Sora's commands, similar to Unknown in Kingdom Hearts Final Mix, something you really want to avoid here. Release frees you while fall will harm Sora as his HP depletes, so you can evade these bolts with carefully timed dodge rolls, and while this was my first battle with Lingering Will since 2017, when I replayed it for streaming purposes, this first and only recording I did this most recent time is all thanks to almost a decade worth of muscle memory, so I'm kinda proud of this one. You'll learn Lingering Will has a very high retaliation threshold, but you'll have to feel out how you can chain your combos and finishers depending on how you fight. You can see me pushing my luck further and further as the battle progresses, to the point where I eventually feel out how aggressive I can be before either stopping or taking my beatings. This is often in the form of his whip attack, which can be blocked, but not if you're in the middle of a combo when he does it. Otherwise you'll simply be thrown, possibly into another combo, so watch out. One of the more lethal moves Lingering Will can pull off are his 2 command seal attacks. The orange seals your physical attacks while the blue locks your magic. Neither of which you really want, but if you're going to get hit by one, eat the red one. You can break the seals if you deplete the smaller HP bar that now appears, so you can defend his cannon gun attack if you got the distance down. If you're ever in trouble, remember Limit Form is always great as a last resort if you're out of MP or about to die. In fact, if your physical attacks are sealed, Limit Form's limits can be used to circumvent this, as they are considered magical attacks. As for his more base moves, he can start a 3-hit combo that ends with his Keyblade drilling into you. Ouch. Speaking of, eventually Lingering Will enter a Berserker state, beginning a long move called Super Wild Dance. Thank you Kingdom Hearts Wiki for all these move names. The attack seems super intimidating when you first experience it, but a bit of trial and error alongside a cooler head will prevail here. It begins with a melee barrage that you can block 3 times, followed by a massive gear-shaped energy attack that you cannot block, so just glide away for a bit until he calms down. The final phase of the move involves him swinging his Keyblade to then warp towards Sora on the second strike. You can then quickly lock onto him the moment he warps next to Sora, which can then be blocked 5 times to escape all damage, though know he can initiate this immediately afterwards again, so you'll have plenty of time to learn how to either block or avoid this move, since you can just use a bunch of Reflegas if you have the MP for it, or just use items like a sane person. Once Lingering Will begins to use this move, his actions become way more sporadic and semi-randomized, so be sure to stay calm and read when to break out of a combo if you get caught in one, since he can begin chaining his moves together right after one another. Rounding off his attacks, Lingering Will can send bits after you, light-based drones that can fire at Sora as Lingering Will sometimes disappears, which can be defeated by either waiting them out or aerial dodging into them. And if that wasn't enough, Lingering Will can also transform his Keyblade into a Wave Rider of sorts, able to dart towards Sora while riding it, and is one of the moves that can create a magnet-type pull towards Sora, potentially discombobulating your spatial awareness in the moment. I'm actually happy I was able to showcase all of his moves like this in one fight. Go me. Once you eventually defeat him, Lingering Will then stand down, stating that what he sensed within Sora was his power, then ominously kneeling once again, as Sora leaves with a proof of connection, and for me, my gold crown. You can re-enter the portal afterwards to re-challenge Lingering Will anytime you want, but it will say it has nothing more to offer than his hatred of Xehanort. And with that fight conquered, all that remains is the finale, so just like I did with the Kingdom Hearts Final Mix video, I will now attempt to break down all the story and lore bits that are important going into the ending, because this is where it comes most in handy for newcomers and even returning fans. Get ready for a bunch of nonsense terms and lingo. Okay, this section is going to showcase why continuity lockout is very much a trope for this series. One of the aspects I love about this franchise is that it cares about its story, and in turn, its characters to a very large degree. It respects its history, and similar to Metal Gear before it, has continued a narrative that has gone on since 2002 on the PlayStation 2, no small feat in this era of constant remakes and reboots. And before anyone says anything, I know these are the HD Remix collections, but this is honestly how you do it. Compile all your previous entries that were spread across a decade and put them all on the same console you are releasing your 11th and newest entry on. Alright, down to business. As before, I'll frame this section around the secret Ansem reports, behind-the-scenes in-game text dumps that help answer a bunch of behind-the-scenes questions that you may have in the back of your mind if you stop and think about how things happen, and want some insight into the history and significance of some lore and character motivations before they happen or are shown in-game. As in the first game, these reports are given to you at specific points in the story, once again totaling 13, and are presented to the player after characters related to Ansem have either died or are related to him. So let's do this in chronological order, since you now know most of what you need to in order to fully understand the events here, and I will do my best to interject relevant information when necessary. The first secret Ansem report, which will henceforth be referred to as the reports for the sake of sanity, begins by Ansem discussing once again the paradise he reigns over, this radiant garden that was previously known to the series as Hollow Bastion, though you can piece a bunch of this information together earlier on if you connected the dots and pay attention. In this case, these reports are written by who we now know as Ansem the Wise. He once again discusses how, even though his people live in the light amongst pure water and vibrant gardens, he intends on delving into researching the darkness, for it has always found cast around light. He then goes on to explain that one of his apprentices, Xehanort, has volunteered to be a test subject on these experiments. Ansem reminisces at how he found Xehanort at death's door and helped nurse him back to health, and even though he had lost most of his memories, he showed a keen mind and eagerness to learn, Ansem remarking how superhuman Xehanort seems to be at times. One of Ansem's other apprentices, Evan, showed interest in assisting with some psychological tests, in the hopes to unlock Xehanort's memories and past. The second report then details how quickly these experiments began to go awry, as it begins to link to the earlier Ansem reports to the first Kingdom Hearts. While Ansem was convinced to build a large underground laboratory, specifically at the insistence of his youngest apprentice Ienzo, Ansem then became aware of the experiments that were going on that were detailed in the first game's reports. Once he learned of their dark experiments regarding the darkness in people's hearts and the horrific results that became of the subjects, he forbade his apprentices to continue their research, showing great concern over his pupils, feeling he had made a grave error in attempting to dive into the mysteries of the heart. While in his turmoil, Ansem was then visited by King Mickey, in accordance to the flashback seen earlier in the game, as well as the same story told by the first Ansem reports. As the two rulers bonded over various topics, Mickey suggested he go over what his apprentices had found, and in the laboratory Ansem discovered the original Ansem reports, discovering that while he had written the first one, reports 2 through 9 were then written by Xehanort. As a side note, there's a translating error regarding the numbering system here. While the in-game footage here shows that Ansem wrote Report 0 and that his apprentice wrote Reports 1 through 8, this is due to the localizers not correctly adapting the numbering scheme. In the Japanese release, the reports were listed 0 through 12, while internationally they were instead numbered 1 through 13, so hence why I corrected the mistake and potential confusion here. Keep your terms consistent, guys. It doesn't happen often, but when it does, it can really throw us obsessives off. This, of course, follows along the plot twist that Xehanort had eventually stolen Ansem's name, and went about causing all his destructive machinations under the guise of his old mentor. Xehanort wrote most of the original reports, detailing the dark experiments that led to him discovering the Heartless and the doorway to a world's heart, eventually hypothesizing various things with uncanny accuracy. Now it makes you wonder about how much of Xehanort's memory he began to unlock in order to go down this dark path. Eventually, he sacrifices his own heart to become a sentient Heartless, a true anomaly, retaining some of his original features while seemingly remaining mostly humanoid and able to control Heartless and the darkness with absolutely no fear, all for the sake of knowledge. Trying to discover his lost memories and forgotten past, perhaps? Ansem then name drops his other 5 apprentices, Evan, Ienzo, Braig, Dylan, and Alias. Now some of you already know where I'm going with this. If you recall the naming ceremony Xemnas gave to Roxas during his creation, the audience is shown how their naming scheme operates. A nobody's new name is an anagram of their old one with an X inserted into it. Rearrange the 5 apprentices' names above with an X and you get Vexen, Zexion, Zigbar, Zaldan, and Lexius, the organization members numbered 2 through 6. This is where I get to geek out over naming conventions, because they're very important in Kingdom Hearts. This also applies to Xehanort. Since he abandoned that name and took his master's name, this is how he named himself Xemnas. Another fun fact, Ansem is an anagram for names, which is very fitting. As to what Xehanort can possibly mean, we go back to the flashback shown in the middle of the Battle of 1,000 Heartless. As a bit of trivia nobody's expected to know the first time around, note the username Xemnas uses to enter the hidden laboratory, Another. In addition, the 6 passwords required also use the somebody names of the 6 apprentices. If you count the number of keystrokes on all 6, they correspond to Xehanort, Braig, Dylan, Evan, Alias, and Ienzo respectively. Useless but fun trivia and attention to detail. After his fallen apprentices discard their human forms and banish Ansem the Wise into the realm of darkness, he then begins to formulate his revenge, angry at the loss of his duty as governor of the people of Radiant Garden, which would eventually fall into Hollow Bastion thanks to a Heartless invasion by Maleficent. Relegated to the nothingness he had been banished to, he decides to walk along darkness as a friend, discarding his name as he has had that stolen by his star pupil, instead calling himself Darkness in Zero, or Diz. His focused anger is the only thing keeping himself sane in the realm of darkness. Diz concludes that the Heartless must be the key to unraveling the mystery of why his apprentices betrayed him so. He intends on accomplishing his goal as a means to atone for his sins, in this regard not seeing the darkness in his apprentices' hearts. This is where he details how the Kingdom Hearts universe designates its beings / somebodies, with the three aspects of life being a heart, a soul, and a body. Diz's extended stay in the realm of darkness has begun to weigh heavily on the usurped leader. His sense of time has been warped as his writings have been the only thing that's keeping him together alongside his rage. He brings back up the differences between Pureblood and Emblem Heartless, noting that the machine that's producing emblems he saw in their laboratory, and hypothesizes if the Heartless, driven by their instinctual need to gather hearts, are being led by a stronger Heartless who can give them orders, a purpose. He fears for the stability of the worlds, knowing that even worlds have hearts and are thus in danger of the Heartless stealing it away, referencing the fate that was indeed upon the worlds by the time Sora was chosen by the Keyblade. Later, Diz was able to see what his apprentices saw in the power of darkness. When he stared into the darkness with a calm mind, neither fearing it nor rejecting it, he obtained that very power, and then understood what their fascination with this surging power was. The difference is that Diz intends on using it without succumbing to its power, eventually harnessing the ability to use a corridor of darkness, the favorite method of users steeped in darkness in this series. This explains how Diz was able to cross between worlds similar to the beasts in the first game, as occasionally individuals with strong enough convictions can cross worlds of their own free will. As a reminder, using corridors of darkness aren't advised, as constant use of them erodes the body and corrupts the heart. This was seen when Riku was constantly using them instead of a vessel like a Gummi Ship or Captain Hook's ship in the first game. While others have used them before, like when Sora was transported from a destroyed Disney Islands into Traverse Town, they aren't in them long enough to do any real damage. Since nobodies don't possess any hearts to begin with, and Heartness or Darkness made real with hearts, they can travel using these pathways with no issue. Furthermore, a reminder that the black coats some of the characters wear are used both as protection from the darkness and as a way to render yourself untraceable at the same time. So when Mickey took off his coat earlier after the Goofy scare and summoned his Keyblade during the Battle of 1,000 Heartless, he was simultaneously welcoming any Heartless he ran across, as well as announcing to everyone that he was no longer hiding. After changing his appearance when he returned to the Realm of Light, Diz discovered that Xehanort had indeed become a Heartless, and learned of the events of the first game. He was controlling a massive horde of Heartless in an attempt to reach the Heart of All Worlds, the eponymous Kingdom Hearts that both attracts and sends all matter back into the darkness. Diz wonders what happened to his other 5 apprentices, whether they had also turned into Heartless, or if they had simply vanished after Xehanort had exhausted their usefulness. He then learns about and discusses the fundamentals regarding nobodies, and by this point in his 7th report, Organization 13 has been formed, meaning Roxas was already created while Sora was dealing with the ending of Kingdom Hearts and Xehanort's Heartless, and they had already sent 6 of their members into Castle Oblivion. Soon after, Diz realizes that both Mickey and Sora had defeated Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, while he was busy infiltrating Castle Oblivion and conducting his own research. He learns about the organization's experiments on memory, focusing around Naminé, and then how Sora appeared inside the castle, sensing major events about to transpire, as Riku likewise appeared in the basement soon after, drawn to Sora's appearance at the castle. After Diz details how Sora, Donald, and Goofy had defeated the organization and rescued Naminé there, he proceeds to spell out a bunch of implied information the games have laid out for attentive players regarding the blonde girl. As she herself has stated, Naminé is a witch who can control the memories of Sora and those connected to him. This is possible because she was born from Sora's sacrifice and is the nobody of Kairi. She was created alongside Roxas at the same time Sora freed his heart in order to return Kairi's to her body. As such, Naminé is a very unique nobody. Normally, those who lose their hearts turn into Heartless, and if their heart was strong-willed, a nobody is also created on the same strength of the person's heart. Sora's heart was obviously strong enough to have created Roxas, but Kairi's is a special circumstance. Since she is one of the 7 princesses of heart, 7 women who possess no traces of darkness in their hearts, it's worth noting that Diz recognizes Kairi as a previous resident of Radiant Garden. When Kairi lost her heart, it sought refuge in Sora's heart. In turn, because she had no darkness, a Heartless was not created. In fact, her soul remained in her body, which gave off the blank expression she had during the second act of Kingdom Hearts. Her body was still her own and did not disappear, as it was simply missing her heart. When Sora freed their hearts in order to return Kairi's, her heart leaving Sora's body inadvertently created Naminé, even though she herself was similar to Heartless and that they don't possess a real body necessary to create a nobody themselves, since Kairi never lost control of hers. While she is addressed as Kairi's nobody, Naminé sees herself as more of her shadow, a true non-being as Diz puts it, something that wasn't truly meant to exist. As Sora went to sleep in order to regain his memories that Naminé was ordered to scramble, Diz had convinced her to move with him to a more secure location, convinced that the organization would soon return to Castle Oblivion once they had learned of the events that transpired there. Diz postulates that Naminé's unique existence is not only due to a combination of Kairi's status as a Princess of Heart, but also because Sora willingly chose to give up his heart and was thus able to retain his sense of self. Axel mentioned as much in the Castle Oblivion in a previous discussion with Larxene, that the strength of Sora's heart allowed him to retain his memories even as a Heartless, similar to Xehanort as we now are learning. During the events of Riku's story in Chain of Memories, Diz sees his old friend the King but doesn't disclose his identity, leading to Mickey's earlier sense of familiarity when Diz fills him in on events. Here, he elaborates on the universe of Kingdom Hearts more. As most of the series takes place in the realm of light, its counterpart is naturally the realm of darkness, the homeworld, if you will, of pure-blood Heartless. He then explains a bit more in detail that there is a third plane of existence between the realm of light and the realm of darkness, this in-between world Pete referenced earlier. The realm between is home to very specific and specialized worlds which can be seen on a spectrum concerning how close they are to either the realm of light or the realm of darkness. In particular, Traverse Town, Castle Oblivion, Twilight Town, Yen Sid's Tower, and the World That Never Was are all situated here between light and dark, which explains quite a bit of why certain things have happened in the series. Diz explains that the realm between is quite unstable, as corridors of darkness occasionally appear here. This is how a few people from worlds swallowed by the darkness leading up to Kingdom Hearts, falling into corridors of darkness that appear in Twilight Town, a world specifically made up of the remnants of swallowed worlds, in order to help give refuge to those who had lost their own. This applies to how Sora made his way into Traverse Town, how Riku escaped from the realm of darkness thanks to Diz's card to Castle Oblivion, as well as Mickey's appearance there. Furthermore, when nobodies are created, they are born and appear in the realm between. We explicitly see Roxas born in Twilight Town, and Diz confirms that Castle Oblivion also resides here. By extension, Yen Sid's Tower is also located in the realm between, since it's accessible from Twilight Town, which sits right in the middle between both other realms. The World That Never Was, by nature of being the chosen homeworld of Organization 13, obviously resides here as well, though it is closer to the realm of darkness thanks to this Kingdom Hearts, explaining why a large majority of Heartless appear in Dark City below it. After Riku agrees to protect Sora at all costs during his year-long sleep, Diz eventually reports that Sora's memory recovery has slowed to a standstill after having moved to their base of operations to the mansion in Twilight Town. Apparently even a year is a long time to rechain Sora's memories together, so he entrusted Riku with fetching him another Sora, his nobody, Roxas, as he wishes to use Sora as the instrument of his revenge. Diz then proceeds to hypothesize on how different Roxas is, such as how he is unusual in lacking his memories as Sora. He assumes this is because Sora's time as a Heartless was extremely brief, and he was restored by Kairi's heart as a Princess of Heart, leaving Roxas behind as Sora regained his body. Because of this, Diz concludes that Sora's memories have slowed to a crawl because Roxas likely has half of his memories that are needed to awaken. He then recounts events we've already seen. He recruits Riku to capture Roxas at the expense of his own body, and then creates a simulated Twilight Town in order to hide Roxas inside his data. They do this in order to awaken Sora while keeping Roxas out of sight, since the organization knows Roxas was born here and would eventually find him out sooner or later. The events of Roxas' final week occur, and he finally merges with Sora after another week. A day before Sora awakens, Diz reminisces about how close at hand his revenge is, turning his goal against Xemnas, Xehanort's nobody. He then takes the time to compliment a few of the characters' strong wills and hearts, namely Sora, Riku, and Kairi, that have completely blazed their own path no matter the hardships. How characters like Ansem, Roxas, Naminé are exceptions to the rule. How he wishes he could see Riku to get a happy ending after all his ordeals, and that he hopes to lay eyes upon Radiant Garden at least one more time. He ends his reports with the hope that Mickey will one day run across his true thoughts here, realizing his mistreatment of characters as tools of his revenge was indeed foolish, and apologizes for what he believes his actions have spurred on. These are nice little details that help elaborate on certain aspects the game's cutscenes only briefly touch upon, as they aren't necessary to understand the basic flow of the story, but are nice for those like me who like to obsess over how a world works. As such, I wouldn't be me if I didn't bring up nitpicky things, specifically on the topic of retcons. For those who are unaware, retroactive continuity, otherwise known as a retcon, is when an aspect of a story is given new information that changes your view on a pre-existing aspect. You can read up on good examples on places like TV tropes, but my stance on this is as follows. On paper, an aspect of a story that was changed or different than what was previously presented seems like a negative aspect, and it can be. These are also known as aspholes, in which something seems to randomly happen with no proper prior setup. Bad retcons that are seen as screwing with continuity are seen as a net negative to a story by most accounts. A good retcon, however, is one that enhances an aspect of a story, one that makes it more interesting, or allows you to reconsider how this change recontextualizes a previously depicted event. Smooth retcons will not be seen as such for most, and in fact many of the most beloved plot twists are what would be considered retcons in regards to what their previous installments had depicted. But if you can take a step back and the new information makes sense enough that it doesn't completely break the story's logic in half, then I'd consider that a net positive. That's why, while I nitpick various aspects in this series, there has so far not been a big enough retcon that makes me completely stop in my tracks and takes me out of the story. Why do I bring this up? Well, recall that the original Ansem reports were framed as if one man was conducting all these experiments as Ansem on his own, the ruler of what was known to us at the time as Hollow Bastion. We now know that not only was Hollow Bastion once known as Radiant Garden, but the man who was running around claiming he was Ansem had actually stolen the name, where he was in actuality one of his apprentices. And to nitpick further, the initial reports made no mention of others assisting in the experiments that were occurring. To me, this doesn't take me out of the narrative. Ansem the Wise having 6 apprentices that betray him helps give layers to a man who was seen as a sage and was generally beloved by his people. This makes more sense than a dude named Ansem suddenly lost his mind in the pursuit of all knowledge, and thus did terrible things in order to learn everything, because science. If these bother you, I understand. You took the story even more seriously than I did in that case, but I feel that, in general, this new information doesn't break the story for most fans. It makes the story more layered, and the organization itself introduces a lot of nuances, befitting as beings between light and darkness, that help bring in the shades of gray that elevate this story. This will be a conversation worth returning to the further along we get into this series, so we aren't done with this topic. Point being, I'm fine with the entire backstory and truth about Ansem, Xehanort, and the organization, as it all ties in together in a way that makes the story work, and makes it more interesting to think about. Moving on to more universal details, since the impassable walls returned to separate each world, once the heroes sealed the door to darkness in restoring the destroyed ones in the first game, gates are instead used this time around instead of simply traversing freely to each world like in the first game. These are man-made pathways accessible by Keyblade wielders, helped brought upon by the worlds themselves, presumably because of the large hearts worlds themselves possess as well. It's also worth noting that some can simply use magic to transport themselves to various worlds, since Merlin was able to whisk himself and the party back to Disney Castle from Hollow Bastion earlier in the game. At this point, it's worth mentioning that a lot of aspects are tied up in the story now to varying degrees. Alongside the basic aspects of life in this universe, namely a heart, soul, and a body, aspects such as memory and data are now closely tied into various aspects of the narrative. Memory was a major focus in the previous game, and it does return here with more subtle aspects to the lore, like how memory likely plays a key factor in what makes you sentient, and how it seems to affect how Keyblades are made. Data also seems to be something that, with great skill, you can manipulate the fabric of reality to a certain extent, going so far as to digitize Roxas entirely and implant him with false memories in an entire simulated version of Twilight Town, so convincing that on the scanners, Chip and Dale apparently saw both worlds on their radar screens. Data will have to wait for its chance to shine, since Hearts and Existentialism were the themes for Kingdom Hearts 2 this time around. Speaking of Hearts, Keyblades. While Kingdom Hearts 2 doesn't expressly give us more information on what they can do beyond showing more instances of them unlocking pathways, opening and closing any locking door, and that we have Keyblades of light and darkness correlating to the realm they're found from, we still don't know much about them. Heck, Riku and Kairi are now brandishing their own. In Riku's case, it's a bit more understandable, since his Soul Eater always seemed to be an intermediary weapon made from darkness or something, as it shared that blue eye thingy that Ansem also wielded when he used his polearm at the end of the first game. And for the majority of this game, Riku was using Soul Eater, since that clue was present throughout the game as to what happened to him. So him gaining Way to the Dawn as a Keyblade is something that makes sense to most, if not fully explained how. The more interesting aspect is definitely Kairi. Riku appears and just hands her one. No explanation, Riku just does it, and Kairi just accepts it, and the audience is also left with a huh moment. There isn't a clear answer for this one beyond strong hearts can wield a Keyblade, and in this case, both friends received Keyblades clearly related to themselves, as Riku still refers to Way to the Dawn as Soul Eater, mainly out of habit I assume, and Kairi only briefly uses her Keyblade for a few scenes, as she is as untrained as you can get. Not to mention we see others that seemed unique to their wielders, and I'll get to those soon as well. I suppose it's time to talk about Organization 13, as they have been the driving force behind 2 of the 3 games so far. As far back as Kingdom Hearts Final Mix and its secret ending, we've had these black cloaks become an iconic part of the franchise. From Xemnas appearing to challenge Sora and earlier recruiting his nobody Roxas, Xemnas certainly seemed to have a goal in gathering 13 individuals, as you wouldn't call it Organization 13 without planning on 13 members, would you? Curious too, as we don't get to glean much information about how they work here, which is fine. Keeping the antagonists slightly vague for 2 games is fine with me, as they mainly did serve their purpose as antagonists, and we still have lingering questions on them, even though all 13 are now accounted for, with the only remaining 2 members, Xemnas and Roxas, are either waiting to be defeated at this point, and are within Sora respectively. Heck, 5 of their members were killed off during the events of Chain of Memories, a year before this game. Their introduction is a welcome one, since as I've stated before, I enjoyed the various motivations and ideologies that clash here, having all these anime antagonists gathered in one group, and they don't all seem to have gotten along. More importantly, it's their status as nobodies that really begs interesting questions that the fanbase has been caught up for in years. Nobodies are beings without hearts, and as such they cannot be considered existing and therefore aren't supposed to feel anything according to this universe. But looking around at the story, most of the organizations seem to depict very real emotions, from anger, sadness, rage, melancholy, and even regret. It really makes you think. The game itself also presents various aspects of this topic. Yen Sid, for instance, explained that nobodies are only pretending to have hearts, and thus emotions, and not to be fooled by them. Sykes has stated that while it's true that they don't have hearts, their memories are what make them special, and those are what allow nobodies to act as if they have emotions. Others like Demyx claim that they do have hearts, while Axel wasn't positive that Roxas didn't have one, and those 2 were some of the most emotive of all of the organization. Axel went so far as to actually cry during his last conversation with Roxas, and Roxas acted like a normal kid in the beginning of the game before remembering who and what he was. So what do you believe? Are they all pretending very well, or do they actually have hearts and don't know it? Roxas said if they had one, then they'd likely feel it, but the game is neat in not giving out one clear-cut answer for this topic, implying a lot and causing wonderful speculation for those like me who care about this nonsense. I had my own theories at the time, and I have no qualms about discussing how I felt at the time, even though I know a lot of questions have answers now. In my head, Roxas did have a heart because he could use the Keyblade, and if you stay around someone with a heart long enough, it starts affecting others, like Axel. The rest is about them remembering their past lives and able to simulate emotions was also fine, as others like Xemnas truly did act as if they were emotionless for the most part. It's all in the details, like how he speaks very long, drawn-out sentences, as if he's deliberately acting operatic on a stage. This is also funneled into my theory on how Sora could dual-wield Keyblades. He had 2 hearts in him, one his own and the others being Roxas. I assume this was unlocked because Kairi had entered his heart in the first game, but it didn't explain how Roxas could dual-wield before returning to Sora, unless he also had 2 hearts. So much is left unexplained. I'll leave a lot of Roxas to be examined in the next video, so for now I'll return to a couple other mysteries the scenario brought onto the series, all related to the organization. In particular, with this and Chain of Memories, you got a sense that there were anywhere from 5 to 6 different allegiances in the organization by virtue of looking at how its members interacted. First, we have the fact that numbers 1 through 6 were all apprentices of Ansem the Wise, and thus formed the organization, meaning the numbers are given to members in the order they joined, with Xemnas being number 1, then going to Xigbar, Xaldin, Vexen, Lexius, and ending on Zexion. You can further split this into another group, namely being Xemnas on his own, since Dis implied that he may have used his fellow 5 apprentices in some way in order for him to become a sentient Heartless, kind of referencing his superhuman abilities, but this isn't made clear. Of course, while Xigbar is number 2, the second in command seems to be number 7, Saïx, who also has this connection with Axel seen briefly throughout the game. So is Xigbar simply number 2 for no reason? Let's put a pin in that. You then have Saïx, Axel, Demyx, and Luxord rounding out numbers 7 through 10. The next two, Marluxia and Larxene, seem to be the ones that were instigating the attempted coup of the organization alongside Axel, who was simply playing a role to eliminate the traitors, while also being responsible for Vexen and Zexiene's deaths as well. That's kind of interesting. Then there was Roxas, who was apparently best friends with Axel, which we were only told and briefly shown, and this will be elaborated on in the next game, so let's also put that aside for now. As Sora said, it wasn't a very organized organization. Now to some of the seeds that were planted here. The organization were using Castle Oblivion as a facility to study memory, and were using Naminé for a brief amount of time there as well, since you can gather she was born at the same time Roxas was, so they didn't have her for too long before she managed to escape with Diz in order to restore Sora's memories. Vexen was also able to produce a Riku replica using the real thing's memories, and it's shown that without any memories, you can essentially break. Going back to the scenes I largely skimmed through earlier. A flashback shows Xemnas entering an underground laboratory with various cells and the like, where they most likely conducted a bunch of their experiments with the darkness. It is shown that Xemnas remembers his conversation with Ansem the Wise when Mickey visited them, while accessing a room known as the Chamber of Repose. Inside, he sits atop a throne, activating chains connected to the Nobody emblem, and addresses an old set of blue armor as Friend, a Keyblade resting alongside it. This naturally links itself to Lingering Will, a man in a suit of armor with a Keyblade, who apparently had a beef with Xehanort, willing to attack Sora when he apparently couldn't tell Sora wasn't him, and claiming they had met before, and not leaving. Later on, who we now know as Xigbar converses with Zexion a bit on what Xemnas' plans are. Having just recruited Marluxia, Xigbar insinuates that their superior has an ulterior motive, as they are preparing to use Castle Oblivion as a secondary research facility that was eventually used for memory research. While Xigbar tells the tale of a spectacular battle involving Keyblade wielders, it's revealed that Ansem found Xehanort in the aftermath without his memories. Once Zexion tries to end this conversation, Xigbar then claims he knows something about what Xemnas is attempting, the heavy implication being that Xemnas is trying to uncover his memories as Xehanort, maybe? According to Xigbar, the Chamber of Repose has a counterpart, the Chamber of Waking. When Xemnas holds himself up in the Chamber of Repose, to which Xigbar addresses as a graveyard, he appears to be talking to someone, which we've seen is an old empty suit of armor. While Xemnas created the Chamber of Repose, Xigbar claims that Xemnas will find another friend in the Chamber of Waking, a room that was made by somebody else. Curiouser and curiouser. And with that, I don't think there's too much else to discuss on lingering plot threads that don't directly relate to the finale, except for one major little bit of lore. I didn't address synthesis because it's much easier this time around. It's still used to obtain some neat accessories and the ultimate weapons, but aside from that, it's not really worth mentioning as much because it's one of those improvements over the first game and it works perfectly fine. Before that though, I'd like simply to name a few details I think are kinda neat, in this game and some that apply to previous entries, in no particular order. The way every Keyblade has its own little impact star and sound effects. The crazy number of voice actors they managed to get for a lot of returning Disney characters in particular. How each of the organization members wear their coats slightly differently. The way Sora seems to have untanned during his year-long sleep. How all of Sora's fighting animation was redone, returning to his old fighting style during Limit Form. Riku walks holding up his pants when not carrying his Keyblade. How the journal entry for Twilight Thorn doesn't appear until Roxas reunites with Sora. How Sora saw Kairi in her original outfit earlier since he hadn't seen her until they all reunite during the endgame. How each main lesser nobody, besides Creepers and Dusks, are all named after job classes from Final Fantasy, and each correspond to an organization member seen alive in Kingdom Hearts 2, using visual storytelling to infer certain aspects of the lore before they become spelled out in a later game. How Goofy is consistently the Sage of Wisdom and has good advice. And last but not least, how good the music is in the HD remix. Orchestrating the score with real instruments in this game was a really good choice, as it's a joy to listen to them with how nice some of the pieces now sound, and how they'll be utilized in future games, since a lot of the motifs began here. While I'm avoiding a lot of the nitty-gritty on the organization because the next upcoming game is where I'll focus more of my attention on them, I would be remiss to not address one of the bigger confusions when it comes to the lore. What exactly is Kingdom Hearts? This question is important for a lot of reasons, since we now have two explanations on what it is and how it's presented. Kingdom Hearts in the first game was a giant repository of knowledge, and was in the realm of darkness beyond the giant door to darkness. It was found attracting all sorts of darkness to itself, though as it's been proven, even in the deepest darkness there remains a shining light within. Confirming the some truth to fairy tales, Ansem was unsuccessful in harnessing all of its power, being banished and not having seen that Kingdom Hearts since. By this time, the organization seems to have begun to create their own version, an artificial Kingdom Hearts if you will. While the Kingdom Hearts of Worlds was how Ansem, Seeker of Darkness, attempted to gain unfathomable power, Xemnas and his organization instead began to manipulate hearts gathered by Sora by creating one into a Kingdom Hearts of men's hearts instead, if you will. If the Kingdom Hearts of Worlds was a bright light within darkness, then this Kingdom Hearts of Men manifested as a giant yellow moon-shaped heart that hung over the world that never was. More on this will be elaborated on the next video, but it'd be irresponsible to not explain this difference right now to help lead into a future lore discussions. The organization's goal is to use their artificial Kingdom Hearts to make them complete again, ostensibly as a means to give them all hearts and be considered people. That's all we're given for now, and really all that's needed to address as far as Kingdom Hearts 2's plot is concerned. When Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix was released in Japan, there was a series of interview questions that helped expand upon details that the games don't expressly address, and I've covered most of those here, besides one particular topic that the games will eventually reveal in about 3 more titles, so I'll keep that one mum to me for the time being, as I try to focus on what's presented in the games themselves as we hit them. With all of that out of the way, now's the time to finally wrap things up. Thanks for sticking with me for this long, so let's dive into the final hour of gameplay and finish Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix. The finale is now upon us, and I will cover all story beats as they relate to lore and callbacks previously discussed from here on out, while also giving brief gameplay thoughts on these final battles, so strap in as we return to the Altar of Naught. All of our heroes are gathered, consisting of Sora with his golden crown, Donald, Goofy, Mickey, Riku, and Kairi standing behind him, facing the door the worlds have given them to chase Xemnas inside of his Kingdom Hearts and prevent him from his plan of abusing that Kingdom Hearts and messing up their worlds any further. Stepping forward, the 3 experienced Keyblade wielders combine their swords and unlock the door, all 6 approaching the doorway inside Xemnas' broken Kingdom Hearts. Inside, they find themselves in the world of nothing, where Xemnas has recreated a corrupted and abstract version of the world that never was, including floating skyscrapers and what looks like the castle that never was being terraformed into a giant dragon. Throwing a building towards the protagonists, they run back, Mickey and Kairi being locked out of the fight, leaving the 4 main party members to take on Xemnas themselves. As the confrontation begins, Xemnas will summon buildings from underneath the ground. A slicer reaction command will showcase the ridiculous strength Sora possesses here and any crowns you earned for him, slicing through multiple buildings at once before moving on to the next area. They will be launched upwards as Xemnas throws more buildings at them. The Escablade reaction command requiring the player to simply mash triangle as Sora slices buildings as he uses them to approach the Nobody's flying fortress. The party must then attack some Nobody Gummi enemies into the 2 cannons, dodging, or not, the massive lasers as they expel, eventually leading them to the main energy core, fighting off Nobodies to drop barriers to attack. Feel free to abuse Final Form here, as I tend to use Donald and Goofy here for old time's sake. Afterwards, the group will find themselves in the head of this dragon, facing a seated Xemnas now clad in a suit of armor and wielding various weapons, including a giant sword and other weapons from the slain organization members. This will not be too difficult if you abuse nearly every option in battle you have here, and even if you do get cocky, the king can pop up and save you during this fight, the 10th and last place he'll do such. Eventually, our heroes will emerge the winners outside of the artificial Kingdom Hearts, as Xemnas falls and the protagonists celebrate their apparent victory. After a bit of pushing from Sora that Riku would be welcomed back home despite his reservations about having given into the darkness as much as he did, he attempts to open a corridor of darkness to help them leave. Realizing he's no longer able to, Mickey informs him that Kingdom Hearts has purified him, breaking him free from the realm of darkness's grip. As they wonder how they'll leave the castle that never was, implying they can't just Gummi Ship out of the world like you can gameplay-wise, Naminé shows up and summons a corridor of darkness for the protagonists, the Disney characters unable to see their benefactor. Ever the trustful plot device, Pluto rushes in, followed by Goofy soon after, not looking a gift darkness portal in the void. While Mickey and Donald follow suit, Sora and Kairi witness Naminé and Roxas reunite, a nice little bit of resolution as Sora watches dumbfounded as their nobodies return to them, Riku assuring him that they're still themselves. But just as Kairi walks through the portal, it closes on her right before Riku and Sora can leave, a scene right out of Return of the Jedi occurring as the 2 heroes are transported into an alternate dimension, the dragon ship emerging using the remaining power Xemnas possessed from his Kingdom Hearts. Hopping onto a conveniently placed glider, Riku pilots as Sora hops on, the battle transitioning into a rail shooter segment. Your goal is to chip away at various segments of the white biomechanical creature, as the Keyblade wielders search for a way to face Xemnas directly. All your Gummi Ship practice will be useful here, incorporating the Keyblade elements Sora used in Agrabah on the magic carpet. Riku controls the craft while firing a laser and draining energy from enemy blasts to charge up a Mega Laser, while Sora rides shotgun on the passenger platform as he uses his Keyblade to physically attack any nobodies that appear on their plane of control. Eventually the two will be transported to Xemnas once again, a rematch against his armored form. So yeah, don't think I wasn't going to ignore that. Xemnas has a suit of white armor adorned with 2 crowns, the Nobody emblem engraved on the front, looking suspiciously similar. This is a theme introduced by the worn set of blue armor Xemnas was himself speaking to earlier and addressed his friend, while also being complemented by the golden set worn by Lingering Will. Safe to say this isn't a coincidence. Before the battle commences, Sora confides with Riku that he wanted to thank Naminé, as Jiminy's first journal had written down, but he felt it would be better to wait until they settle things, Riku agreeing as the rematch begins. Xemnas will force the protagonist away from him after you deal specific amounts of damage, so you might as well let it happen as he'll be invincible until you allow him to. Once blown back, you can aerial dodge and glide back towards Xemnas as he attempts to throw buildings at you while firing 2 types of lasers. You can approach the stationary skyscrapers to trigger a riding shot to fire a building at the dragon ship, which has raised a shield to protect its master, to then have Riku use Meteor Rain to drop the shield, which you can then approach and wail on Xemnas once again, before doing it a second time. Since Riku is your only partner here, you can initiate his limit session if you want to abuse iframes or just show off neat tag team attacks. No matter which attacks you choose to go with, a bunch of stabbing and darkness blast with Last Saber and Dark Cannon, and then switching up to 13 Blades and Master Hearts, it will finish with All's End, where both of their Keyblades summon light and dark energy as it pulls everything in and deals major damage, making for a nice looking attack against the seated superior. Once defeated, Xemnas assumes his final form as the 3 appear in a grey void where the last battle commences. Xemnas will immediately launch Sora upwards, and I swear, even though they fixed a reversal issue in the 2.5 HD remix version for PS4, I still managed to get hit even when I'm spamming the button. Anyways, once you're freed, the fight can actually begin, with Xemnas teleporting around his new duds and using his lightsabers and energy blasts similar to the fight that he first did in Kingdom Hearts Final Mix. Reflect is very helpful here, as well as Session if you're confident in your MP use, as Riku cannot actually die in this battle through normal means. Eventually, Xemnas can snatch Sora and begin to drain his energy, switch control over to Riku temporarily, as you have to approach Xemnas while dealing with a second Xemnas clone to initiate a reaction command to free him, but you can prevent this and many of his attacks with a Reflect or limit use. This battle is nothing the second time around, but even on your first playthrough, it's not any more difficult if you're close to level 50, and if you're prepared with items or take a bit of time to learn the attack patterns, as you also have Limit Form as a safety net to look really neat in cutscenes too. Eventually, as you reach his final HP bar, Xemnas will trigger a final flashy move of infinite lasers, requiring you to alternate mashing triangle and X to deflect lasers for 30 seconds to not die. Once you do, you're treated to some choreography before the 2 heroes team up and knock Xemnas into next week, Sora dual-wielding his Keyblades alongside Riku's, before they both trigger a light laser that pierces Xemnas' would-be heart. Pick any finisher you want to beat the final organization member and Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix. After Xemnas fades away, his artificial Kingdom Hearts done, the 2 protagonists find themselves on the Dark Margin, that same dark beach Roxas and Xemnas first opened the game on. Making their way down to the water, the 2 friends are content to stay here on the edge of the realm between and the end of sea. They have some nice little character bonding moments, resigned to be the darkness if it means that the realm of light is protected. As they enjoy the sound of the waves, a forgotten letter in a bottle washes up, Riku handing it over to Sora as we switch over to fancy FMV graphics. Reading it, Kairi's letter proves to be the poem scene if you linger on the title screen long enough on the 2 main numbered entries. Once finished, the door to light appears before them, beckoning them as white engulfs the screen. Shooting down like kid-shaped falling stars, Sora and Riku land in the ocean, turning to see Kairi calling them from their island playground on Destiny Islands, as the after-the-battle version of Passion plays. Or Sanctuary for us international people. Once they reach the shore, Donald and Goofy glomp Sora as Mickey rushes to Riku, the 6 overjoyed at their successful journey's end. Sora then pulls out Kairi's Wayfinder, flashes of Roxas and Naminé smiling alongside their somebodies.
We're back. You're home.
With that, the credits roll as scenes from the adventure play. This is quite a roller coaster of tangled plot threads and lingo alongside a much beefier adventure, finally wrapping up the first act of this Dark Seeker saga. Were this the end of the story, I'd honestly be pretty satisfied. Like the first game, there's still elements of the world that I was curious about, but I always feel accomplished by the time these credits begin and Kairi tells us you're home. These three deserved a happy ending, and not the bittersweet one the first game left them on after all of this existential melodrama and angst in our Final Fantasy cross-Disney-Japanese action role-playing game. Kingdom Hearts 2 always has that era finality that started from the first game, and does come off Chain of Memories nicely enough that I hope you guys can see why I treat this first trilogy as an opening act, since that's now what it's become in the current grand scheme. As the credits roll, you can get the requisite happy endings for virtually every Disney character, alongside the supporting Final Fantasy cast, including hints at other characters. Towards the end, you have Sora visiting the secret place and witnessing Kairi's return drawing, how cute. Soon after, the CGI resumes with a nice piano rendition of Destiny Islands, as Sora and Riku admire the sunset, my nitpicky self passive-aggressively mentioning that the main island should still totally be visible here, but it would interfere with the visual, so whatever. When Sora asks what prompted the door to light to appear, Riku suggests it was Sora's light within him, though initially I totally thought he meant his crown chain. After a trademark grin, Kairi shows up with another message in a bottle, this time stamped with the King's hidden Mickey seal. The three read the unknown contents of the letter as the camera pans up, normally ending the game. Of course, most of us expect a secret ending at this point, and this time we get two if you fulfill the criteria for the second secret ending. On Critical, it's simply get the gold crown, which means you've done most of the important stuffs, but the internet's available for the others because that's a bit too detail obsessive for even my videos. The scene shows a desolate wasteland. The Japanese numbered Ansem reports from the first game roll across the background, written by Xehanort's Heartless. The words shown on screen during the scroll focuses on our Ansem report number 9, where the legend discussing that the wielder of the Keyblade brought both salvation and ruin upon the world. Once the excerpt finishes, we are shown none other than Lingering Will atop a nobody-like structure, be it a ship or enemy we have no idea. To his right, we see a figure of the blue set of armor that Xemnas was speaking to in his flashback in the Chamber of Repose, and to his left we see a third figure clad in armor, this design not having appeared in the game before this scene. As the large thing's Lingering Will was the top of vanishes, all three figures approach three Keyblades buried in the sand, each removing a Keyblade with their other hands. Lingering Will pulls out the Kingdom Key, the blue armor the Kingdom Key D, and the third newcomer selects Way to the Dawn. The camera zooms out above the trio to see that they're standing at a crossroads, littered with countless Keyblades, a more desolate image compared to the grassy crossroads in the realm between near Castle Oblivion. The gathering ends with the three armored Keyblade wielders glancing ahead of them, a figure distorted in the heat wave as various key phrases and words flash on screen, including Memory of Xehanort and Keyblade War, ending with It all began with Birth by Sleep. This was the original teaser the vanilla game left fans on, and at the time speculation ran rampant. Even in 2008, I myself got excited thinking that it was a time-skipped version of the Destiny trio clad in armor like Xemnas was, since this was before the Final Mix version added the scenes detailing the discarded blue armor in the Chamber of Repose and the fight with Lingering Will, confirming that if this was the case, it'd be time travel or something. However, with the Final Mix version here, we did get that second secret ending that continues from where the gathering leaves off, confirming that these are indeed separate characters, so let's continue with that one. An ominous choir kicks us off as the figure approaching the armored trio is seen clearly, an old bald man with golden eyes and pointy ears wearing Ansem Seeker of Darkness's original outfit. Smirking, a mirror image of himself appears from within him before transforming into a figure clad in a mask, wearing a red muscle suit similar to the one Hulud Riku wore when utilizing dark mode. The smaller armored figure begins to lean forward, but Lingering Will holds him back and then charges forward in attack, the old man effortlessly raising an arm and causing the ground to shift and halt Lingering Will's attack, both antagonistic figures rising ever higher as the masked figure fires off a thunder spell. As more cliffs are materialized, the blue armor runs past Lingering Will, the man clearly setting his sights on the very evil wizard while he summons a tornado bringing with it a few hundred discarded Keyblades. As the small and blue armor duo face off against the masked antagonist, who jumps to talk the Keyblade Storm at one point, throwing magic around between intermittent clashes, the blue armor gets distracted as Lingering Will begins to dangle from a cliff, the rush of Keyblades eventually throwing her around and breaking her helmet, revealing her to be a blue-haired woman, who then casts Reflect to protect Lingering Will. He lands near the old man, who briefly fends him off with a black Keyblade of his own before freezing Lingering Will's left arm. As the smaller figure in armor attempts to strike the wizard from behind, wielding his Keyblade in a backhanded manner, he is instead caught, his helmet being cracked open, meaning more character design reveals. The Keyblade Storm throws Lingering Will down to the ground, leaving the blue-haired woman to see her captured ally be engulfed in darkness before being frozen completely. Dropping the youth off the cliff, parts of his armor and Keyblade are shattered on the way down, the woman diving just in time to save him. The young man's helmet is also destroyed, likely saving his life, is then shown to have had the same face as Roxas of all people, his eyes subtly darting around, still alive despite the full body freeze. The old man then transforms his Keyblade into a ball of light, firing it off into the sky, the clouds parting to reveal the light of a blue Kingdom Hearts. Lingering Will then removes his helmet, brown spiky hair framing eyes that briefly turn gold before Kingdom Hearts flashes on screen. Mickey shows up during the stinger, wearing a black outfit not dissimilar to Sora's, given to him by Flora, Fauna, and Merryweather, brandishing the Starseeker Keyblade as we officially close the book on Kingdom Hearts 2. And that was quite a bit of stuff to take in. Not only are there echoes of familiar iconography all over the place here, it also makes the mind wander at where and when this takes place, alongside the sheer spectacle of it all. While it reveals the face of Lingering Will and showed the owner of the blue set of armor, the Roxas look-alike will cause many to do a double take, as well as the various villainous outfits of the old man and his masked pupil. These scenes are more conceptual teases like all the CGI secret endings are, but given how much was kept in the final secret endings to this game, it's safe to say that these elements will return in Birth by Sleep in some capacity, the name of the 5th game that we'll be covering. Mickey's appearance at the end wielding Starseeker in the black outfits nudged the viewer into precluding that this story is likely set in the past. Not only is Mickey in a similar looking black getup, he's also wielding the Starseeker instead of his Kingdom Key D. Starseeker also the keychain Sora gained when he first visited Yen Sid and gained Valor Form and realized he could dual wield. But why is Roxas here? Why is the old man wearing the outfit of Xehanort's Heartless and the masked figure in Organic-y suit similar to Riku's Dark Mode? They're antagonists, clearly, but yellow eyes also mark those who have been tainted by large amount of darknesses, doesn't it? Kind of like Ansem the Wise. Lucky for you guys, it's only 2 games after this one, so you won't be waiting too much longer for answers, especially since for many, it will now be the next game they play if they have the 2.5 HD Remix collection anyways. This basically wraps up all I have to say on Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, and boy did I have a lot to ramble on about. Not only do I hold this game tied with another as my favorite Kingdom Hearts title, I honestly believe it has one of the slickest ARPG combat systems around, even 13 years later. The production values are insane for a PS2 game from around 2006, and it's a pretty great bookend to the story that began with the first title. It concludes with a largely satisfying spectacle of tying up dozens of plot threads alongside a boss rush of sorts, with fantastic music and memorable fights. It has an insane amount of Disney characters, with many of their official voice actors returning this time around, and it fully dives into its own lore and world, for better or worse. I know some prefer the simplicity of the first Kingdom Hearts, with its own honest brand of purity and rough edges, but I definitely think by and large, Kingdom Hearts 2 is the vastly superior game on nearly every facet. Definitely a must-play, not that many won't considering most players will at least touch the first 2 main entries here. It not only solidifies a lot about how Kingdom Hearts is presented as a series, with its colorful and easy-to-read UIs and enjoyable combat systems, but also sets many of the world-building necessary to make its universe feel like it's truly bigger than what you're seeing, with history and lore all over the place. Seeds are planted at greater mysteries and motivations, alongside giving tons of answers at previous questions while raising whole new ones for future games to tackle. And add to that all the polish and content Final Mix added to the game, and it remains a joy to play every time I go back through a run. Next time, we'll be starting the middle second act of this saga, which focuses on an interquel, prequel, and a sequel to this first trilogy, so I hope to see you next video. Have a great day, and if you stuck it out this long, I thank you from the bottom of your hearts. I know my voice isn't the smoothest to listen to for hours on end, but I hoped it was informative in some way, and that's why I gave you guys timestamps. I hope to see you in days.